guests from overseas, and friends from press and media to day one of 5th India Spectrum Management Conference and Exhibition 2025. And for me, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege and honor to be a part and serve as a master of ceremony for this incredible conference. Today, we are honored to have the august presence of thought leaders and visionaries to share their expertise with all of us from across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's begin today's proceedings with our inaugural session. And let me have a privilege of inviting the President of IAFI, Mr. Bharat Bhatia, on stage. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome, sir. I would like to request Mr. Bhatia to do the honors of welcoming our eminent dignitaries by presenting a shawl. Our honorable chief guests and special guests of honors have been gracious enough to join us this morning. May we all welcome them with a huge round of applause, please. I request and invite our honorable chief guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairman TRI. Welcome, sir. Thank you, Mr. Lahoti, for gracing today's conference. Can we have a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Please join me in welcoming on the stage the respected chief guest, Mr. Mario Menevich, Director, Radio Communication Bureau, ITU. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. We welcome our guest of honors, respected Shri Rudra Narayan Pillai, Member Technology, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Welcome, sir. Please join your hands and welcome respected Mr. Charles Cooper, Associate Administrator, Office of Spectrum Management, NTIA, USA. Welcome, sir. Please give a warm welcome to respected Ms. Revati Mannepalli, Joint Wireless Advisor, Government of India, and India's candidate for Director, Radio Communication, ITU. Welcome, ma'am. Please welcome with a huge hand the Vice Chairman, IAFI, Professor N.K. Goyal. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Professor Goyal. I once again would like to express my deepest gratitude to our distinguished guests for taking the time out and be a part of ISMC 2025. Let us now begin with the inaugural session by inviting Mr. Bharat Bhatia, President IAFI, to please give the welcome address. Mr. Bharat Bhatia brings over 45 years of expertise in telecom and ICT policy, regulations, and spectrum management. He also chairs PPDR working groups for ITU and APT, a key architect of India's first national frequency allocation plans in 1981 and 2000. He was instrumental in opening India's telecom sector, including the first GSM metro cellular licensing in 1992. Mr. Bhatia holds a BE in Electronics and Telecommunications from the University of Delhi and is a fellow of IETE. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. Respected Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairman Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Respected Mr. Manu Menevich, Director Radio Communication Bureau, ITU. Respected Shri Rudran Pillai ji, Member Technology, Department of Telecommunications. Respected Mr. Charles Cooper, Associate Administrator, of Spectrum Management, NTIA USA. Madam Revati Mannapalli ji, Joint Wireless Advisor, Government of India, and India's candidate for the post of Director, Radio Communication Bureau at the Plenipotentiary Conference in the late 2026. We are actually privileged to have you, ma'am. And Professor N.K. Goel, our Vice Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished VIPs, esteemed guests, delegates, colleagues from global telecommunication community. It's my great privilege and honor as President of ITU-APT Foundation of India to welcome you all to this inaugural session of the 5th India Spectrum Management Conference hosted by IAFI. This is our 5th in the ISMC series. We do it every year. And this is organized by the ITU-APT. Internationally, it is known as IAFI or IAFI. Most people call it IAFI in ITU meetings. And that's how this name has become very common in most of the ITU and APT meetings. IAFI is a non-political, non-profit industry foundation. It was founded 24 years ago by Honorable Padam Shri P.S. Saranji, who was Chairman Telecom Commission. And it is led, managed, and hosted by a group of telecom professionals, most of them who have worked in Department of Telecommunication and its allied agencies. Our main role is to promote India's active participation in ITU and APT activities, promoting alignment and harmonization of India's telecom and ICT policies with global norms and standards. To this end, IAFI has been recognized as an international regional organization and granted sector membership of ITU-R, ITU-T, and ITU-D. And thanks to ITU, represented here by my friend, Mr. Mario Menevich. And we have been very actively involved in the ITU and APT activities. Every year, we submit 50 to 100 contributions to various meetings of ITU-R, ITU-T, ITU-D. Most recent was the WTDC conference in Baku, where a number of contributions were sent by us through the Indian administration and the APT. Our activities include standards, R&D coordination, rural connectivity initiatives, strong representation at the international meetings, in particular Working Party 5D, which is responsible for all the 5G, 6G standards, Working Party 4ABC, which represents all the satellite community, Working Party 5ABC, all the land mobile and other terrestrial services, at the WTDC, World Telecom Development Conference, WTSA, which was held in India earlier, World Telecom Standards Assembly, Asia Pacific Group for preparation of WRC 27, APG, and we have very strong presence in that. This two-day conference, which will be held today and tomorrow, it gathers thought leaders from India and across the globe to discuss national spectrum management issues, as well as international WRC 27 agenda items. Some of the key items include spectrum for 6G, particularly from the 2025 to 2040, which we believe 6 to 8 gigahertz is a very good spectrum for 6G, and this is one of the main agenda items of WRC 27 and agenda item 1.7. And that 6 to 8 gigahertz can support up to 4 mobile operators with 400 megahertz each. MSS spectrum is also very critical. Direct to device, agenda item 1.13 is very critical for the industry, connecting the unconnected and reaching out places which have so far remained outside the high-speed internet. And agenda item 1.13 will definitely provide a way forward with that. blocking the unauthorized transmissions from the earth stations which are not authorized by the country is another very important agenda item 1.5. This year in particular, our focus is on 6G and AI, artificial intelligence in spectrum management. And to that effect, this event has been recognized by the Government of India as an official pre-event of the AI Impact Summit, which will be organized by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. I'm therefore pleased to welcome you all to this mega event. We had to limit the number of participants because of the size of the place we could get because of marriage season. All the auditoriums are quite full. But I think this is more compact and much more conducive to having a very close interactions and discussions. And I'm sure we will have very fruitful 2 days. I'm also taking this opportunity to seek everyone's support for canvassing India's candidacy for Director of Radio Bureau, of which India has fielded Madam Revathi Mannapalli ji. And I think we will hope everybody here will carry that message back to their countries and support our candidates. The presence of all the spectrum stakeholders, and I see many of them here, I won't be able to name all of them, but I think we have all that is relevant to spectrum management is right here. Your presence here underscores our shared commitment to a connected world. Let's make ISMC25 milestone in spectrum excellence. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia, for your opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to take the opportunity to invite on the dais Ms. Revathi Mannapalli, Joint Wireless Advisor, Government of India, and India's candidate for Director, Radio Communication, ITU. She is a 1996 batch Group A officer of the Indian Radio Regulatory Services, a highly respected frequency expert for the Asia-Pacific region. Due to her deep association with ITU-APT, she was elected to the Radio Regulatory Board of ITU-R. Furthermore, she served as a spectrum regulatory expert, assisting the Department of Space with international arbitration at The Hague. She has actively participated in numerous spectrum management meetings at both ITU, Union, and Asia-Pacific telecommunity levels. Please welcome Ms. Revathi Mannapalli.
Thanks for that nice introduction. I'm a 94 batch IRRS officer, joined the department in 96. That's okay. Respected Chairman Toy, Member Technology Digital Communication Commission, and Director Radio Communication Bureau, and other dignitaries on the dais, distinguished speakers and delegates, good morning to you all. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to ITU-APT Foundation for organizing this very important conference and for inviting me to be part of it. They've been always canvassing for me and always supporting for me. And special thanks to Mr. Bhatia for your unconditional support. And I extend a warm welcome to all expert speakers and delegates, especially those joining us from abroad to India and to this conference. As he already told, this is the 5th edition of the conference, and it is particularly timely as it is being held immediately after a key ITU event related to WRC 27 preparations. That is the Inter-Regional Information Session on WRC 2027. Just happened in December, from December 3rd to December 5th, under the able guidance of our Director, Radio Communication Bureau, Mr. Mario. This two-day conference will address the spectrum roadmap for both the terrestrial and satellite growth, along with several important WRC 27 agenda items. As already highlighted by Mr. Bhatia in his opening remarks, the most important items for us include agenda item 1.7, that is nothing but IMT spectrums, and agenda item 1.13, that is direct-to-device spectrum and regulations, agenda item 1.2, that is about small antenna terminals, user terminals for the FSS, and agenda item 1.5, that is unauthorized use of satellite user terminals in both MSS and FSS, and agenda item 1.6, that is equitable use of spectrum in the Q and V bands, as well as agenda item 7 and 8, because we are working on agenda item 7, that is satellite regulatory issues, and agenda item 8, we want to include India's name in some of the footnotes for the especially IMT usage, among others. Since these items will be deliberated in detail by expert panels over 2 days, I will not go into the specifics of India's current position on these agenda items. You will listen to the experts because it's been suitably factored into the various expert panels over these 2 days. We are presently at the midpoint of the study cycle for WRC 27, that is spanning from 24 to 27 year, to arrive at a position by conducting sharing and compatibility studies with the agreed technical parameters and providing suitable regulatory text for the CPM report. At the national level, the work is being carried out through a national preparatory committee, which is chaired by wireless advisors to the Government of India. The NPC is supported by 5 working groups, each responsible for one of the CPM report chapter. This structure is closely aligned with the APG framework, that is a APT preparatory group for the WRC, where they have 5 working parties, each corresponds to one of the CPM report chapter. We have already initiated this work by holding 2 NPC meetings, National Preparatory Committee meetings, and several working group meetings with relevant stakeholders and actively contributed to the APG. As you are aware, APG has so far conducted 2 preparatory meetings with a substantial work started from the APG's 2nd meeting onwards. And India has shared its preliminary views and based on the national consultations, which have been appropriately factored into the APG positions. I take this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders for their valuable contributions. For the most of the agenda item, we are still in the phase of supporting the coexistence studies. Based on the outcome of these studies, we will be able to arrive at an informed decision. This situation is broadly similar across all the regions, except for a few agenda items where proponents have shown some progress because they are the proponents. They have shown that we have observed in the IRIS session. I would like to commend ITU Radio Communication Bureau for successfully conducting its first IRIS meeting, which has provided a common platform for all the region groups to exchange their views, not only views, the challenges faced in addressing these agenda items. Now that there is a clearer understanding of perspectives and challenges faced by all the 6 regions, I earnestly request all the esteemed stakeholders present here to take this into account while submitting their proposal to NPC here, NPC in India, working groups for consideration. I am confident that the experts gathered here will deliberate on these issues constructively and arrive at a consensus-based way forward on the majority of the agenda items. The 3rd APG meeting is scheduled in July 2026. I am sure the preparatory work at the NPC level already started. And the outcome of this conference will play a significant role in shaping and finalizing our contributions to the APG. In conclusion, I once again thank ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this conference and wish the event very success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mannepalli, for sharing your expertise with us. I would now like to invite Mr. Charles Cooper, Associate Administrator Officer of Spectrum Management, NTIA, USA. He leads the agency's work on national and international spectrum policy issues and oversees spectrum management efforts for federal agencies. He's responsible for frequency assignment and certification And he was before 2019, he was Enforcement Bureau Field Director at Federal Communications Commission. Prior to serving as Field Director, he was District Director of FCC's Los Angeles Field Office. Mr. Cooper is both an electrical engineer and a registered professional engineer. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and it's such a joy for me to be back in Delhi. I really enjoy making the journey out here, not only to visit with you, to see my good friend Bharat and the ITU-APT, and join the distinguished Indian government officials, Mario from the ITU Radio Bureau, and other guests to discuss spectrum policy. We're getting snow today in Washington, D.C., so this is a great time of year for me to be here. So on behalf of the U.S. government, I'll be discussing 3 topics briefly this morning: the current and future of IMT, the terrestrial broadband deployment in the United States, unlicensed operations in the 6 gigahertz band, and space spectrum, both direct-to-device and broadband subscriber services. So the first topic being current and future IMT. This is for 5G and 6G deployment in the United States. Pursuant to recent legislation passed by the U.S. Congress called the Big Beautiful Bill Act, the FCC and my agency, the NTIA, will be identifying 800 megahertz for 5G and 6G terrestrial use in the coming years. The first spectrum to be identified will be the 3 gigahertz band. The United States is optimizing the 3 gigahertz band for 5G operations. Our wireless carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, have already been using the 3 gigahertz band for several years and are very pleased with the performance and coverage for 5G, including getting signals into buildings. In 2020, parts of the 3 gigahertz band were auctioned off for $90 billion US, and our wireless carriers want more of it. The spectrum identified will be coming from what we call the upper C-band, which is essentially 4.0 gigahertz and just above that range. As you know, the radio altimeter band used by commercial aircraft to determine its height above ground level for critical phases of flight is located from 4.2 to 4.4 gigahertz. Therefore, these upper C-band, high-powered 5D terrestrial operations will require a new generation of radio altimeters to be installed on commercial aircraft. This is not going to be an easy requirement, but the U.S. has already been on this for several years, working with aviation stakeholders, including Boeing and Airbus. The use of the spectrum in the United States will jumpstart the new altimeter production in its worldwide supply chain. This is America's gift to the world on spectrum, as every commercial aircraft flying within the United States and into the United States from other countries will require these new altimeters at some point in the future. This gives countries an opportunity to assess if expanded 5G operations would be an option for their country in the upper C-band. As for other studies pursuant to the Big Beautiful Bill Act, NTIA will be studying other spectrum bands for commercial and 5G and 6G operations in the lower 7 gigahertz band, the 2700 megahertz band, and the 4 gigahertz band. These bands have significant usage by our agencies within the United States, such as the Department of War, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the National Weather Service. But we remain confident we will obtain and identify spectrum within these bands. You will notice in my discussion today of various bands for repurposing for IMT, I did not mention yet the 6 gigahertz band. Congress did not include the 6 gigahertz bands in the spectrum bands mandated for repurposing studies in the Big Beautiful Bill Act. But then again, it did not explicitly rule out that band either, as it did for the lower 3 gigahertz band and 7.4 to 8.4 gigahertz. That led to some speculation and perhaps some misinformation that the United States is planning to repurpose some part of the 6 gigahertz band for mobile broadband. As my boss, Assistant Secretary Ariel Roth, made clear a few weeks ago at our own America Spectrum Management Conference in Washington, the Big Beautiful Bill Act does not alter the U.S. policy for 6 gigahertz band. The 6 gigahertz band was designated for unlicensed use during the first Trump administration, and that remains our position. The 6 gigahertz will remain unlicensed in the United States. While some countries are exploring a mix of IMT and Wi-Fi in the upper 6 gigahertz band, maintaining Wi-Fi access in the upper part of that band is essential for the future of Wi-Fi technology in the United States. The spectrum is uniquely positioned to sustain the evolution of the Wi-Fi ecosystem and enable the next generation of digital innovation. So moving on to space. We believe that space direct-to-device connectivity is one of the more interesting and unexpected developments in the space ecosystem in the United States. The direct-to-device augments existing coverage by eliminating dead zones in rural and geographically challenging areas where towers are not economically nor logistically viable. We believe that United States consumers don't care whether their connection comes from a terrestrial or satellite network. They just want the technology to work. That's why convergence, the merging of networks that Mario speaks so frequently about, is such a powerful and promising part of the 6G vision. Key direct-to-device use cases are varied and compelling, encompassing emergency services and public safety, enterprise, and industrial Internet of Things. For public safety, direct-to-device provides a critical lifeline during natural disasters when terrestrial infrastructure may not be available, such as when it's damaged. I grew up along the Gulf Coast in the United States, which is subject to many hurricanes. Many years when I was subject to those hurricanes, we would not have the connectivity available from terrestrial networks. So having this satellite connectivity will be a very welcome benefit when those powerful hurricanes do strike the mainland. With regard to satellite broadband, the FCC has launched a rulemaking that would open up around 20,000 megahertz of spectrum for satellites in a wide variety of bands, including the 12.7 to 13.25, 42 gigahertz, 52 gigahertz, and even up in the very high gigahertz range, the W band, going from 92 to about 114 gigahertz. This will essentially benefit the new era of non-geostationary orbit NGSO satellite constellations used by Amazon Leo and Starlink, providing real gains in new broadband activity in rural areas, which United States has already incorporated in our BEAD, our broadband grant program, which is connecting the remaining unconnected in the United States using a wide variety of services, including satellite, fixed point-to-point wireless, and fiber, depending upon the economics of which area it's being served. SpaceX also has a pending application before the Federal Communications Commission to increase the constellation size and the amount of spectrum it will be using. Look for FCC action on this application in the coming months. And I can't close out remarks without mentioning the WRC. In order to be successful, we need close coordination with the United States government, but also with our international colleagues, such as India. A fragmented spectrum world is a race to the bottom, where innovation slows, costs rise, and consumers lose. The United States will enter WRC 27 with a clear vision, champion flexible use policies that enable innovation, supporting spectrum harmonization where it benefits consumers and global scale, and defending the principle that its technological progress should not be held up by regulatory barriers. For us, that means entering the conference with a strong position on the 6 gigahertz band and for enabling the satellite industry to reach its full potential. Stand by as we get closer to the WRC for our positions. Thank you again for inviting me to this conference, and I look forward to the next 2 days.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper, for sharing your expertise with us. I would now like to have a privilege of inviting respected Shri Rudranarayan Pillai, Member Technology, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, at the dais. Shri Pillai is an officer of Indian Telecom Services since 1989. He has over 37 years of leadership experience spanning telecommunications, IT infrastructure, cyber security, public policy, e-governance, spectrum management, telecom licensing, and developing the 5G ecosystem and 6G initiatives. His key areas of expertise and contributions are shaping IT and telecom policies, leading national network rollouts, expertise in electronics, CKD, SKD assembly, telecom network planning, and project management. Please join me in welcoming Shri Rudranarayan Pillai. Sir.
Respected Sri Anil Kumar Lahoti, Chairman TRI, Mr. Mario is Director, Radio Communication Bureau, ITU, Mr. Charles Cooper, Associate Administrator, Office of Spectrum Management, NTIA USA, Mrs. Revti, Joint Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecom, and India's candidate for Director, Radio Communication, ITU. Sri Bhatia, Bharat Bhatia, President, IAFI, Professor N.K. Goel, Vice Chair, Chairman IAFI, senior officers from DOT, ministries, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I must convey my thanks to the organizer, IAFI, for inviting me to this conference. Radio communication and per se radio spectrum is a finite resource supporting diverse applications and thus requires to be used in the most optimal manner. New radio communication applications and evolving technologies require additional spectrum to support higher data rates, new mobility requirements, and expanded usage scenarios. As multiple radio communication services compete for the same spectrum bands, managing coexistence and sharing remains a challenge, and particularly to government and regulatory bodies. Increasing commercial demands has prompted governments to consider repurposing of various radio frequencies, including the frequency bands that have traditionally used by the legacy users. In the international context, radio communication has to be used by different countries in a harmonized manner so that there is no interference across the international borders. Coordinated global and regional spectrum use enables international roaming, ensures technical compatibility, and support interference-free operations of radio communication systems. Therefore, it becomes imperative that different nations arrive at an understanding amongst themselves regarding use of the radio spectrum. This is achieved under the umbrella of ITU through World Radio Communication Conference. And in that respect, WRC 2027 in China is very, very important. The spectrum requirements for various uses such as narrowband IoT, regulatory provisions for direct satellite to mobile handsets, D2D services can play a transformative role in bridging the digital divide by providing coverage in the areas lacking terrestrial networks. However, it is also present several challenges, including the need to protect the terrestrial IMT systems from interference, manage potential cross-border signal issues, and address associated security concerns such as unauthorized use. On the technology front, India is actively contributing to the development of IMT 2030, 6G standards in the ITU-R Working Party 5D. Our contributions are aligned with the Bharat 6G vision of affordable, sustainable, and ubiquitous 6G. The growing importance of satellite communication is evident from the fact that a significant share of the WRC 2027 agenda items pertains to satellite-based services. Satellite systems hold immense potential to bridge the digital divide by extending telecommunication services to remote and unserved regions. To fully rationalize and realize the benefits, it is essential to establish the appropriate regulatory frameworks that both safeguards the continued operation of coexistence of satellite networks and facilitate the deployment emerging low Earth orbit and medium Earth orbit constellations. So as far as the government is concerned, the main focus will be on rural connectivity through the satellite applications. Second is the development of indigenous technology. Then certainty in policy. And to affect this, government has taken many steps in the policy imperatives, particularly the refarming of the spectrum. And as you know that that Government of India has refarmed the frequency to the tune of 687 megahertz, particularly for the use of IMT band. And as far as the 6G 6 gigahertz band is concerned, that government is thinking to reserve that 700 megahertz band exclusively for IMT in the band of 6.425 to 7.125 gigahertz. So this provides the ecosystem builders or those who are developing the ecosystems to have with certainty they can develop the technologies in India. And particularly as far as the spectrum for 6G is concerned, this that clear roadmap is being defined by the Government of India so that ecosystem develops accordingly. There may be the demand for completely 6G spectrum for IMT, that's 1200 megahertz band, but this is a mix and match situation. There are a lot of that thought process of reserving full spectrum reserved for the Wi-Fi. One school of thought is thinking that the reverse should happen for India. But as a clear roadmap, that government is considering 700 megahertz in the upper band for IMT. As far as the art stations are concerned, for facilitating our own sovereign regulatory compliances from security point of view, that the government is still is considering granting the authorization to the ground-based stations as a service. And managing radio spectrum efficiently by balancing the diverse needs of radio communication services and users, it is essential for building a strong and connected India. As new technology grow, global discussions like in the forums like WRC 2027 shape the global spectrum use. We need to ensure that continuity of existing services while considering the development of the new ones, such as 6G, satellite broadband, IoT. By using the spectrum efficiently and in a harmonized way, we can make our communication service more reliable, affordable, and available everywhere. I must thank the organizations for giving me the opportunity. I wish that today this conference will have a great success. There were a lot of deliberations, then a lot of exchange of ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shri Palai, for sharing your expert views with us. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I welcome our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Mario Menivich, Director, Radio Communication Bureau, ITU, at the dais. Mr. Mario is a highly distinguished electronics engineer and telecommunications specialist. He is a true veteran of ITU, dedicated over 30 years to the organization across its radio communication and development bureaus and regional offices. His extensive experience includes managing the global radio frequency spectrum and satellite orbits as Deputy Director of BR and serving as the overall organization and Secretary of the pivotal World Radio Communication Conference 2015. Let us all give a warm round of applause as we invite Mr. Menivich to deliver his keynote speech. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests in the high table, all protocols observed. Dear friends, it's a great pleasure to join you at the 5th India Spectrum Management Conference. I would like to start by thanking the ITU-APT Foundation of India for the kind invitation and to express my appreciation for India's continued support to the work of the ITU in general and to that of the Radio Communication Bureau in particular. It's okay. It worked. Many of you are already familiar with the ITU, of course. But nevertheless, let me share with you that this year, the ITU is celebrating its 160th anniversary. It was founded as the International Telegraph Union 160 years ago, and following the creation of the United Nations, it became the UN Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technologies. Today, the ITU plays a central role in the global allocation of the radio frequency spectrum and associated satellite orbits through international regulations and global radio communication standards. Effective spectrum management is essential to advancing technological progress and delivering innovation that benefits India and the global community. India, with its large population and rapid technological advancement, has defined a vision for 6G based on affordability, sustainability, and ubiquity. These priorities align closely with ITU's key drivers for technology trends towards 2030 and beyond, namely societal goals, market expectations, and operational necessities. India's progress towards the next generation connectivity relies strongly on industry, academia, and research institutions. The standardization process of IMT 2030 also relies on the same contributions. As with other emerging services and applications, IMT 2030 may require additional spectrum to support traffic growth, and in some cases, wider channel bandwidth to meet connectivity needs. As you know, the identification and allocation of such frequency bands for IMT and other services is done through the World Radio Communication Conference process. So allow me to move to the WRC 27. The exact dates and location for WRC 27 have now been confirmed. The conference will take place in Shanghai, China, from 18 October to 12 November 2027. It will be preceded by the radio communication assembly and followed immediately by the first session of the CPM for WRC 31. This slide shows the full cycle of the WRC process, beginning with the previous conference and progressing through the work of the ITUR study groups towards the WRC 27. We are currently at the midpoint of the study cycle. Several milestones have already been reached in development sharing and compatibility studies using agreed service characteristics and parameters. Significant progress is expected over the coming year. I will now highlight some WRC 27 agenda items that are especially relevant to this conference and to India. These include spectrum for future IMT systems, including 6G, mobile satellite service for direct-to-device connectivity and Internet of Things, and unauthorized operations of non-geostationary satellite orbit Earth stations. Agenda item 1.7 addresses the identification of additional frequency bands for the terrestrial component of IMT. Working Party 5D from Study Group 5 of ITUR is currently conducting technical and compatibility studies. Key issues under discussions include, firstly, the comparison and consolidation of studies with harmonized methodologies, propagation models, and parameter selection across contributions. Secondly, consensus on technical assumptions for radio altimeters. And finally, addressing the impact of existing services on IMT, often referred to as reverse studies. Agenda item 113 is about direct connectivity between space stations and IMT user equipment, complementing terrestrial networks, and constitute also a major topic for WRC 27. This agenda item considers potential new MSS allocations with frequency bands currently used by terrestrial IMT systems, as you can see on this slide. Responsibilities and timelines were assigned to Working Parties 4C and 5D. Working Party 4C leads work on operational concepts and sharing studies, while Working Party 5D focuses on technical and regulatory measures to protect terrestrial IMT systems. Key challenges for this agenda item includes coexistence between satellite and terrestrial networks, roles and responsibilities of mobile and satellite operators and their corresponding administrations, and cross-border coordination to mitigate issues of harmful interference. Agenda item 112 concerns low data rate, non-geostationary mobile satellite systems supporting the Internet of Things. These systems require much less spectrum than traditional MSS and may operate with package loss and periodic or intermittent transmission. When implemented using small satellites with limited weight and power, appropriate interference mitigating measures can facilitate spectrum sharing and compatibility. Working Party 4C is carrying out studies on technical characteristics, spectrum needs, and coexisting mechanisms for low data rate systems. Open items include defining low data rate, managing overlapping frequency bands with other agenda items, and how multiple low data rate MSS systems will coexist. Agenda item 1.5 considers regulatory measures and implementability to limit the unauthorized operations of non-GSO systems in the fixed satellite and mobile satellite services. While these are existing regulations, While there are existing regulations addressing this issue, such as Article 18 of the Radio Regulations and Resolutions 22 and 25, unauthorized operations have proven difficult to stop. Key challenges include enforcing existing regulations, particularly when constellations are filed through multiple administrations, and clarifying the responsibilities of the notifying administrations and the concept of the service area. The CPM text is expected to propose methods to address these challenges, including potential modifications to existing provisions or new provisions designed to hinder unauthorized operations while safeguarding authorized ones. As you can see, extensive, it's been a short night. Extensive work is underway in the ITU study groups in preparation for WRC 27. Sharing and compatibility studies are assessing how different services can use the spectrum effectively while minimizing interference. Working documents and the draft CPM text are being developed to support WRC 27 decisions. In addition, reports, recommendations, and handbooks are under development on broader radio communication issues, such as the standardization of IMT 2030. All this work depends on active contributions from member states, industry, academia, and research institutes. For those of you who are not yet part of the ITU, I encourage you to join our community of 194 member states, more than 1,000 private sector members, and over 170 academia members. For those of you who are already participating in ITU study groups, I thank you. Your technical contributions form the foundation of global standards, drive innovation, advance global connectivity, and help ensure that ICTs benefit all. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manovich, for sharing your worthy viewpoints with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly, truly honored and grateful for our honorable chief guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairman TRI, for joining us today and gracing the conference. He joined the services as 1984 batch Group A officer in the Indian Railway Service of Engineers and culminated his 37-year career in Indian Railways and superannuated as the chairman and CEO of Railway Board. A gold medalist in civil engineering with a master's from IIT Roorkee, he held pivotal roles across various railway zones and railway board. It is our privilege to have such a visionary leader with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands and give a warmest welcome to Shri Lahoti ji. Welcome, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, national as well as international representatives from the industry, government, academia, and media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to deliver this keynote address to this distinguished gathering on this important subject of 5th India Spectrum Management Conference organized by ITU-APT Foundation of India. I congratulate ITU-APT for choosing this very topical subject, and which is very important in the context of WRC 27, and it most of all it lies at the heart of digital transformation, that is the efficient, forward-looking, and equitable management of radio spectrum. Spectrum is not merely a technical resource, it is a strategic national asset. The way we plan, allocate, harmonize, and optimize this scarce resource will determine the quality of connectivity, the pace of innovation, and the inclusiveness of digital growth in our country. India stands at a pivotal moment in this telecom journey. Over the last decade, we have witnessed an unprecedented expansion of broadband connectivity, rapid 5G rollout, and a massive increase in data consumption. A crucial factor for the further growth is the nuance with which we deal spectrum management. It is not merely an administrative function, but an strategic intervention for national development. Due to timely availability of IMT spectrum in requisite frequency bands and government's enabling policies, India has seen the fastest growth of 5G rollout. During the last 3 years, since its launch in October 2022, telecom service providers have rapidly expanded their 5G services and have covered all the states and union territories in India. As of October 2025, over 500,000 5G base stations have been deployed. There are 376 million 5G wireless data subscribers, and 5G data usage is already nearly 9.5 million terabytes. Digital connectivity has become the foundation of economic transformation. High quality, affordable, and reliable connectivity is driving financial inclusion, expanding access to education, strengthening e-governance, and nurturing India's startup ecosystem. Spectrum in this is the invisible infrastructure that underpins this transformation. Spectrum management policies have to enable the national priorities of universal broadband access, resilient and secure networks, and high-capacity infrastructure for industry as well as public services. In the last week, TRAI has sent its recommendations to the central government on the framework for assignment of radio backhaul spectrum, which includes traditional microwave bands, E-band, and V-band. These recommendations have been made keeping in view that backhaul spectrum is an important enabler of telecommunication services, and therefore a holistic framework is required to promote its optimal uptake and utilization. To cater to the diverse requirements of different authorized entities, including captive users, TRAI has recommended an enabling policy for the assignment of backhaul spectrum. These recommendations also comprehensively overhaul and rationalize the backhaul spectrum charging framework. Further, in view of the importance of backhaul spectrum, TRAI has also recommended for creating a digital platform and a comprehensive database where all the backhaul spectrum links could be populated, and it becomes an efficient tool for backhaul spectrum management, be it planning, coordination among service providers, or a digital single window for obtaining various clearances and approvals. Our further direction is being guided by the principles of efficiency, flexibility, and innovation. TRAI has promoted optimal use of spectrum through refarming of frequency bands, dynamic spectrum sharing, carrier aggregation, and technology-neutral allocations. In this regard, TRAI in April 2024 recommended interband access spectrum sharing between access service providers, leasing of access spectrum, and suggested the government to explore authorized share access based spectrum sharing also. These measures will provide flexibility to the telecommunication ecosystem. This will also encourage innovation in areas such as private 5G networks, industrial IoT, smart cities, etc. A major reform underway is the transition in the licensing and authorization framework under the Telecommunication Act 2023. India is moving from a traditional license-centric regime to a converged, simplified authorization framework that is technology neutral. This shift is designed to enable faster market entry, reduce regulatory complexity, and create clearer pathways for emerging services. A transparent and predictable authorization framework, we believe, will attract long-term investment, encourage innovation, and ensure orderly and sustainable growth of the sector. In today's world, emergence of satellite communication technology in general and device-to-device connectivity in particular offers the potential for supplemental coverage in remote, border, rural, and disaster-prone areas. This technology can significantly strengthen emergency response systems, improve maritime and aviation safety, and help achieve universal service objectives. However, enabling this innovation requires a carefully balanced regulatory approach to manage coexistence between terrestrial and satellite networks, to prevent harmful interference, and establish transparent, predictable licensing and authorization frameworks. Our objective is to create an enabling environment that supports innovation while protecting network integrity and ensuring consumer interest. In this direction, TRAI has made enabling recommendations in the authorization framework under the Telecommunication Act 2023. Once implemented, these recommendations will enable satellite-based broadband services in India. The draft National Telecommunication Policy 2025 of the government provides a strategic direction for achieving universal and meaningful connectivity, ensuring affordable and quality services, promoting innovation, research and development, indigenous manufacturing, strengthening spectrum planning and harmonization, encouraging spectrum sharing, trading, and leasing to improve utilization. Draft NTP 25 envisions a future-ready ecosystem where regulation acts as an enabler of growth and innovation. TRAI remains fully committed in translating this vision into practical and implementable regulatory frameworks. As we look ahead, preparation for the next generation of technologies is already underway. The 6G technology will build upon 5G technology and provide more reliable, ultra-low latency, and affordable solutions to enhance and drive new communication applications. For India, it is vital to identify 6G technologies that are likely to make a major impact in addressing the needs of the economy and in meeting the challenges in an affordable manner. It is also noteworthy that India is playing an increasingly proactive role through national research initiatives and strong public-private partnerships. The future of 6G will require access to mid-band, millimeter wave, and sub-terahertz spectrum, and it is important for an early identification of suitable bands and alignment with global harmonization efforts. In this context, the World Radio Communication Conference 2027 assumes critical importance. WRC 27 will shape global decisions on spectrum for IMT and 6G, non-terrestrial networks, direct-to-device satellite communication, etc. India is actively participating so that national priorities such as rural connectivity, disaster resilience, and satellite integration are effectively represented at the global level. In conclusion, the future of spectrum management is about unlocking opportunity as we move towards 6G and an era where satellite networks complement and support terrestrial networks and intelligent digital infrastructure. Challenge is to design policy frameworks that are flexible enough to adapt to rapid technological changes, yet robust enough to provide stability and certainty. TRAI remains steadfast in its commitment to transparent and progressive regulation, stakeholder engagement in policy making, strong international cooperation, and the vision of a digitally empowered and connected India. As a regulator, TRAI is contributing towards shaping policies and fostering innovation through effective regulatory frameworks to drive technological advancement and inclusive growth. At the end, I would once again like to thank and congratulate ITU-APT, Foundation of India, for hosting this 5th India Spectrum Management Conference and extend my best wishes for very fruitful and successful discussion over the 2 days period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sri Lahoti ji. We are truly grateful for having the opportunity to hear from you. And now I would request Sri Bharat Bhatia ji to kindly present the memento to all our dignitaries on the stage. I'd like to thank each one of you for joining us this morning to grace the conference. Firstly, to our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? Mr. Mario Manuich, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Shri Rudra Narayan Palai ji, thank you, sir. Mr. Charles Cooper, thank you, sir. Miss Revati Mannepalli, ma'am. And Professor N.K. Goyal. Thank you, sir. I know we need to conclude, sir. I now request Professor N.K. Goyal to please conclude the inaugural session. He is a highly engaged leader in the ICT, mobile, telecom, education, alternate energy, multimedia, and infrastructure sectors. He actively participates in policy formulation as a representative on over 180 government committees and is known for facilitating international collaborations through delegations. Professor Goyal has remained instrumental in the introduction of key technologies like CDMA, codec, and 3G and 4G. Sir.
Thank you very much. Namaskar, good morning. It's a very important day for ITU-APT, having Mr. Maria and Chairman Trai and Charles Cooper here. First time somebody from NTI, I think, if I am correct. Am I correct? He was coming earlier. Oh, sorry then. So, I'm sorry for that. So thank you very much, and I would like to give special thanks to our Chairman Trai. Ever since he joined, he is in a fast mode. He has explained some of the things he has taken, but what he has not told you is that India is aggressively working to control the spams, and we are very advanced in the world for this thing. He is also very actively engaged for telecom manufacturing and 6G. Our thanks to Mr. Mario. You have very clearly given the vision of the next for these things. Mr. Anand Pillai, member technology. We are looking to him for 6G spectrum and patents and indigenous technology and manufacturing. Thanks to Charles Cooper ji, thanks to Revati, and we wish you all the best for your elections. And let me also thank our own Mr. Bhatia, our leader, our president. He's in the field for 45 years, a global spectrum leader based in India. Thank you, Bhatia ji, for leading us. Thanks to all present here, but special thanks to IT Secretary from Pondicherry. She is very smiling, coolly sitting here. All VIPs, all speakers, senior officers from DOT and other government departments, from telecom operators, I can see Ravi Gandhi ji here, from associations, Vikram Tivetia is here, ITU officers, office bearers, and our chairman, Mr. Dua, very sitting quietly, politely there, and to the ITU team, our officers, ITU team, and Arus especially. I would also like to thank the supporting organizations, CDOT, Bharat 6G Alliance, Ministry of Communications and DOT, DSA in space, our partners Amazon, Ericsson, GSMA, Meta, Qualcomm, Sure Incorporated, Tata Communications, Viceset, our media partner Communication Today, but special thanks for official pre-summit event of AI Impact Summit. Thank you very much. Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. I request all our eminent dignitaries on the stage and everyone here on the floor to kindly join us for tea by the pool and also for a group picture, please. Everyone, please proceed towards the pool for a group photograph. I request everyone to kindly be back at 11:30 for the first executive panel on spectrum management, key priorities for India. Everyone to kindly join for a group photograph by the pool. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. May I request everyone to kindly be seated. Everyone's requested to kindly be seated. All our delegates outside, if you all can hear me, requesting everyone to kindly join back inside the hall. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for a very interesting first panel discussion on spectrum management, key priorities for India. Please join me in welcoming the eminent session chair, Shri Vikram Tevatia ji, Deputy Director General, COAI. Welcome, sir. Mr. Tevatia plays a crucial role in shaping regulatory and policy landscapes. He engages extensively with ICT industry leaders and senior government officials from DOT, MITI, and TRI. A former GCF board member, he actively participates in national industry coalitions like CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, TSDSI, NASSCOM, and IAMI. Welcome, sir. Please give a warm hand and welcome the panelists on the stage. Respected Ms. Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary to Government of the State, Union Territories, Secretary Government of Puducherry. Welcome, ma'am. She's a qualified company secretary and a UGC research fellow. Her responsibilities include policy formulation and implementation within her jurisdiction, contributing to critical government decisions alongside ministers and council members. She held key positions in the union government, state governments, and public sector companies, regulatory bodies, and autonomous institutions. Notable roles include serving as a secretary to the Commission for Protection for Child Rights, Goa, and Commission for Backward Classes, Goa. Next, we have Shri Ravi Gandhi ji, President, Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio. Welcome, sir. He's a seasoned expert in public policy and regulatory affairs. His career began as an ITS officer, where he served for 14 years. He then spent 12 years as Chief Regulatory Officer at Bharti Airtel before joining Reliance Jio. Dr. Gandhi demonstrates exceptional skills in business management, strategic planning, and cross-functional team leadership. Welcome you, sir. Up next, we have Mr. Alan Norman, Director Public Policy, Meta. Welcome, sir. Mr. Allen is a long-time advocate for improved broadband and internet access, shared infrastructure, and spectrum for next-generation technologies. Recently, Mr. Allen has been actively engaged on rural access, Wi-Fi, Wave, and 5G. Mr. Allen holds a BS in Mathematical Sciences from Stanford University and an MS in Management from Stanford's Graduate School of Businesses. Welcome, sir. Up next, we have Ms. Nada Abdul Hafiz, Head of Spectrum and Regulatory Affairs, MEA India, Shure Incorporated. Welcome, ma'am. She educates and promotes the spectrum needs for PMSE industry in MEA region. She influences regulations, ensures access for spectrum, advocates spectrum policy, and promotes new technologies for audio PMSE. Ms. Nada works closely with administrations, regulatory authorities, and policymakers to enable PMSE in MEA. Ms. Nada holds a master's degree in electrical engineering and has several publications related to optimization and deep learning in audio and video streaming. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, we have Brigadier Rahul Anand, Deputy Assistant Chief, Integrated Defense Staff, Communications, Electronic Staff, DACIDS, Ministry of Defense, India. Welcome you, sir. He is a graduate of Defense Services Staff College, Wellington, and has attended the High Command course at Army War College, Maho. He had multiple staff tenures as System Officer, Colonel Quartermaster, Colonel Signal, and Chief Signal Officer in various operational environments. He has done instrumental tenures at Military College of Telecommunication Engineering. He has received the General Officer Commanding-in-Chief commendation for his exceptional professional work from Northern, Eastern, and Southern Army commanders. I'd like to hand over the stage to our session chair, Shri Vikram Tivatia ji. Sir.
Thank you very much for putting together the introductions. And it's such a pleasure to see all the old hands of Spectrum management over the years, assembled here. And thanks to Bharat and to the ITU-APT team to regularly put this forum together. And as we begin the winter session, and the winter's yet to catch up, it's not cold enough yet. But this is the good weather time in Delhi. So I hope you all would be enjoying, particularly the people who are visiting from overseas. So welcome to India. If it's the first time, or have a nice stay, visit the Taj and enjoy the stay in India. So folks, we have a very interesting and eminent panel here. We have folks from the government. We have Padmaja. Madam Padmaja is the resident commissioner for the Pondicherry government. We have Colonel Sethi in place of Brigadier Anand. He is in charge of all the defense spectrum. And of course, Nada, particularly welcome to you. Every time we've been seeing you on the video conferences. But Shore is doing 100 years this year. And I was just, sharing with her that earlier I was responsible for the Republic Day Parade PA arrangements. And we always use their mics. So welcome and thank you for, getting that expertise. And Alan is always welcome. We keep meeting every time we have this conference and engaging time with, licensed, de-licensed spectrum. And of course, Ravi is, the master of all things in the telecom industry and knows stuff really well. So we've been given a set of some questions, and I'll begin by requesting our panelists to share some thoughts on. We've got a draft telecom policy. We were hoping the telecom policy, the last one was NDCP. I'm a little curious as to why it became telecom again and did not remain digital policy, but I'm sure there would have been, wise thoughts around that. So the draft is still out, and this draft has got talking, dynamic national spectrum roadmap, improve the pace of allocation of spectrum, identify some new bands, experimental bands, right? In fact, from a COI and multiple associations, we've recommended increasing the tenure. Currently, experimental bands are only available for about 1 to 2 years extended. And we've suggested, can we get them for 5 years? Because India has got a lot of very heavy-duty R&D work going on. And in IoT devices, it's restricted to 10 as of now, and multiple teams working on devices, so increase the number of devices is a recommendation which are under consideration by the DOT. The other thing with the NTP draft is NTN and satellite, and of course, maybe some reform of the SUC. Other than that, there's a question about expectations from the NFAP. So I'm told the NFAP is all printed and ready. Maybe Madam Revati can tell us when we can expect the NFAP to be announced. But much of the groundwork has already been completed in all the 3 bands. And then there is always this regular discussion over the licensed and unlicensed bands, and a time taken by Indian agencies to earmark certain spectrum. Of course, spectrum in India, particularly the wireless, India is a wireless first country. Very often we get citations coming from, more developed countries, so to say. who already have a very extensive wired network. But in India, it's the wireless network, which is also privately owned, completely, predominantly, right? And the so-called India stack has been enabled, predominantly by this wireless service. I mean, a favorite one of mine is particularly India with the rollout of GST, that's the General Service Tax. Pan-India, you could change the taxation system of a country because of the availability of a 4G network. And similarly, the UPI or the payments infrastructure and also a great amount of social delivery has happened. And the best part of the social delivery that we saw was during the lockdown, where the country's economy kept moving courtesy the wireless networks, right? With that, I'll request Madam Padmaja to share your thoughts on some of the aspects that were queried.
Vikram, for your question. Thank you. Thank you for your question. And since I will only share, the viewpoints and perspective which I have gained from the experiences in my field at the cutting edge level. So in the implementation of various policies and programs of the government. Now these days, since India is a very vast country and also very diverse country, now we can see the application of 2G, 3G, 4G and 5G simultaneously co-parallelly existing with each other in India. Now there are so many customers, who belong to the 3G forum, and they only want, they don't want any videos or streaming. They don't want to, associate themselves with any kind of entertainment. They are happy with 3G. And in this kind of section, we can have our old age people, the, women, and the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 towns and rural areas. So these people, they are satisfied with 3G. Now we have the other ambitious, sections of the society, which is 4G. And then we are having the industrial and the business houses. They want applications to give a kind of push up to the manufacturing plan of the government in the form of, like manufacturing push of made in India, which the government is giving. So we are having in coexistence all these kind of, spectrums. So the spectrum policy now, recently Mr. Vikram has said that government has given a special digital edge in its policy in the spectrum. So because it is, everybody must be knowing more than me that, in this coming, these protocols of spectrum of 5G and 6G, now they are integrating with AI. Now AI is the added layer which is being put down upon, these kind of spectrum. And therefore the capacities and capability of the same bands will be increased multifold, and it will have a major, deep outreach among the people. But, what I have seen from the experiences in the ground, at the ground cutting edge level, is that, we should, instead we are having a more vendor focused. We are allocating the spectrum, and then, like all the revenue, and we are raising revenue out of it. But the revenue which is given in the form of license fees by these vendor, what they do is that is quite exorbitant, and they don't, tend to, already they are running into debt. They will take it from the loan. But, when it comes to field, they will not create dense infrastructure, and they will not create more towers. They will not install more infrastructure because of the license and exorbitant fees that they pay to the government. So, and they are not able to, maybe recoup their and retrieve their revenues also. So whatever the network they provide stays very patchy, and it is only limited to they will only focus the urban areas, and they will not go to the rural areas. So it is the uniform, kind of, implementation of the spectrum is not there. Now it was fine with, 2G or 3G, where these vendors were only the telecom service providers. They were only the telcos. But now with the 5G and with the 6G, they have to behave not as a telcos, but as the software and technology companies also. So therefore, when in this context, when we have to see, and moreover, the spectrum is very high in its capability, and it's very high in its capacity and, network. So, the spread out needs to be more and more, and they has to, invoke the economies of scale. And for that, they have to utilize the spectrum to its optimal level. Now, I will take one example. Now, in our, because Puducherry is known for the pilot projects. Whatever Government of India implements, it implements firstly in Puducherry and in Andamans. So I am in Puducherry, so I can speak from that point of view. Now, what happened is that we are having the non-standalone projects of 5G, but we have to move to 5G end-to-end standalone projects. Now, what happens is that, 5G will give three kind of characteristics. First is broadband. Second is this ultra high latency speed. And then other is machine type communication. But when on the ground, the spectrum, the person who is having this kind of a spectrum, they are only exploiting one thing. That is, only that broadband internet connectivity. Whereas the ultra high latency, which is required for, the manufacturing and which is requires for the industrial application, that has not been exploited to the optimum level. So therefore, the spectrum becomes very costly. So I think the government in the latest, spectrum policy, they have done that. What they have done, they are giving the unlicensed, some kind of unlicensed bands, which are still relevant in rural India, which are still relevant in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, to some, small localized vendors. So we really need to, spread out the allocation of spectrum. And PM Vani is one of the great examples the telecom people must be knowing. Yes, it has got very differentiated kind of, performance and outcomes, but it has done very well in our Kumbh, that religious mela which happened in Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh. It has really done very well in providing the connectivity, the PM Vani. But we have to see so many other things and localized and differentiated vendors, because the needs are now no more the mission critical communications. The need is also in the social sector, in the welfare sector, and also, in the other sectors like startups, like research institutions, and these airports which are coming in the form of Gati Shakti projects and various other infrastructure projects. So they have to be given their dedicated bands of the spectrum. So these all things, it has become more complicated, and digital is the right way to go, because 6G and which will be implemented after 2030, and even 5G is also digital in nature. It is more of a software rather than a band. Thank you. I think the discussion is still going on.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Padmaja ma'am. And what I particularly like about your observation is the need to reduce the cost of spectrum. And I would really encourage your office and your colleagues in government to please push that envelope, right? Well, thank you. We've recently concluded. Yes, we had ITU-APT said make it 0, but there was quite a lot of discussion in the TRAI Open House just a couple of days back. So overall, whatever you do, please, we are really thankful for this observation. I know that's interesting, but let's now turn to Colonel Sethi, because he's our other government person and in uniform. It's a privilege to have you here, Colonel Sethi. So, what we've seen, of course, in the recent developments, geopolitical environments, and, the dependence on wireless networks for various aspects of defense needs, right? So if you could help share some thoughts of how within the Indian, JCES environment, how you're managing, some thoughts of going ahead, maybe later on, 5G, as she mentioned, standalone networks have the potential for slicing a dedicated network. So to you, Colonel Sethi.
Firstly, I will like to bring to your notice that the requirements of defense may not be in conjunction with or with the requirements in the commercial world. Why, I will tell you. Whereas the focus in case of commercial activities is on efficiency, and we are it is acceptable that a certain percentage of failure is acceptable, network failures, communication failure is acceptable. However, for defense, we are preparing for the worst case scenario, and therefore 100% of availability, duplicated communications, duplicated spectrum availability, or rather triplicated availability is a must, because these are all critical operations which I am talking about. Now, here is the conflict, or rather a challenge. I will not say a conflict. Here is the challenge, because there are two contradicting needs, one related to efficiency and the other related to foolproof systems and operations. Now, today's battlefield, sir, you will appreciate, is not only about the nuclear power or about the better weapon systems. One major thing which counts is the EM spectrum superiority. How we are able to manage that are all reconnaissance systems, surveillance systems, radar systems, all are dependent on spectrum. And like I said, there are multiple challenges like congestion, interference, and especially in the border areas with a country like India surrounded by adversaries. So it becomes even more critical. Now, the solution, I can go on and on with this, but I will like to keep my answer brief, sir. So there are certain technologies which are very promising, which can be used to overcome these challenges, which include AI, using better spectrum. Industries can develop certain standards which are on legacy standards so that the already inducted equipment can continue to function, because the life cycle of change of military equipment is quite large. It involves multiple processes and certifications and checks and balances. So this is what my initial views are on this question, sir.
Colonel Sethi, thank you very much. In fact, the whole world is looking at the real world environments, in the instances that are happening globally, and particularly, the usage of this new platform, the drones. And of course, we've had our own experience, of late. So that's very interesting. Before I come to my right-hand panelists, so Nada may share some experiences. MICE events, we're going to have Messi, I think maybe tonight or tomorrow, I'm not sure. He did this really marvelous event in Bombay yesterday. So globally, as we see, the entertainment events or the sporting events are substantially on the increase, and that depends on the wireless spectrum. And the way you can perform, or Taylor Swift visiting, the impact on the economy, so to say, which depends on your mics.
Thank you so much, Vikram. I've had a couple of slides that I wanted to share. I'm not sure if they would be up here or not, with some interesting information on that, actually. So to maybe quickly comment. Yeah, great. So as Mr. Vikram said, we are celebrating our 100th year this year at Shure. I'm very happy again to be here in India for my fourth time. So looking at, observing the live events industry here and the number of live events, we've seen an increased in growth in both trend and demand. If you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So can you press next? I need a pointer. Sorry about that. Thank you. It'd make things easier. So the both trend and demand for the live events have grown. We've seen India become this hub for all these, thank you, international stars. And then these are not my words. This is the acknowledgement from the highest level of government, Shri Modi, who actually addressed this demand increase at his speech in the Make in Odisha earlier this year. And we are also seeing this great potential in the future for India to host more international events. India have just gotten the winning bid to host the Commonwealth Games in 2030. And we're looking at a market size of $29 billion for the live industry, media and entertainment specifically, and last year, and anticipating growth as well of 19%. So we had more than 16 international stars having India as their hub for their world tours. We're looking at sports events and hopefully in the next Olympics as well to be hosted here in India. The highest levels of government, Mr. Modi, he is acknowledging that these events are creating jobs, they're creating the ecosystem to ensure that we have a thriving economy here. And in that I also want to point that in one event, in one of these big concerts, we had more than 15,000 jobs created just to organize one single event of these musical events. And we're seeing, again, a great milestone being achieved with the support of DOT, WPC, IFI, and other industry stakeholders to have some sort of acknowledgement in the Indian National Allocation Table. We're anticipating the addition of a new footnote to recognize the bands 174 to 230 and 470 to 612 in the Indian National Allocation Plan for wireless mics use. And this will definitely allow a more stable and more uniform connectivity in the future, and creating a much better enablement for this sector. As we anticipate, again, the migration or the expansion of 5G into the 600 megahertz band, we anticipate to have less spectrum available, even with the latest maybe news about 5G broadcast, the T2M wanting to get the slice of the lower part of the spectrum. We're going to have less spectrum in the future as we see these different services go expanding from the left and the right. And this really alarms us for the future, especially if we want to host international big events like the Olympics and even the Commonwealth Games. And we're just calling to ask the government to allow us to continue to use the available bands that are still not deployed yet in the full UHF band, including the 600, and to simplify the upcoming wireless regulations through allowing the equipment type approval. As you know, India is a very big country with this vast size, diverse needs. We would want to urge the government to look into simpler and more streamlined regulations to ensure we have a simplified operations for these event planners, to ensure that we have successful, seamless connections for big events. And finally, just to maybe highlight the key points, we are seeing growing demand in India. This is not, again, my perspective or Shur's perspective, but this is being recognized by the highest levels of government. We want to continue to host big international events. And in that, we need to ensure that we have sufficient amounts of spectrum and to utilize all available bands we have to ensure the success of these events that would reflect this great country. And in that, we also request to look into a more simplified and streamlined regulations. So that's it, and thank you so much for the time.
Nada, thank you very much. And, this looks very encouraging as to how this simple mic and the network behind is going to give a boost to the economy. So I'm sure in India, we look forward to whatever ways to give a boost to the economy. With that, I turn to my panelists on the right. And Ravi, maybe, if you could share, what the draft NTP is looking at, what you expect out of it, some of the aspects of spectrum discussions that we had, and some viewpoints on that.
Thank you, Vikram, for giving me this opportunity. To be very frank, I have not read the draft NTP. But I can speak on that. What should be? So when we talk about NTP, we assume that it's a long-term thing because it's not a day-to-day, year or 2 year phenomena. And the policy should contain some roadmaps. And to make a roadmap, we must know the destination. Otherwise, we can't make the road if we don't know where we want to go. So where do we see India, say, after 15 years or 10 years from now? What kind of users would be there? What technology would be there? What kind of final network we envisage to be there? So generally, when we talk in most of the forum, we talk about various kind of use cases related to industry, use cases related to telecom or Wi-Fi or D-license and so many things. But what we don't discuss is where we see our networks after 10 years or 15 years and what kind of spectrum requirement would be there for those networks which we see after 15 years. Just to give you a few examples, in 5G, India has around 370 megahertz of spectrum which is being used, and around 3.5 lakh, 350,000 sites which are serving those. So on the average, one radio carries around 1,400 users. And that's what one radio serves. And if we divide 370 megahertz, probably we come around 700 to 800 kilohertz of spectrum per person. on a macro network. And when it is used inside on, say, Wi-Fi, we have around 650 plus 100, around 800, 900 megahertz of spectrum. If a family in a house consumes around, there are 6 person. So if you divide that, you have around 200 megahertz of spectrum per person. So at the end of the day, the traffic generated by a person or a machine or a thing gets converged towards the network. So when it gets originated, the machine or the person has around 100 to 200 megahertz of spectrum. Then the moment it goes out of the building, suddenly it drops to few kilohertz, few hundred kilohertz. And then you have the fiber, which has almost infinite capacity. That's how the network gets built. So you need to see what are the bottlenecks. Because if I say after 10 years, every person will have, say, 10 devices, 2-3 devices which are being used, and other devices which are machine type devices, or say 15 devices or 20 devices. When we start aggregating the traffic and segregating that traffic to different kind of quality, low latency, high latency, or machine type communication, etc. So where would be the bottlenecks? And we need to clear all those bottlenecks. It's not about one company versus the other company, one technology versus the other technology. Network would always be network, whether it is created by one or the other or the third. So how do we actually ensure that all bottlenecks, which will get created to have that kind of a vision of, say, 20-30 devices per person after 10 years, with a minimum speed and minimum quality of service, then we will know that in which areas we need how much spectrum, whether and how much those would be on wireline, how much that would be on wireless, how much we would require in the last mile indoor, and how much we would require in the macro cells outside, which is the shared spectrum. So once that exercise is done, that's probably, I think, if I'm regulator, I would do the very first thing. So this is what I feel that how the spectrum distribution should be. Once that is done, then we see how do we get that? Who are the current user? How do we get from those current user and decide the allocation to the future users? And then the allocation assignment methodology. Then once we know that this spectrum is allocated for this particular use, then how much it should go, and in what form and shape, at what price it is to be given. But generally we tend to start from the reverse, at what price, how it is to be given, without even analyzing how much and which band, how much would be the requirement. I think that's what in the national telecom policy or the long-term policy, I would see the policymakers to actually have that approach and see and assess the demand which will be there in next 10 to 15 years. Thank you very much.
Hey, Ravi, thank you very much. As always, the balancing between the technical requirements, the regulatory requirements is a forte which, Ravi always brings to the discussion. I'd actually never thought of, parsing it down to, okay, per person, a requirement of kilohertz versus megahertz. But that is clearly a great segue to come to you, Alan. Right? So, one is the number of devices per person. And okay, what is the service that device is going to deliver? Of course, so far the attractive part that's been always spoken of is AR, VR, immersive. I get confused between how much immersion is going to happen of my brain with which device. But of course, you've been doing a marvelous job in so many places. So your thoughts, initial thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to IFI to present here. Thank you to my panelists together and to the audience. Appreciate this. India is a unique market. There are definitely differences here about the prevalence of wireless versus fixed infrastructure that make things different. But there's some fundamentals about economics and technology and physics that are the same everywhere around the world. And so I want to talk about the considerations for unlicensed spectrum a little bit. If you could bring up the slides and then bring it back to here in India. So next slide, please. Sure. How do I just want to make sure. Okay, great. And back. Okay. So first of all, the value of Wi-Fi just in 2025 has increased by $600 billion. That's an important economic message to consider in terms of what's happening around the world and globally and some of the markets. And what is driving this? So one is enterprise deployments have grown significantly. If you're indoor now at an enterprise, you're going to have Wi-Fi. And what's happening is the channel size is just increasing, and that's delivering much higher throughput. Large public venues. Here's an example in the United States, in San Francisco, of an arena for where basketball and concerts are done. There's significant adoption around the world of that. They're able to create this ultimate fan experience where it's on the order of 5 megabits per user with the 80 megahertz channels. You say, why do I need that? Well, I'll get into that in a moment. In Singapore, there's the sports hub, the Kallang, which has deployed Wi-Fi. And there are outdoor applications, for example, also like Bottle Rock in Napa Valley in California, where now you're doing these large outdoor events. And you say, well, is it only outdoor and is it only these large venues? No, residential is also critical. And you asked the question about how many devices and users. 1% of the customers are already on the order of 150 connected devices. The uptake is phenomenal in terms of what's happening and what's going on. And while, okay, maybe that's not today in India, but at some point, India is going to be the leader. There'll be fiber everywhere, maybe not today. It's starting with wireless. But this just gives you some portent into what's going to happen here. And so, you mentioned AR, VR. People talk about 6G as being the enabler. I would say actually it's unlicensed spectrum. And the reason is that last hop where you connect to your glasses or whatever to get that 10 millisecond motion to photon latency, it's got to be a short link. The wireless network or the fiber network will be critical for backhaul, but that last hop is going to be an unlicensed link. It might be Wi-Fi, it might be Bluetooth, or some combination of the two, whether it's audio or video, but that's critical. So you need both. And really AI it's very topical, but Meta has spent a lot of time at making, devices that are the window of AI. And later on, my colleague Mitesh will provide some demos and examples about what are some of the kinds of products. And this will become something that's pervasive. It will help in lots of ways. So let's look at the economics. The 6 gigahertz band in the US is delivering $3 trillion in economic value. It's driven by the improved capacity and latency and reduction in capacity, but also the fact that you have this step function increased performance and reduction in latency that's made it possible. So thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you could hear me before. Hope now you can hear me even better. Let's look at India and the 6 gigahertz band just for the lower portion. We anticipate with the study from Professor Katz, 3 trillion in value for India. You may smile and say, that's an unbelievable number. But what I would say is Professor Katz has done studies in other markets and in the US. His initial studies were conservative and underestimated the actual value based on the real numbers that have happened. So I'm hopeful this will happen here. What is it driven by? Public Wi-Fi, PM1 and just the increase there. Improved residential and rural Wi-Fi, especially reduced latency, which has now become the new metric. And clearly for AR, VR, and AI and so on, it's latency rather than capacity. That's the first thing that's important. And then enterprise is the big driver right now in terms of $2 trillion, but also savings for ISPs and telcos. But I have to say that's a small number. And that may point to why there's such a debate between the telcos and tech and others, because in this band, the value to telcos is very small compared to the benefit to consumers and to everyone else. And so that's just putting a point on why there's this big debate, but it shouldn't be. We need to find solutions for both. And then growth for the India Wi-Fi industry is not small, $67 billion. So substantial advantage. So in conclusion, my first request is that India move forward as soon as possible, delicensing these lower 6 gigahertz, excuse my pronunciation there. Industry is ready. The ecosystem's ready. There's real value to be unlocked. And it's a key to enabling innovation, especially around AI in terms of what's going on. So please move forward. Regarding the upper 6 gigahertz, I understand India's made a decision already and you're moving forward, but please proceed cautiously. There's still regulatory uncertainty around the world in terms of what may happen. The ecosystem's still nascent. So auction revenue and deployments will be prolonged as a result of that. There's still unresolved technical considerations. I think in particular, how you serve indoor. I mean, I was just in Dubai. The way they're serving indoor is with DAS, using the higher frequency bands, as well as, and that may be a good solution technically, but it's very expensive. And I don't think it scales around the world. There's substantial economic value at stake in this decision. And then finally, with the rapid evolution and growth of AI, there may be different use cases that we don't know about or understand that are going to impact spectrum policy. And you don't want to lock yourself in. So just be careful as you move forward here. Take those considerations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. Alan's an India expert at Meta, you know, especially on this band. And of course, you know, let's say I come from the telecom operators background and, you know, along with Ravi. Now, we've been having a pretty prolonged discussion on licensed and unlicensed bands. Notwithstanding, yes, each band has its own value to deliver, but I just love the sound of the billions. You know, everything is billion plus some more billion and, you know, drop in a little trillion somewhere. The point is, how do we actually unlock that value? So that's the important one. I noticed Ravi is getting energized for making an intervention. Ravi, go ahead.
I was just trying to calculate $3 trillion for 500 megahertz market. I don't know how Alan has calculated and how those numbers have come, whether it includes the cost of devices manufactured and or the OTT revenue, ad revenue considered on that. So what all has gone into 6 trillion calculation without going into that, it translates to 6 billion per megahertz. So I think we should try to do the same for 3.5 gigahertz on which 5G is being run, by including all those factors which have been included in the calculation. Probably not only the government revenue which goes in the form of auction, that's very small point. The contribution to economy would include the cost of devices, the OTT revenue, ad revenue sitting on that. Probably it will be more than 6 billion per megahertz. If you go to even the lower bands like 800 megahertz, 700 megahertz, it would be even much more than that. So the numbers are good, but I think we should have side-by-side comparison of that. Unlicensed band is important. As I said in my initial planning comment, it is important. But we need to have a balance between the indoor spectrum and outdoor macro cell spectrum so as to ensure a smooth path from the device to the core network. It should not happen that the macro cell network becomes the bottleneck. You start with a 8-lane road from a village and you want to reach to city like Delhi, but in between you have half a lane road. And then we say that we are not able to reach to Delhi, though we had 8-lane roads. So we need to have a uniform network from the user, from the device to the core network. So that's where the balance lies. And also we need to be conscious of the fact that India, we say India is unique, India's requirements are unique, we have very remote areas, rural areas, etc. I disagree on that. India is unique from the perspective that we have huge population density. Our population density is 10 times more than US, 100, 200 times more than Russia and many other countries. Second factor which is very important to consider is we don't have as good fiber laid as the other countries have. So our fixed line density is 4%. If we take few of the example, like it would be more than 50% in or 60% in China, almost 100% in Japan and most of the countries. So wireline penetration or the fiber penetration is extremely high. In other countries, the examples from which we pick up, especially the economic value which gets created because of the Wi-Fi, because that Wi-Fi is backward on fiber. So if you are Wi-Fi backward on fiber, then you create a parallel network, which is a fixed network using last mile Wi-Fi. But we don't have that backhaul network in India. So we need to create an equivalent backhaul network to actually get the benefit of this Wi-Fi. If we don't have the backhaul network and we try to only put all the spectrum in Wi-Fi, we'll not be able to actually provide the benefit to the users. So there are two ways. Either we have 100% fiber penetration, extremely good. That's the goal which India should have. And we as a company also have that goal, that to connect every home. But at the same time, we have to be realistic. The kind of challenges which we have in terms of ROW, roads, etc., unlike many other countries, rolling out fiber network is extremely difficult, not only from the economic perspective, but from the administrative and technical perspective. So if you don't have the backhaul fiber network, you have to rely on the wireless backhaul network, which we call, in telecom parlance, we call access, but from the Wi-Fi perspective, that is the backhaul. So that's the macro cell which actually takes this Wi-Fi traffic towards the core network. So if we don't have that sufficient spectrum in that part of the network, all the Wi-Fi effort or the last mile effort in indoor effort in the building will get wasted. We'll have enough capacity, enormous capacity, but without any backhaul. Thank you.
Hey, Ravi, thanks a ton. Yes, please go ahead.
Just like to add to the comment which Alan has made, and also subsequently it has been made by Mr. Ravi. So actually, there has to be coordination between Wi-Fi and the fiber, because maybe Mr. Allen is speaking from his experience, which comes from the implementation of spectrum in the Western countries. In Western countries, there is huge bias towards Wi-Fi, based implements, because the their manufacturing industry is very much advanced, and they are mostly, they are going toward 3D manufacturing, and 3D manufacturing is about very Wi-Fi friendly. But in India, when we are going to apply particular, we will lay down more of the stress on Wi-Fi, and we will at the same time, ignore that fiber connectivity, as Mr. Ravi has said. So it will not create proper optimum utilization of the, whatever bands that we are having. So Wi-Fi connectivity is there in the to the reasonable extent in India. But yes, we need some, already this 6 gigahertz, Wi-Fi is already made delicensed by government, or it is in the proposal to make it delicensed. So therefore, like Wi-Fi, there has to be coordination between Wi-Fi and, fiber, and both indoor as well outdoor activities. And ignoring one at the cost of the other will not do. And we have to replicate, and we have to again put our minds at what will go well with in the Indian environments.
Thank you so much, Padmaja ma'am. A very interesting discussion. I'm sure we will continue this thread over drinks in the evening. Yeah, because it's going to be more engaging. So, taking the benefit of Mario being here with us, one of the things that we've been doing continuously when we did from 4G to 5G discussions on, let's say, 6G, and the importance of the wireline component of the network somehow tends to get missed all the way down from ITU to every regulator. So there seems to be a case where the dedicated, I know there's the Broadband Commission, and the ITU comes up with the rating of countries, but there needs to be a lot of policy, let's say, focus on how do you develop the wireline network. While AI sensing everything will happen on the front end, right? But until you're able to carry it back to where it has to be processed. And with that, a thought comes to mind. We have officers of TRAI here. TRAI used to come up with these study papers. I think we haven't had a study paper in a while. Some of the aspects which Ravi mentioned about, indoor number of devices, each, how much per individual megahertz or kilohertz or whatever. I think there is a good case of, parsing this further to develop the whole thing. Coming back to you, Padma, one of the things you being with government, and this is for everybody, we have 250 million people still on feature phones. Are they on Wi-Fi? They're not, clearly not. So in this draft telecom policy, and even we haven't seen a focused attention on how do we manage to get people onto a minimum smartphone. the GSMA had a very interesting report. I don't know whether it was this MWC or the previous one. 30% of the overall capex in the entire end-to-end network is devices. And these devices, what we use, are expensive. That's why the 250 million in India, and when you total it up, out of the 6 billion people. So some suggestions that you may have on how do we reduce the cost of devices?
So actually, this is a very important question. As I alluded to my previous point, that if in 5G, we are already having the non-standalone, right? We have rolled it out in 2019. But now we are moving from non-standalone to standalone 5G. And that is creating difference because of the ecosystem in India. The structural system in India is such that we are only having 2 or 3 major telcos. And moreover, the mid telcos and the small number of, players, they are not in the, in the ecosystem at all, because maybe they are not able to raise the economies of scale. So, but this 5G spectrum, for a particular single vendor to, implement is very, very difficult, because it requires mix and match between the core network and the distributing unit. It is a mix and match we have to do based on the software, of the DU, distributing unit, and the control unit. And therefore, we can deliver anything from 2G to 3G to 4G and 5G on these kind of 5G spectrums. But the only thing is that there are some structural, implementation difficulties which are being created on the ground, because, these single telcos, there is a need of collaboration and there is a need for partnerships. And so therefore, if this particular thing comes, then I think we will be able to reach out to more devices.
Thank you, madam. One second. The Indian telcos really have great partnerships. And that is the reason why, we are delivering today 30 GB per smartphone connection, right? And the nearest maybe South Korea, which launched 5G maybe 4-5 years ahead. So the amount of juice that our network operators extract from the much lesser spectrum holdings to deliver what Ravi alluded to, a very dense, population. So yes, collaboration is there, and because you mentioned standalone, and they are the standalone people. So Ravi, any remarks?
This is what I wanted to clarify. We at Jio, we have the largest standalone network of the world. We never started with NSA. We started with SA. It's a greenfield network which covers over 8,000 cities and towns in the country, and over 5 lakh villages with that SA network, which we have. That is number one. Number two, if we say bits per hertz or the GB per hertz, in our network would be highest in the world. So that's what Vikram has alluded to, that we sweat our asset. I think the best way, economies of scale are unparalleled, unmatched. Nobody in the world can match the economies of scale of the network which we have. That is why the tariffs in India are the cheapest in the world. No country in the world can even imagine to reach to those tariffs which we have in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. That because the discussion has now brought up the standalone part. So on a defense part, Colonel Seri, so, how do you think you can exploit a network slice?
Yeah, thank you, sir. In fact, I was wanting earlier in the discussion on this panel, I had brought out certain challenges which are there as far as the contradicting requirements for spectrum for defense and the commercial people. Now, I'm glad the speakers have spoken about requirements 10 years, 20 years from now in terms of users, their requirements of 5G, 6G, etc. And also, sir mentioned about users, those 30% users which are using non-smart devices or the feature phones as we call them. Now, there is one more aspect which is there, sir, which is often, I will not say ignored, which is often not talked about much, is warfare. Now, warfares of tomorrow will be very high speed and data driven. We have seen from examples in the past, drones, autonomous platforms, smart weapons, etc. They will require very high speed data driven networks. Electronic warfare, sir, those who are aware, it aims at denying or degrading the adversary's electromagnetic capability. And to counter that, we need to have more bands, more resilient bands, anti-jam systems, frequency agilities, and spectrum awareness tools. Space is another part where the future warfares will be fought, and therefore the stress on the L band, S band, X band, KU, and Ka bands. We, in future, or rather in near present and present, are moving towards network-centric and AI-driven operations, which also requires big data transfers. We are having unmanned and autonomous warfare battles, both in undersea, on the surface, which require spectrum for control, telemetry, and video transmissions. Not to miss out 6G, which will also play a major role in future warfare. So all these requirements will come up, for which certain technologies which we have to focus on is software-defined radios, cognitive radios, and dynamic spectrum access, quantum technologies, and also quantum safe communications. 6G and 5G enabled battlefield networks and LEO satellite constellations, advanced radar systems, and electronic countermeasures. When I said countermeasure, it means that how you can deny the enemy the use of the electromagnetic spectrum, and ECCM is how you can work in that denied environment. So all these things will require huge chunks of spectrum. So when sir said that how will I tell about that pi? In fact, sir, the major user of spectrum, even before the commercial applications came, ma'am will agree, it was defense. So in fact, sir, it will not be a slice, it will be I will say a major portion which is required, not for any commercial purpose, but for the sovereignty of the country.
Colonel Sethi, thank you very much. All I can say is that, like we have in the licensed and unlicensed band, you see, spectrum being a scarce resource. So how we can put it to better use? There have been instances of licensed shared access. That is an approach that can be taken. Jitendra is here, he's ex-JCS guy now at Qualcomm. I'm sure NTI, Charles is here. So some more discussions can happen. But what one can say is, having a dedicated network, what services for warfare or spectrum superiority that you want, versus some of the services which you can use on a dedicated slice for you, which the telecom operators can deploy the network for you, right? This is something, a point of thinking. If it works, maybe you can, engage in a conversation with the operators here who can give you that part.
Like I mentioned, sir, it has got its own, we are in for civil military coordination and cooperation. However, sir, it has got yourself in services, sir. You understand there are requirements of secrecy devices. There are other contradicting requirements. So we can definitely engage.
No worries. As far as the network portion goes, the application part would remain with you, right? Whatever kind of secrecy, privacy you want to build on that. But on the network side, I'm sure there is a good case for collaboration.
Yes. Just respond to this. Actually, in spectrum policy, there is a mention of this thing, open API, also edge computing, and also this, like native cloud. And we are also talking about digital twins in this particular spectrum policy, which is at the draft stage and that we are discussing. Now, all these things are very essential when we have to optimally utilize that standalone infrastructure of 5G. Because I think Reliance is having, they are the only ones who are having end-to-end standalone 5G network in India, but we need to have more. So what is happening is that, in particular, this edge computing, this all requires a kind of a shared infrastructure, open sourcing. And we have to, because 5G contains the concept of this particular open RAN. Open RAN is, that we have to share the, certain kind of frequency. And for this, the trusts between the various vendors, the multiple vendors which has to work in collaboration and partnership with each other, they are needed. So therefore, what is important here is this particular spectrum policy is talking about all these things. And for innovations, for mix and match between DU and CU and all these things, then only the ROI, the positive ROI can be realized for a particular kind of investment, return on investment for the spectrum. So this is the now in this particular implementation of this particular aspect, now what the municipalities are going to, the good municipalities like Mumbai, who are having the surplus funds, or maybe the Delhi also, because it's a municipality of the capital. Now they will be acting as a neutral host for like laying down this kind of infrastructure, and they will be renting it out to the other vendors in the form of partnership. So neutral host who is carrying the infrastructure of the 5G, and then it will be giving and sharing, because this is the need of the hour. Otherwise, the ROI will be very difficult to derive if we want to derive it in the positive way.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We really love the sound of neutral host. I was having a discussion with Professor Manish as well, provided the host remains neutral. The thing is that even the government agency who thinks that they're going to offer this, they don't remain neutral enough. So this debate's going to... Okay. All right.
Sorry
Nada,
for pulling
you next.
on the neutral host. This is a subject which is close to my heart. If I have to take permission to provide in-building solution at an airport, the cost, suppose I can install the network with $1 million. The cost at which the neutral host provides me the same coverage would be $20 million, because of the monopoly which gets created by the so-called independent neutral host is the biggest problem which we face when we have to create the network at the public utilities, whether it is airports or metros or railway stations or malls. And secondly, when we talk about 5G, 6G, etc., these are data technologies which are majorly used inside the buildings, not on the road. You will not be actually conversing majorly on the road when you are driving or moving. So major portion of that gets used in this building. If every such building, commercial buildings, tries to be neutral host and try to be a natural monopoly for the telecom operator, then it would be extremely difficult for the operators to build the network at those public places. That is number one. Number two, on one side, we are struggling how to increase the number of operators so as to give more choice to the consumer. On the other side, the talk of neutral host talks about the monopoly. So we don't think that's a very good idea. All kind of sharing, etc., should be left to the market forces instead of actually having any kind of a regulated, mandated neutral host. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. I'm sure, Alan, you would have some thoughts on that.
I have two topics I want to respond on. One on the neutral host. I actually think India is a huge leader on this, and it's a different model. It's basically PM1. Globally, it's called open roaming. The facility deploys their own network. It's often Wi-Fi, but it can be something else. And you roam onto it. How many people here are connected to the Wi-Fi in this building? And you can do calling, you can do many other aspects of what you do normally on a network. You may also want to have connection to the wide area network, but that functionality exists. The economics work. It doesn't create a monopoly. It actually scales. So just something to consider. And I really do think India is providing leadership for the world on when that can be done. The second one I just want to observe, and I think, the world admires what Jio has done in terms of delivering this wide area network at an incredibly low cost, is I think a transition is fixed wireless access to getting to fiber. And whatever we can do, in the country to make the cost of fixed wireless access lower and more available, I think it will accelerate adoption and it will help the last hop, which is Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. That's interesting. Yes, I noticed Bharat saying thank you. Any last thoughts, Nada, for you?
Thank you, Vikram. Thank you all to my esteemed panelists. I want to also echo a couple of maybe words from Mr. Allen saying that India is a growing country. We're seeing, again, as an international interest to host a lot of international events here. And we see as well, we hope that we have a neutral host to ensure that we have sufficient resources to be able to reflect the best image. I always remember when I was young, my mom would always ask me to dress the best and speak the nicest words in front of guests. And this is what we also seek to ensure that we have the best audio, and that maybe also commenting on a couple of megahertz per user. You can see the 200 kilohertz channel for one mic. If it's an international event, if it's the Olympics, if the Prime Minister is speaking, we're not just reaching the audience, we're reaching international global users and audiences, and later these recordings are stored for histories to come. So again, we're a very efficient service, reaching billions of people at the same time throughout different and whether it's online or even later offline. We are always looking forward to be part of this enablement and the thriving industry for the live events in India. Thank you.
Nada, thank you very much. And we particularly appreciate your efforts in driving traffic onto our networks. We just love that part, both domestically, internationally. With that, I'll be filling in my duty if we don't take a couple of questions. And then we have an hour. Okay, first Goel Saab, and then you have a mic?
I'm sorry for standing up, but my things will be uncomfortable. Number one, we want to be connected on fiber. Government is doing lots of things. So delay kahan hai? Where is the delay? Why we are lacking behind? Secondly, our ITU and we all say there are so many people unconnected. For them, first priority is to get connected. Where is the delay? Thank you.
Maybe Ravi, you want to take it or you want to take it? Yep.
Yes, the fiber is already laid down. In Puducherry, it was laid down way back in 2019, and in Goa also. But then, why it has not been, able to percolate into in the form of devices, and why it has not been able to translate itself into the connectivity. It is because there are the last mile connectivity that we have to do in terms of, connecting it with the Wi-Fi instruments and the devices is not present, and also the network. It was the government policy to make the primary sector of India very robust by laying down the fiber. But the thing is that, we have not done the last mile work, which has to be done by the vendors and the service providers.
I think Goel Saab has given the answer to the question he himself has raised. So fiber is reaching with fiber to every person is the ultimate goal. But because you are living in a connected world where you need to provide the services which are being provided in the other countries also, you need to immediately provide the bandwidth. So wireless is an interim solution till you actually make the fiber available there. So wireless is already reaching everywhere. In India, 99.9% of the population is covered on good quality 4G and 5G. So that's there. Now the aim is that now reach with fiber there. So fiber has actually two components. One, it is expensive. Number two, it is time consuming because you need to get so many ROW permissions, road cutting permission, etc., to actually lay fiber. Third, it is user specific. Unlike wireless, where if you build a tower, then it serves multiple users. If the user moves from one TSP to the other TSP, the same capacity is used. Whereas the wireline capacity is tagged to that particular user. It's a very risky capital which goes into that. So it is all about capital, how much capital you have to put. Then you have to decide whether to put that into wireline or wireless, which will give you a more comfortable ROC. So from that perspective, fiber is a costlier asset, riskier asset, and time-consuming creation of that asset. That's why we are lagging behind in fiber as compared to wireless.
Goel Saab, I'll just leave it at that. Is the point that one mentioned that fiber is going to the villages. The point is the people who have to consume are on feature phones. So while they're connected, but they're not connected to the internet. So, but that slight difference is there.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Actually, what Padmaja mentioned makes a lot of sense. We should have common infrastructure. The reason being, yes, coming to Ravi's point also, yes, the authorities, the local authorities who own the infrastructure should not be greedy like it happened in many cases, like in many cities, like Pune, for
Sir,
example.
could you convert it to
For
a
a sh-
question?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So my question is, why shouldn't we ensure that the regulator in this particular case also oversees those authorities who lend their infrastructure, the local authorities?
Thank you. See, the infrastructure is available. I mean, I'm not clear as to which local infrastructure, telecom or wireless wise, you are alluding to. The infrastructure too, one is the BharatNet infrastructure, and then is the telco's licensed wireless infrastructure.
BharatNet is different. What I'm talking about in cities, for example, or the highways, for example.
Right.
Highways, there is optical fiber
Yes.
needed for everybody. But the challenge has been that one operator cuts the fiber of the other. But if there is a common sort of entity like the highway authorities ensuring that there is a fiber, it makes a lot of sense. But yes, they should not become greedy. So the regulator should have some sort of a control over them also.
Agreed. So let me help with that. The NHAI has actually put out a SPV for common fiber and common ducts, but it's way too expensive. I think we have indicators to close, but thank you very much. You've been a lovely audience, and please join us in showing your appreciation to my panelists, please. And back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tewatia. What an interesting session. I'd like to thank each one of our panelists on the stage for joining us and sharing their viewpoints and presentations with us. We would like to now move on to the felicitation ceremony, and I request Mr. Tewatia to kindly present a plaque of appreciation to our esteemed panel members, starting with Ms. Padma Jaiswal, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Mr. Alan Norman. Thank you, sir. We thank Sri Ravi Gandhi ji. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Ms. Nada Abdul Hafiz. Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. H.S. Sethi, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Colonel H.S. Sethi, sir. Thank you. And I request Mr. Bharat Bhatia, sir, to kindly present a memento to our session chair. Shri Vikram Tewatia, sir. Thank you very much, sir. May I request everyone to kindly pose for a group photograph? Thank you very much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we have an interesting panel discussion on Spectrum Roadmap for Growth of Terrestrial Services in India, Regional Alignment and Harmonization. And for the panel discussion, let me have an opportunity to welcome on stage our eminent panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and welcome the session chair, Shri S.T. Abbas, Senior DDG and Head TEC. Shri Abbas is responsible for the development of standardization and specifications, mandatory testing and certification, developing technology and R&D, international coordination and management of TEC and regional TECs. He has got more than 30 years of experience in telecom sector, has worked in various positions in telecom domains covering telecom projects, telecom operations, capacity building and training division, licensing, regulatory and policy formulation, Welcome you, sir. Please give a warm welcome to our session speakers. We'll be virtually joined by Mr. Stuart Cook, Senior Director, Future Spectrum, GSMA. He oversees the GSMA's range of advocacy issues on public policy relating to future spectrum, including World Radio conferences, working alongside national governments and multilateral stakeholders. Please welcome once again Ms. Revati Mannepalli, Joint Wireless Advisor, Government of India and India's candidate for Director, Radio Communication ITU. Welcome, ma'am. Please welcome Shri Jitendra Singh, Head Government Affairs, Qualcomm India. Welcome, sir. He serves as a key interface with regional regulatory and policy-making agencies with over 30 years of experience in communications management experience, including prior government service. He is a prominent figure in India's ITU-APT, national working groups. Mr. Singh has authored numerous impactful ITU-APT papers for India and plays a pivotal role in APT region telecom industry coordination. Welcome you, sir. Please join me in welcoming Shri Rajiv Kumar, Deputy Director General, Spectrum Management, Radio Regulation, Doordarshan, a 1994 badge IAS officer, has experience of working in almost all the areas of TV broadcasting, has contributed at national and international platforms on spectrum, regulatory standards, training matters towards development, presentation of national viewpoint, standards and policy. He has published many papers on issues related to TV broadcasting, spectrum management, and regulatory matters in national and international journals. Welcome, everyone. I'd now like to hand over the floor to our session chair, Mr. S.T. Abbas. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, and a very good afternoon to all of you. Thanks, ITU-APT Foundation, for giving me this privilege to chair this session. And I welcome all the panelists here. 3 are available here physically, and Mr. Stuart Cook he has joined from online. So without wasting time, because the lunch is also nearby, so I will request the panelists to give their presentation and maybe 8 minutes, around 8 to 10 minutes for each panelist. I'll give the time. So I'll start with Mr. Stuart Cook. He's Senior Director, Future Spectrum in GSMA. So over to you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
So you can give a speech also.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So good afternoon, and I am very sorry I cannot be there in person. I had to cancel my flights over the weekend. From GSMA, one of the questions we wanted to ask was to look into the future and to think about cities of the future, and to ask the question, how much spectrum do we think a city in the 2035 to 2040 timeframe may need? And so it's a big question, and it requires a lot of assumptions and forward looking, but that's one of the things that we challenged ourselves to do, was to how much spectrum would a city, for example, in this picture of New York, require in the future. Next page, please. What we've done is we have commissioned a study which is now available. Please do look at the study. There's a short version, there's some infographics, there's a long version, and we address that question, how much spectrum do we need in the future? So that is now public, a few weeks old, so please do take a look. Next slide, please. There's lots of things in the study that I could talk about, but we don't have enough time to go through detail. But penetration is one of the aspects in the study, and we are predicting by the end of the next decade that 6G will begin to become a predominant technology for mobile. That does not mean that 4G and 5G are not important. Quite far from that. They continue to play a really important role in the operator's mix of technologies they use to serve their customers. Next slide, please. We could talk about applications for hours, right? But in the report, we've broken this down into what we call the tangibles, probables, and disruptors. And we'll have a look at some of the applications that we think will be used in the future, and we blend some of those. But mainly we talk about the tangibles and the probables as we build up the future spectrum requirements. Whether that's mobile broadband, AI, sensing, XR glasses, all of these things, we build in a picture of the future. Next slide, please. AI, you cannot have a 6G presentation without talking about AI because they are so interlinked. And again, we've analyzed this in detail and spoke to a lot of people in the industry. In summary, we believe that AI will enable more efficient energy and more efficient data management within the networks. So compared to what we have now, compared to the future, more efficient management. But at the same time, number two there, AI will enable all of these applications, whether that's social media or enterprise, generating all of this data. And the key issue here is that we believe that this will require more uplink traffic. So the demands on the uplink will become more important. And that's a factor to consider when we talk about spectrum in the future. Next slide, please. Again, as we increase the speeds of the network, the amount of traffic that a user consumes increases. It might sound intuitively obvious, but these are data points that we now have, and that enables us to extrapolate and think about the future. And there's evidence of various administrations around the world that do the data management traffic to show that 5G is increasing the amount of data speeds and consumption, and we expect that to continue. Next slide, please. So in terms of the main highlights, if you like, from the report and the analysis, those cities that have over 50% of the world's urban population, they will begin to become capacity constrained. So some parts of those networks in cities will become capacity constrained by the 2030 timeframe if the spectrum remains at today's level. Looking further beyond that, a global average of 2 to 3 gigahertz of total mid-band spectrum will be required at the second half of the next decade. And those higher demand countries, they will need an additional amount of spectrum, so a total demand of 2.5 to 4 gigahertz in this period. And so with those number 1 and 2, what are our recommendations? The first is the harmonized spectrum roadmap. This is really important. So from the ITU, the regional, the national levels, let's try and harmonize this roadmap so that we plan for the future. We're not saying every country needs to make all of this spectrum available. There's some leading countries, there are others that may take a little bit longer, but let's plan this. Let's have a harmonized approach to this. And so number 4, what bands could be available? In some parts of the world, the 3.8 to 4.2 may provide some expansion opportunities, 4.5 gigahertz, and then the 7 to 8, the 6 to 8 gigahertz, also really important and a main band. Next slide, please. And so in the report, we break this down from the global into the regional and the sub-regional. And in this particular region, the average, you can see the average, but in those top 50% cities, 2.5 to 3.7 gigahertz of total mid-band spectrum will be required in the 2030 to 2040 timeframe. You can see the traffic per connection forecasts for 6G and also for 5G. And you can see 6G beginning to be predominantly deployed towards the end of the decade, next decade. Next slide, please. I just thought it might be interesting just to highlight where India is on the mid-band comparison with various countries around the world. And if we assume the upper 6 is confirmed, not assigned, so if we take that into account, you can see where India is in the comparison table here. Next slide, please. And so delving down into the spectrum, we have the World Radio Conference in 2027, and that's the darker color. 2 of the bands here that will be considered there. We have the previous World Radio Conferences is in the red, and then other spectrum. As I mentioned, for example, the US is considering extending up into the 3.5 gigahertz band towards 4.2. There's a number of countries that are looking at 4.5 gigahertz, and then the main action is around the 6 gigahertz, the upper 6 gigahertz, and then extending that into parts of the 7 to 8, depending on the outcome of the WRC in 2027. Next slide, please. And so if we break this down even further and we look at the 6 to 7, 6 to 8 gigahertz range, you know, there's consultations about how might we license this upper. Do we have a phased approach where phase 1 is some of the upper 6, phase 2 is the remaining upper 6, and then phase 3 could be parts of the 7 gigahertz band. But what we would urge is that we plan any licensing activity, whether that's a phased or just a single licensing activity. We would urge that administrations think about the future and plan the licensing with the future in mind, so that we enable those wideband channels that 6G is being designed for. So in 3GPP, we expect that the channels to be up to 400 megahertz for mid-band, so 400 megahertz per operator per network. And so it's really important when we think about the 6 and 7 gigahertz that we plan with the end in mind, so that we get those wideband channels and the full potential of 6G. Next slides, please. And so that's the mid-band spectrum, but let's not forget about the lower bands. The 6 to 8, the 6 gigahertz enables capacity in those large cities for 6G, but let's think about 6G beyond the cities. Let's think about coverage and the part that 600 megahertz can play in 6G. So capacity and coverage is a really important mix to think about and start thinking about policy directions. Next slide, almost there. And so, you know, let's think about the part that the low bands can play when we start rolling out 6G. We go for that complete coverage nationwide, capacity and coverage. Let's think about how 6G can be enabled in those low density areas through low band coverage and 600 megahertz. Next slide, please. And so final slide. It's important the mobile industry owns 6G. We develop it. We're positive. We're forward thinking. We plan for the future in a sustainable and constructive manner, putting all those safeguards in place that we need. But we're excited about 6G. India has a huge opportunity to be one of the leaders in 6G. And, you know, that harmonization, that global activity is really important. And so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stuart Cook, for your presentation on this requirement of a spectrum for IMT in various bands leading to the 6G deployment. And you have stated that approximately 2 to 3 gigahertz of a spectrum will be required in a country for, particularly in the mid-band, for the deployment of upcoming IMT technologies. And the band under consideration may be 3.5 gigahertz, 4.5 gigahertz, and 6 to 8 gigahertz bands. And for the coverage band, the 600 megahertz band will be useful. So thank you very much for giving this informative presentation. And now we will listen that these are the requirements, but what is the readiness and roadmap of the
government, because we are having the second panelist from wireless planning and coordination, Ms. Revati.
May I interrupt
I
you?
hand over the
I'm
mic to Ms. Revati for giving his presentation on this spectrum roadmap for growth of terrestrial services in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbas. I think it's audible. Today's, if you see the panelist, my colleague, Mr. Gulab Chand, was supposed to deliver. So because of some unforeseen reasons, he could not come. Nevertheless, I look after this section also in WPC. I'm the one who is handling all this reforming and auctions, all the stuff. So unfortunately, I could not bring the presentation, but he has given a good point, Mr. Stewart. Let me tell about what is the government of India is doing about different spectrums. You all know that in the WRC 23, though the upper 6 gigahertz band was not part of the agenda item, the focus was more on that. And we also appreciate part of it is a planned band, 6725 to 7025, that is upper 6 gigahertz band. We had a lot of satellites. We are having satellites, being a spacefaring nation. We had a challenges how to protect our satellites. Then government has taken a decision that probably will be reforming the spectrum for the IMT. The efforts have been made, and over a period of time, by 2030, that spectrum from 6425 to 7025 will be available for IMT. And you all know 7025 to 7125, it is already IMT identified band. And out of the 600 megahertz, that is 6425 to 7025, some of the band is readily available, and TRAI has come out with a consultation paper as well. So we have a contiguous amount of spectrum of 700 megahertz already identified in 6 gigahertz band for IMT. And another agenda item is happening at 1.7, where 7.125 to around 8.4 gigahertz, the huge amount of spectrum. There are wide incumbent users. I'm trying to see my defense colleagues. They're the major users, right? We have strategic users. We have a lot of science services operating, Earth exploration satellites. I am hopeful. We'll try to reform some portion of the spectrum for the IMT. Probably it will serve the needs of the operators. We have now three private operators and one PSU operator. Will be able to address the needs in the mid band. We are also looking at the another band 4.4 to 4.8 because we have reformed the upper portion of the satellite spectrum. Naturally, the lower portion 4.5 to 4.8 should come back, but we have some terrestrial applications there, terrestrial usages, which are of strategic nature. We are doing a coexistence studies so that at least we can release some spectrum for on secondary base as a top-up. That is as far as mid-band is concerned. When you're coming to the lower band, Mr. Stewart has shown, I'm very happy. 600 megahertz band, we have reformed for IMT from the broadcasting long back. That is from almost from 586 onwards, it is for IMT now. But unfortunately, when we put for auction, as people are asking for the spectrum, why they are not taking? It's not the reserve price. It is not the device ecosystem. Why people are not developing? India is a big market. 600 megahertz spectrum, we have been auctioning continuously. Identified, very clear indication we are given long back. So I earnestly request equipment manufacturers, please manufacture instead of asking for another new band. It's a very good band. 700 we could give only for 20 megahertz because of our other usages. Contiguous of it is a 600 megahertz band. We have sufficient spectrum there. No takers, because I think probably no device ecosystem. Then coming to millimeter wave band, we have auctioned, and you all know there are issues with that. And terahertz spectrum, I think 60, we are going for the light licensing. We are going for delicensing of certain bands. And one more issue I was seeing, when we have given the mid band, that is 3.3 to 3.670 for the 5G, the IMT, we had a challenge in India. I think not only in India, majority of the countries, the altimeter issue. Though altimeter is from 4.2 to 4.4, we had to limit the power, we had to exclude around the airports because altimeters, aircrafts are still fitted with the very old altimeters having a very wide filters. And I'm surprised now with 4.4 to 4.8, it is very adjacent. How we are going to protect that? The current is around almost 500 megahertz away from the altimeter start of the band. That is another challenge. In fact, I have seen in the inter-regional information session also, people were raising this altimeter. What are the parameters we need to take? And people were asking about the NFAP. Yes, NFAP25 almost finalized with the mobile app. I am hopeful that it will come out in the 2025. That's all, I think, for my first comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for elaborating the spectrum availability and roadmap for the next few years. And that 700 megahertz in mid-band, that is 6425 to 7125 is readily available. And the reference has also been given to TRAI. TRAI has floated the consultation paper also. And 7.1 to 8.4 is also under active consideration of WPC. So this also will be made available as per the outcome of WRC 27. 4400 to 4800, that is also being considered here. And as you mentioned that the altimeter issue, so once it is the altimeter issue gets resolved for below 4200, it will get resolved for upper other than 4400 also. And 600, yes, rightly it is available, but since India decided to go for APT 600 band, so that is taking time to develop the device ecosystem and all in this band. So otherwise the US Canada 600, which is having 35 plus 35, that ecosystem is available. And millimeter, of course, it has already been auctioned and it is available with telecom service provider. But the traction is moving now towards the mid band only for further development of IMT, and particularly 6G also. So thank you very much for giving this useful insight on the spectrum availability. Moving on to the next speaker, we are having Shri Jitendra Singh. He is Head Government Affairs at Qualcomm India, and vast experience, our friend and colleague. Over to you, Mr. Jitendra. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to IFI for this excellent event, ISMC, and which is also part of pre-summit event of India AI Impact Summit. And at some point of time, spectrum management, spectrum usage, and this technology which is getting developed around the spectrum is going to be part, and AI will merge at some point of time. And I think this is the right approach which IFI has taken by getting into this event, creating it as a pre-summit event for AI Impact Summit, which is going to be held in India in February 2026, which is a global event. So thanks for doing this. And as far as Qualcomm is concerned, we are a strong believer to create a global ecosystem to drive innovation, and that is what we have been doing since ages. And we powered the mobile revolution. We redefined the connected processing, and now we are working on intelligent computing everywhere. So when I say intelligent, and when we spoke about artificial intelligence, they come together at some point of time, and this is the trend which we see. And if people who know how Qualcomm has been pushing the technology in a direction which helps every consumer of the technology around the globe, this is something which you would like to note, that these are the trends which are going to come in future, not very far off. So as we move forward, your AI will be your new UI, user interface. Right now, you have different kind of methods of interfacing with your systems, maybe apps in your smartphones. Maybe in very near future, you will not see these apps anymore. These will be your agents, AI agents, which will take care of your requirement. And they are the one who are going to take over the work which typically a app is doing on the smartphone. So, and then why do we will actually require AI in this particular way? Because that is how things are developing. That's what 6G is all about, as also was mentioned by Stuart in his presentation about 6G and AI. Smartphone centric to agent centric, that is a new path which we see. And this is the trend which is going to happen not very far off. It is very soon. Because of this, the computing architecture will change. The standard format which we see today will change to a different format altogether. Models will become hybrid. So something is happening in your devices, something is happening in cloud, in data centers, and then there's a connectivity between them. So this is an important part. That connectivity is very important part. And on both sides, it is AI. Cloud is handling all your training activities, whereas inferencing is happening on your devices, and that's how this hybrid model will work. And then edge data will become very relevant, and all future networks will be based on this kind of concept. Why edge AI will dominate? Because anything where latency has something to say, if there's a worry about latency, you have to do it on your edge device. For example, whether it's voice applications, AR, XR, VR, or robotics, automotive, all these kind of applications will run on your edge AI device, or this AI activity will happen, inferencing will happen on your edge devices. With new models, AI models becoming much smaller and more powerful, with NPUs coming into your devices, this is going to happen very soon. So as we move from 5G to 6G, we will find this whole thing changing. Adoption of AI will become faster, and probably all of you are using your AI tools now very effectively on your devices, whether it is laptops or your phones. You are actually using products like Gemini or Nano and other such device tools. So it's not very far off when you see this kind of setup, where you will have a central cloud arrangement where training is happening, where development and deployment is happening, aggregation is happening. And on the other edge, you will have all the edge devices. And then on prem edge will also be there. And then there will be network edge. So this is the kind of configuration you're going to see to ensure that your latencies and the requirements are met. However, the path is going to be a path which is going to connect all these. That is going to require a huge amount of capacity to deal with all this kind of data which is going to get generated. You may just send one AI request asking your agent that what is the weather outside. You feel that is one simple request, but just think of billions of people asking a similar kind of request or different kind of request, simple request. But all that data is going to flow on this network. And that's why it is important to focus on edge AI, and then that connectivity which is going to ensure that the training which is happening there is getting updated in your edge AI devices. And this hybrid model is something which is going to actually drive the future of technology usage. So this is what 6G will look like as we move forward. As I said, that path of 6G, that connectivity is something which will be important, because the smartphones remain primary mobile hub of connectivity and compute. There will be AI-powered consumer devices. I know Alan spoke about that in his session. Wearables, hearables, and other. They will also require not only limited connectivity, but also cellular connectivity, IoT devices and everything. So all AI-powered IoT devices, cars, that is automobile, robotics, they all will require cellular connectivity. And because they are also will be using AI at edge, that means that kind of connectivity and the kind of transactions of data which will be happening will be huge. So that means you require a huge amount of spectrum for this entire activity. Hence, 6G is something which we need to take care of now, to understand that what is the spectrum requirement there, and plan for that. It is not the standard voice connectivity. It is much more than that. So if you see in 3G, we had mobile data. Sorry if you are not able to read it, but so basically it is mobile data networks which we did in 3G, mobile data access, which required 5 megahertz of bandwidth. As we moved into 4G, we started working on smartphones with apps, consumer apps, typically require 20 megahertz of bandwidth. As we moved into 5G, with so much of other activities happening or the usages happening, some of the key usages were enhanced mobile broadband and fixed broadband that required 100 megahertz of bandwidth. But as we go to 6G, you can see because of AI getting involved into this, there's so many different kind of apps which are going to be running on your devices, which will require huge amount of bandwidth. Typically 400 megahertz, that is what is being also spoken about by Stuart in his presentation. So that is the kind of bandwidth which is expected here that we will be requiring to handle these different kind of whether it is your smart industries requirement or 3D networks or digital twins. So there's so many apps which we are now seeing that this all will get unlocked with AI in your 6G. So I have to change my. So what are the key drivers for 6G? There are different kind of drivers which you saw in previous slide as well, but typical extensive edge AI based use cases are the one. XR, VR, these are the ones. Other key items, and ISAC is another thing. Some of these are some of the examples which will actually require huge amount of capacity. And so the spectrum requirements typically, as GSA says, is 400 megahertz contiguous per block per operator, whereas we heard GSMA also on similar lines, where I read something about 2 blocks of 200 megahertz contiguous per operator. So that is the kind of requirement. And important thing is that it has to be a greenfield spectrum. It cannot be something where you're already doing 4G or 5G. You need a new spectrum to test these new concepts and then develop on those new spectrum bands to start doing initial pilots or initial trials. And if we want to focus on those bands, and then this will continue till the time we actually, these things get stabilized, and 4G and 5G will fade away at appropriate time, as was also shown by Stuart in his presentation. I believe 5G will continue till 2035 at least, or maybe a little beyond that. But at some point of time, you will require new spectrum bands to handle this new requirement of 6G. And of course, 600 megahertz band, as was spoken earlier by both Stuart and Revati madam. This is something which is very important band, which will be not only a complementary band to 6G, but also will help connectivity in terms of in-building penetration or uplinks. So all those things will also get played with this with the 600 megahertz band. So as we know that 2027 is the WRC, and by that time we need to have a clarity as far as India is concerned, especially on 7 to 8 gigahertz band. And if we are focusing on an early trials or pilots by 2028, as what I heard in a recent meeting with Honorable Prime Minister, that India is focusing on 2028, 2029 timeframe to do initial pilots on 6G. If we are targeting that, then as one India, we should have one 6G goal, and that should be single alignment. All stakeholders should be part of this. And therefore, any incumbents who are there, then, and if any work is required to be done in terms of migrating them from this set of frequency band to some other band, then that should be started. That should also focus on that work from now onwards. And these are the bands which we spoke about. The lower 6 gigahertz is still decision is pending, so I don't know about that. But on upper 6 gigahertz band, 300 megahertz band is already up for auction, ready for auction. Next 300 megahertz band will be available somewhere in 2030, and then last 100 megahertz is immediately available for IMT. The 7 gigahertz and 8 gigahertz are the bands which are under study for WRC. And if we can get some spectrum there, total spectrum from 6425 to 8400 is 1975 megahertz. And this is a contiguous band. This is a similar kind of band. If there are 4 operators, they will get similar kind of playing field in terms of quality of band, type of band. And also they can get easily in this entire frequency range. We have got 4 operators, as we mentioned earlier. 400 megahertz per, at least 1600 megahertz can be chalked out from this if we can work on our plans appropriately and in a timely manner. This is something which I thought I'll share. And of course, regarding 600 megahertz band, I would like to share that Qualcomm has already chipsets launched for taking care of this particular frequency band for India. And it is also part of GSA database. In Gambod, you can actually see those chipsets which have been launched by India, by Qualcomm for India. We demonstrated those chipsets and those devices in IMC India Mobile Congress also. So just thought to share this information as well. So if operators are planning to buy this spectrum, ecosystem should not be an issue. And finally, I would say the 6 is a force multiplier here. It is 6G in 6 gigahertz band, 6 to 8 gigahertz band actually, and 600 megahertz band. These 3 combination is going to give you the real 6G and the leadership for India if India plans to go for 6G leader, as we have been planning and at the highest level in the government, this is being considered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jitendra, for clarifying so many things about the spectrum required for 6G. And starting from the usage that the 6G is using AI extensively, agentic AI, and then AI is moving to the devices also. And AI and communication, integrated sensing and communication, these are already part of the 6G. And for all these huge bandwidths are required, at least 400 megahertz per operator. So entirely, if 1600 megahertz is available right from the 6.4 to 8.4 out of this band, it will be very useful. And good to know that Qualcomm has already developed the chipset in 600 megahertz band, and the device ecosystem is right now available. So that is also a good news. So we have got only less than 10 minutes. So next speaker is Shri Rajiv Kumar, DDG Engineering in Doordarshan. So I will request him to give the presentation directly on the spectrum requirement because time is very short. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry that I have very bad throat. So I will also, this will help to limit it within time. So one more thing I would like to say about the requirement and availability. I was told that I have to make something 5 to 6 slides for the presentation, and I tried my level best to put it within 10 slides. So requirement is always more than the availability, but at the same time, our throughput should be matching the consumer's requirement. So I will limit myself in throughput by making it within 8 minutes. So that is the whole thing, what spectrum and consumer requirements are put into. So a little bit information about my own organization, that is Prasar Bharati, that has Doordarshan and Akashvani, 2 verticals. Doordarshan, I will not read many things. You can read it. So we have a BKS system that is very popular and that is in free-to-air mode, which is unique in the world. And AIR is giving a lot of information and programs originating in 23 languages and 179 dialects of India and worldwide. And Man Ki Baat, which is very popular, and everybody knows about that, that has created history. And even though this is a radio program, this is being televised by Doordarshan and all the major news channels of India. That is kind of good example of visual radio. We have one OTT platform also launched, I think, last year, and that is getting popular day by day. So if people are not aware of this, they can see this and watch Doordarshan Nostalgia, especially on this platform. So now just to highlight the importance of broadcasting, by nature it is to reach a wider audience, to inform, educate, and entertain the public. Public service broadcasting is very important, and that is provided by Prasar Bharati in India to provide a variety of programs catering to the wide range of interest and accessibility to all citizens, regardless of their social or economic status. That is very much required in the country like India. And broadcasting encourages participation by all, provides balanced coverage, presents accurate information, and covers underrepresented topics, which may not be commercially viable. And I would like to mention the recommendation of the TRAI towards broadcast policy that it has to create the expansion of digital terrestrial broadcasting to reach the television as well as the mobile devices. And digital TV content on mobile devices are very important. So we need to have a kind of direct to mobile kind of service. PMSC is also very important for broadcasting sector. It supports the broadcasting program making and special events that has been well covered by NADA. Then in terrestrial broadcasting part, I would like to mention that the major part of UHF band 472.694 is primarily the broadcasting bar worldwide. And you can see the region 1, this band is allocated only to broadcasting. And region 2, it has primary status only to broadcasting. But situation is different in region 3, where India lies, that it is a shared band, and that is where the challenge is being faced by broadcaster. And one more information, that is most of the countries in Europe, they wanted more than 224 megahertz spectrum or something around that. Spectrum requirement in India is, as it is already indicated, that is 470 to 698 is the primary band. We are already constrained by releasing the 700 megahertz band and 600 megahertz band for IMT services. So, and everybody knows that spectrum is really the backbone of any wireless service. So we need good amount of spectrum, and at least 470 to 582 need to be continued for terrestrial broadcasting in India. For that matter, Doordarshan entered into an MOU with IIT Kanpur, and they have been given the task of identifying technology roadmap for DTT or direct to mobile, and they are supposed to give a proof of concept for doing field trials and kind of business model for public broadcaster to leverage all the above things. So key findings of IIT-K was that it has to be in hybrid mode, that is combination of high tower, and low power, low tower. And this has to have outdoor and indoor coverage as well, which was not the case earlier when we were depending on the outdoor coverage only. And they also mentioned that 470 to 582 megahertz spectrum will be required for the direct to mobile. And it has to be a kind of mandatory or suitable provision of reception on compatible devices, TVs, smartphones, and other devices. This has very good benefit for the consumers as listed there, and for the broadcaster as well, because broadcaster can achieve greater responsibility of having public broadcaster, and this will increase the consumer base, as program can be accessed on variety of devices, and will enhance ability to monetize, and targeting advertisement is the new thing for the broadcaster. This has very large advantage on the national and strategic benefits. During COVID-19, everybody has seen the importance of reliable broadcast media versus something. Ability to broadcast directly to the millions of the citizens on their devices, TV, mobile, phone, laptops, PCs, etc. And most importantly, emergency alerts directly and reliably to the consumer, and that too without depending on the internet infrastructure. And we had seen many problems during this Ukraine and Russia war. A lot of problem Ukraine and Russia faced on the satellite part. So there is a fallback, necessity of fallback arrangement on terrestrial broadcast services, so that in such catastrophic failure kind of thing, it is uninterruptedly provided to the citizen of the country. I would like to mention very briefly on prime program making and special events. That is very important thing. This is actually use of radio spectrum to support the capture production and broadcast of high quality audio and video content. About audio PMSC, Nada has told very beautifully through beautiful slides. And these include wireless microphones, in-ear monitors, talkback systems, audio radio links. But at the same time, we need video PMSC as well. So those are cordless and wireless cameras, portable or mobile wireless video links that connect between the field station to the studios or wherever it is desired. And there are service links also required for the team to coordinate with. PMSC is very useful. Very useful. It is always useful, but it is more demonstrated beautifully during the large events like sports of Commonwealth Games, Olympics, Formula One, etc., where large number of PMSC requirement is there. Then live entertainment is also kind of like Messi event in Delhi or Mumbai. Then media production always requires PMSC. And national events like Republic Day, Independence Day, G20, etc., where prestige and honor of country is there. So we need a kind of reliable PMSC. And worldwide spectrums which are being used by PMSC devices are listed there. Some of them are being incorporated in the next NFAP. So that will help the broadcaster to really use the required equipment which is permitted in India. And that will be really useful for the Commonwealth Games being held in 2030, when larger number of broadcasters will come, and such indication in the NFAP or any other document will help outside broadcaster to bring their equipment using those frequencies, or they can arrange those equipment here locally. And I would like to mention again that one more thing, that ITU has a database on ENG. ENG is also old name for the PMSA, electronic news gathering. So there is a database in ITU that is made to help international broadcaster to align with the permissible spectrum for the PMSA devices. So that helps a lot. I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, for your spectrum requirement for broadcasting services, giving the details of digital terrestrial transmission and D2M technology also. So actually the time is up, but I can ask for a few questions from the audience. Yes, please. Mic may be given.
My question is to Mr. Jitendra on his presentation that he has made, that why do you have to say that 6G is a greenfield project and not a sequel to 5G?
So if I understand the question correct, it is 6G is not a sequel to 5G.
Field project.
Okay.
But we think that it is a sequel to 6G.
Okay. So referring to my presentation, I said that there is a requirement of greenfield spectrum for 6G because 5G is already deployed, spectrum is already consumed, so you require a new spectrum to try out a new technology. So existing technology, you cannot uproot that technology and bring a new technology. So my presentation actually spoke about greenfield spectrum, not about the technology. So it is in continuation of 5G and advancing on based on 5G only. It is same.
Spectrum, all the spectrums are already engaged.
That's why new spectrum is required. That's what I said. New spectrum is required, like which is 7 gigahertz or 6 gigahertz. These are new spectrum bands which we require for bringing a new technology. So the entire development of technology will be based on those bands.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes.
Can I speak? Or hello, may I know what is the market share or consumer base of the Doordarshan?
Your question is addressed to whom?
Addressed to Mr.
Rajiv Kumar. Okay.
Rajiv. Doordarshan.
Doordarshan. Yes.
Yeah. Can you repeat? Can you repeat your question?
Please repeat.
Specifically? Market share in what respect?
Market share or customer base. See, you're doing so many in broadcasting. How many people actually watch those programs?
Yeah. So if I go by the, actually we are providing our services through terrestrial and then satellite-based, that is to the cable distributor and DTH services. So terrestrial, we are still trying to migrate to the digital. That is, I explained about direct-to-mobile services being planned and implemented. And second is cable and satellite, that is not directly in our control. And then we have direct-to-mobile, direct-to DTS system, direct-to household. So there, our share is more than 50% of the total DTS subscribers. So we have, I think, somewhere 60 million subscribers. Actually, our system is free to air. So there is no direct measurement. It is market analysis that we have something around 60 to 70 million subscribers of Doordarshan DTH and maybe something around 50 million for the private broadcaster.
So Ms. Revati will complement this answer.
I just want to complement from the spectrum side as well. The number of subscribers, I think my colleague has already told, Rajiv Kumar. There are two components of the broadcasting, terrestrial based and satellite based. You all know India, predominantly it is satellite based broadcasting. That is the reason even 600 megahertz, we could reform it for IMT. And we are planning to, Doordarshan, our Minister of Information Broadcasting is planning to do direct to mobile. That's the way they are going to do it now. They are asking for 116, 112 megahertz band. We feel 58, 56 is sufficient. Studies are going on for that. Coming to your question, yes, we have subscribers. There is running a DD free dish that is through satellite in the C band. When morning there was a discussion going on the lower KU, that is a DTH. Fundamentally, it is on the C band, then comes on the aggregator as a KU band. Morning, unfortunately, people were discussing about for Wi-Fi and IMT. There is a major stakeholder there, licensed user. That is the cable TV. All the broadcasters, TV RO receptions are happening in that lower 6 gigahertz band. That is the fundamental reason it is not possible for us to reform it for IMT. So major viewers, whatever you are seeing the broadcasting happening in India is through that C band and through aggregator direct to home in KU band. I hope.
Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying all these things. There are few more questions. First to this side. Mike, please. Yeah, you can.
Thank you all for all the panelists for your valuable key points. One thing that caught my attention, perhaps Jitendra or Stuart can comment, which is the 600 megahertz band for 6G. We have seen the 600 already been utilized in other countries for 5G. So this is quite interesting for me to see that, the IMT industry wants to promote it for 6G, and it's expected. My question is basically towards India. Does India see this band for future 6G? Perhaps we can have a more ready ecosystem, or are we expecting it for 5G? Again, this is a critical band for the PMSC users as we rely heavily on that particular slot, and it would really impact future events and future utilization of this band, whether it's going to happen the next few years or the next 5 to 10 years. So I just want comments from the panelists. Thank you.
Jitendra can answer.
Thank you, Nada, for that question. And thanks for that question. So firstly, as Revati Madam mentioned earlier, the spectrum was auctioned in 2022, first time. That was the only time it was auctioned in India. And it could not be sold because that time the work was still going on both in APG, basically at that time in APG to create a APT band plan around it. And subsequent to that, APT band plan was finalized, and then 3GPP made N105. So band plan exists, and because the characteristics around which this entire thing was developed ensures that it is to be used for, it is a N105, so it will be used for 5G. And as we go forward in technology deployment, it can also be used for 6G because the waveform remains same. So technology remains same on the base technology. So it is again on the availability of spectrum or the procurement of spectrum by operators, in what time frame they adopt. So today, if they adopt and start deploying 5G, and after 2 years, if 6G is coming, then better they start deploying plan 6G in that band. And then if they don't plan any 6G, in many countries, people are not planning 6G right now. For example, if I go to Cambodia, they say we don't even need 5G because our user base is like that. So right now, New Zealand is considering on similar lines. Australia is also thinking that whether we can plan something around 6G in this band. So again, it is a user requirement and a time consideration which is to be seen by telecom operators. Thank you.
So due to paucity of time, so I am putting a stop on this question. Further questions can be asked during the lunch time. We are all available. Our panelists also will be available. So it will be a good discussion there. So thank you so much to all the panelists for their, including the Start Cook from who is joined online, for their beautiful presentation and nice discussion during this. A big round of applause for all the.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abbas, for chairing the session. This was an interesting session. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists for sharing their viewpoints and presentations with us. I request our session chair, Mr. Abbas, to kindly proceed to the felicitation ceremony and kindly present a plaque of appreciation to Shri Jitendra Singh Ji. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. We thank Shri Rajiv Kumar Ji for joining us and sharing his viewpoints with us. We thank Ms. Revati Manepalli ma'am and Mr. Stuart Cook for joining us virtually. Thank you very much. I request Mr. Bhatia to please present a memento to our session chair, Shri Abbas Ji. May I request you all to kindly pose for a group photograph? Thank you very much. We would now take a break for networking lunch. I request everyone to kindly be back at their seats in 40 minutes' time. Thank you very much. Got it. Check. Requesting everyone to kindly get seated as we are about to begin with session 1. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I request everyone to kindly be seated. I hope you all enjoyed your meal and had a chance to network and refresh. As we resume our program, we look forward to an insightful afternoon session focused on long-term plan for utilization of the lower 6 gigahertz band, focus on innovation, research and industrialization. To kick things off, it is my pleasure to introduce you all to our eminent panelists, starting with our session chair. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a warm hand our session chair, Professor Radha Krishan Gandhi, Professor of Electrical Engineering, IIT Madras. Welcome, Professor Gandhi. He specializes in wireless networks, heterogeneous networks, information theory, and stochastic geometry. His research focuses on advancing wireless and cellular communication systems, including new architectures for 5G, 6G technologies, AI, ML-based receivers, large-scale 5G, 6G test beds, novel RF architectures, and full dual-play radios. He has worked closely with government organizations, industry, and R&D groups in these domains. He holds a B.Tech and M.Tech in electrical engineering from IIT Madras and a PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Notre Dame. Please welcome our eminent speakers on stage with a huge round of applause, starting with Mr. Mitesh Dave, Reality Labs Meta. Welcome, sir. He has about 22 years of experience across various roles and industries, including computer software, semiconductors, consumer electronics, telecommunications, and investment management. His career spans engineering and leadership positions such as Director of Technology and Principal Engineer. His expertise areas include connectivity, artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality, machine learning, marketing science, mobile connectivity, and metaverse technologies. Welcome you, sir. Please welcome Shri Satyan Gupta, Secretary General, IAFI, an internationally recognized expert in NGN technologies, regulation, and broadband, brings over 40 years of comprehensive telecom experience, including 25 years with government and regulatory bodies, publicly acclaimed as an analyst, author, advocate, and advisor on ICT policies, projects, and businesses. He's globally known as NGN Guru. A dedicated trainer and regulatory advocate, he founded the NGN Forum in India and recently established the Blockchain for Productivity Forum as its chairman. Please welcome Dr. Monisha Ghosh, Professor of Electrical Engineering at the University of Notre Dame, USA. She is also the Policy Outreach Director for Spectrum X, the first NSF Center for Spectrum Innovation, and the co-chair of FCC's Technological Advisory Council. Working Group on Advanced Spectrum Sharing. Her research interests are in the development of next-generation wireless systems, cellular, Wi-Fi, and IoT. She obtained her BTech from IIT Kharagpur in 1986 and PhD from USC in 1991. She is also a fellow of IEEE. We welcome Dr. Martha Suarez, President, Dynamic Spectrum Alliance. Dr. Martha has over 15 years of experience in the telecommunication industry. She advocates for laws and regulations that will lead to more efficient and effective spectrum utilization, which is essential to addressing key worldwide social and economic challenges. She is awarded with Marie Curie Fellowship. Dr. Suarez is an electronics engineer with a master's degree in high-frequency communication systems. We welcome you all. I would like to hand over the floor to our session chair, Professor Ganti. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be here. A lot of friends, old friends here that we get to meet. So we have a wonderful session planned. It's about the lower 6 gigahertz band on how, what is its utilization plan and what should be done with that band. Of course, we have a great set of speakers here, all the way from people who are talking about application of how this band can be utilized, what is the status of this internationally, how we can use it to innovate, because if it is unlicensed, how it can be utilized. Okay. So while there is a scope for unlicensed, this band technically has been, unlicensed in India. There are now lots of studies undertaken where we are looking at how this band can be more efficiently be utilized. Do you support higher power transmissions in this? What about fixed wireless access? Okay, what about low power devices, outdoor low power devices? So there's a lot of activity happening in this. It seems to be a very exciting band. And other good thing is it's very close to the IMT band. So there's going to be conflict with the IMT band also. There's going to be studies and hopefully things will be managed. So without further ado, I would like to first invite Mr. Mitesh from Meta to give his views on this particular band, utilization on this particular band. Thank you.
Good enough? First of all, thank you, everyone. My colleague, Alan Norman, and I from Meta Reality Labs we have a lot of gratitude for inviting us and giving us an opportunity to speak at this conference. We heard a lot about spectrum utilization, unlicensed, licensed. What matters deeply to Meta is how it impacts the end user experience. So today, as a part of innovation, as a part of research, as a part of the topic that we are going to discuss more, I'm going to talk about how we are thinking about wireless innovation, how we are thinking about products, what's to come, and then I'm going to wrap it up with why unlicensed is extremely important for what we are building. I sort of touched on the agenda. I'll quickly hit on our intro, our mission. Okay, thank you. I'll touch a little bit on the newest products that we have launched, including India most recently. I'm going to talk a little bit about accessibility. When we think about building products, it's not just you and I, but how about the rest of the population? For example, people who are vision impaired or speech impaired. So when we build our products, when we do research, when we look at wireless, we just don't look at these things as an afterthought. These are applications that we think of it from the get-go. I'll talk a little bit about INDA-related features for AI glasses, and then we will wrap it up with a session of Q&A. As you know, Meta, I want to touch quickly about what are our core mission, what's our core vision, right? So we build tools, we build technologies, we build products to bring people closer together. If you look at our family of apps, which is Facebook, which is Instagram, which is WhatsApp, more than 4 billion of the population of the world use one of our applications on a daily basis. Likewise, when we are building these products, the smart glasses that I am wearing, these are the Meta Ray-Ban AI glasses. These glasses have been launched recently in India. So these are products, these are tools which help improve communication, which help bring people closer together. And that's what our mission is all about. I kind of want to quickly switch my narrative here. If you look at the number of people who spend their time interacting with smartphones, so 6 billion people, about 20% of the time in a day, that is 4.8 hours in a day. If you think about you sleeping for 8 hours and working for 6 hours when you are not consuming your smartphones, that leaves us with about 10 hours. So about 50% of your waking time, insofar as entertainment, communication goes, we use smartphones. But what's going to happen is this is going to shape shift, meaning it's not that smartphones are going to go away, but wearables tech, something that will be on you, with you, along with you all the time. That's how consumption of content is going to evolve. So if you look at compute, consume, and connect, these are the three things that smartphones help us with. Compute, everything that we compute today, your basic calculator functions is all on your smartphone. Connect, it helps you connect with the cellular network over an interlink. Consume, we consume content on our smartphones, but consumption of content is slowly going to change. It's going to be more on wearables. And this consumption is largely going to be fueled by AI glasses. They will be the beacon in AI wearables. If you look at just 2025 alone, we are wrapping up the year, but the top 6 or 7, the Mag 7 or the FANG companies, they have collectively invested $500 billion in AI data centers. We just heard from our guest from Qualcomm, Mr. Jitendra, AI is the new UI. So that being said, if you are deploying all this AI, if you're deploying and spending all this money and making these investments in AI data centers, how are you going to consume this? This consumption is going to be fueled by the smart glasses, which is a new device category that is fast evolving. I'm going to touch on some of our new products, some of our new experiences that is going to fuel this AI consumption, that is going to fuel this new category of wearables tech that we will carry with us all along. But before I go and talk about my new products, I kind of want to go a little bit into our history, right? So Meta, we partnered with EssilorLuxottica, and we introduced our first smart glasses back in 2021 called Ray-Ban Stories. Very simple glasses, listen, capture, call. That's all it did. Listen meaning you can listen to audio, you can listen to music, you can take phone calls. Listen, capture. Capture is you can take pictures, you can take videos. So gone are the days. We are stealing cycles away from the phone and bringing it close to you. So if you are out and about, you're enjoying a moment with your little kids, it's their birthday party, they're going to cut the cake or blow a candle. Your first instinct is to pull out your phone and start taking a video. You lose the moment because you are so engrossed looking at your phone. But now you can do at the touch of a button and you can record that video. Now you are enjoying the moment and you are capturing the moment. So this was our first generation of products. And then 2023, 2022, ChatGPT changed the world. Okay, AI became front and center, and we saw this amazing opportunity where technology, products, and AI could all blend together. And in 2023, we'll launch our second generation of devices called Ray-Ban Meta. This was the first true smart glasses after Ray-Ban Stories, which picked up a lot of interest. A lot of people started using it. It was all fueled by AI consumption. Come 2025, earlier this year, is when we launch several new product categories. So let's focus on the rightmost. These are Oakley Vanguard. These are especially for the sports enthusiasts, or if you're a biker, if you want to go out and about. Again, this comes with very efficient battery life, almost 2 times the battery life of what was supported earlier on our first generation products. If you look in the center, we kind of updated our Ray-Ban Meta that we had launched in 2023 with a new version in 2025 with 2 times the battery capacity, much more powerful and efficient 12 megapixel camera, a 5 mic array. We introduced our partnership with Oakley Houston. So one in the bottom center is our partnerships with Oakley. But the coolest product that we really launched was our Ray-Ban Meta display glasses. That being said, I'll talk a little bit about the Ray-Ban Meta display glasses, which is shown there on the left. But there was a lot of interest. MBKHD, he's one of the most popular influencers in North America with 20 million followers. I mean, he said that the rate of improvement is kind of insane. What are these Ray-Ban Meta display glasses? So think of it as a 2-part constellation. Okay, you are wearing a wrist, a neural input device that you see on the bottom left. Then we have the glasses with the monocular display. So the earlier glasses, the Ray-Ban Meta, the ones that I'm wearing right now, they were just to take pictures, listen to music, make calls. But when you take pictures, it goes on the phone, and then from the phone, it gets captured on the glasses, it gets transferred on the phone, and I see it on the phone. But with this, it's an augmented display. It's a monocular display. So you can see what you're capturing. It supports point of view calling. It has a 12 megapixel camera. It comes with a charging case. So your charging case is the charger for your glasses. So typical days of use is 8 hours, but it lasts through 4 charges inside the case. It's not just the product, it's the experiences that really what we value the most. When I talk about experiences, right? So very simple things like teleprompting. Right now I'm having a conversation with you, but if I want to read through my notes, as opposed to looking down and reading my notes, I can be teleprompted my notes on my glasses. As I'm engaged with this audience, I can read through my notes. You are in the moment. What I mean by in the moment is even now, when I'm traveling internationally, when you want GPS directions, your instinct is to pull out your phone, and then you are looking at your phone and you're looking at the streets. But now, turn-by-turn navigation, this is something that is offered directly on your glasses, and then it can give you directions to where you want to go. Help with Meta AI. What I mean by this is, I'm outside, I'm looking at the menu, I turn on my glasses and I just ask a question, hey, is this vegetarian? And then it can prompt me back the response based on looking at it and give me a lot more insights. The point I'm trying to make is consumption, which used to be front and center on smartphone, that is changing now. Consumption is going to be on your glasses and on your products that you wear. I kind of want to introduce a small pivot. Number one thing that we ask is, how do we foster an app ecosystem? Smartphones were launched. Apple introduced Play Store through their GMS. Google introduced their Play Store through GMS. Apple introduced their Apple Store where you can, but in the age of agentic AI, apps are not probably going to stay here for much longer. AI is the new UI. Again, I'm going to reiterate what we heard earlier. But we released our device access toolkit, giving access to developers to build more content that you can consume directly on these kind of products. I'm going to touch a little bit on what I mentioned earlier. When we start building our products, the small population of users, it's always user first. It's not spectrum, it's not spectrum utilization. How is it going to benefit the end consumer, the end user who's going to use the product? That includes a population who is a minority. Case in point, people who are blind or who have low vision. How do we help them? So we partner with Be My Eyes. So say I'm wearing these glasses and I'm low vision or I'm blind. I'm out and about. I just say, hey, Meta. Oh, sorry, invoked my Meta client here. It says, hey, Meta, be my eyes. That's all I have to say. And then it connects me to a live agent. My cameras turn on. and I get, "Hey, is this safe here? Where am I? Can you talk to me?" So these are some of the benefits that we bring to the table. Detailed responses. So case in point, I'm wearing my AI glasses. I can say, "Hey, Meta, tell me something about this room." And it'll start explaining it's a room full of people listening to a presentation. But if I was blind, they would give me much more detailed information. "Hey, there are a couple of steps ahead of you. Be mindful, there's a mic in front of you." That's what I meant by. The other thing is reading text. You are out and about, you are in a restaurant, you look at a menu, it will read this text for you. So features that are helpful for blind and low vision is also something that we support on these glasses. Now, the important question, India and Meta AI. What we believe, I mean, if you look at these glasses today, about $300 to $400, we believe in massification of these glasses. How do we figure out a mechanism where we bring the price point of these glasses to a place where more people can afford? I mean, if 50% of the world population, 50 to 64% of the world population wear glasses. I see a lot of people here wear glasses. So how do we make it more affordable? That is something that we look at. But before we go there, we launched our first generation of Ray-Ban Meta glasses in May 2025. It's already available with Flipkart, Amazon, with some of the Lux partners, RBC stores. But India-related features, so language support. So somebody's talking to me in English, and it translates for me in Hindi. So right now we support, at least in North America, English, French, Spanish, German. But now we are going to add more languages. Hindi is something that we have already launched. UPI Lite payments, this is fantastic. You don't have to pull out your phone. You go to a tea stall, you buy tea for 20 rupees. "Hey, Meta, pay this vendor 20 rupees. You scan the QR code and everything is taken care of." That friction, the time that we are spending pulling out the smartphone from our pocket, typing it in, you aggregate that time collectively that is spent by every individual in this country. This is the time that we are giving back to them by simplifying their lives. New styles that we were launched for Diwali, and then of course the celebrity voice for the AI in India is the esteemed actress Deepika Padukone. This brings me to my last slide. Okay, I spoke about devices, I spoke about experiences, and what has Spectrum got to do with it? I mean, Spectrum has everything to do with it. If we look at wireless, there is wireless on the device. That is the devices that I'm wearing on me, whether they are camera buds with Bluetooth or the glasses that I'm wearing, wireless around me. This is my smartphone. I have to connect to my smartphone. My smartphone has wireless in my home. These are the access points that I have in my home. Wireless on the network. This is the cellular network. So the interlink is important. A compute puck is important. But how about the connection between your glasses and your smartphone, or your glasses and your compute puck? What I mean by SWaP-C is size, weight, power consumption, and cost. These are going to be extremely critical. If you build a smartphone, if you look at the real estate or the die size on a smartphone, you can pack multiple antennas, you can pack a 4,800 milliamp hour battery, you can put expensive RF front-end antenna components. Think of packing everything in a small form factor like glasses. I have 5 mics, I have 4 speakers, I have an MCU, I have a Wi-Fi chip, I have a Bluetooth chip, I have a small battery. The complexity increases. Issues around thermal, coax, desense, they complicate even further. So keeping this in mind, in order to offload compute to a smartphone or to a puck, and what becomes really important is latency. We spoke about AI on the cloud, AI on the edge, AI on the prem, AI on the device, AI on your smart glasses. But motion to photon latency. If I'm in my car, if I look at something, "Hey, Meta, tell me something about this store." And if I move, 6 seconds pass, the context is already over. So how do we improve on this latency? This is where we need a very robust intralink. In fact, just 3 channels in Wi-Fi in the lower 500 would not suffice. This latency is going to be very important. Motion to photon, right? It could give you a sort of a headache. If you look at something, if you ask for a question, if the response doesn't come back in a certain amount of time, this is where you will not really enjoy the experience. And QoE. It's not just the throughput, it's not just the latency, it's throughput, latency, jitter, thermal, social acceptability. I don't want to wear something super bulky. We want to make these glasses more socially acceptable. To be able to do that, we need to offload some of the compute from the glasses to your puck or your smartwatch, where there is more real estate for computations. For this, we need a robust intralink. And this intralink can be really augmented and supported by unlicensed and Wi-Fi in the 6 gigahertz spectrum. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening to me. I can take questions if the moderator is okay. If there are any, or we can wait until later. Yeah. So the one that I'm wearing right now, okay, it's 55 grams. This is the Ray-Ban Wayfarer design. The typical Ray-Ban Wayfarer designs is 49 grams. So this doesn't feel heavy at all. I mean, Alan is wearing it and I wear it. These are prescription, these are transitions. So you can wear it while you are out and about, and it's pretty comfortable.
Yeah, it's a wonderful presentation. I think you are from Meta.
Yes.
You may be aware that recently some fake BTS was installed in the Korean KT network.
Fake base stations, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
And more than 20,000 smartphones were hacked, and some payments were made. And after that, the KT investigated the matter, and then their KT president came on the TV and apologized with the citizens of the Korea. And suppose such type of things happens, and your smartphone will also be hacked because it is connected with the smartphone. This smart glasses gets hacked, and the person is driving the vehicle, then the accident will happen. So all these things. So how secure is the smart glasses when we are not able to secure even the 5G network, and the fake BTSs are installed in the 5G network, and the smartphones are hacked. And it is an incidence in Korea, and in some other countries, it has also happened very recently. Thank you.
So first things first, I want to kind of do a qualifier here that I'm not a security expert. My background is wireless. I work on wireless technologies and product. So what I'm going to say is not a fact, it's an opinion. Couple things is security is front and center, privacy is front and center for us. So for example, if I'm going to take a picture on my smart glasses, if I'm going to record a video, my camera light starts flashing. If I try to tamper with that camera light, I cannot take pictures. So it's sort of informed consent. I'm letting the other party know. So this is privacy. Security is also something that we look at very seriously. Like some features that we have already built in. For example, when you're driving your car, we have certain sensors in the glasses in that you cannot turn on display when you are driving. So say I'm driving my car, and if I get a text message, I don't want to be distracted by it. Wonderful. I appreciate your honesty there. Yes. Alan, unless you wanted to weigh in on the security topic. Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much. So indeed, a very interesting social media product. That's very cool to see. In terms of network engineering, which is your expertise, is this type of device considered an IoT device? And if so, can it connect to an NTN IoT network?
Wonderful question, and thank you for that question. So this kind of device is considered as an XR device type, XRDT. So if you start looking at 3GPP release 19, release 20 standards, there are different categories of XR device type. So I wouldn't label it as an IoT device or a smartphone or a smartwatch, but it is somewhere in the spectrum. So insofar as some of the features goes, and you said NTN, so we are evaluating how do we build in cellular capabilities on these glasses. eRedCap, case in point, RedCap is something that we are deploying today, reduced capability, but eRedCap is an area where we are exploring, because that's something from a cellular technology standpoint you can retrofit in your glasses. It will meet some of the thermal, die size, antenna, RF constraints, and there is a opportunity to support NTN connection directly on your glasses. So yeah, I wouldn't label it as an IoT, but XR device type is how these devices are being categorized at the moment.
Hello. It's a wonderful presentation. One simple question. I've got the cylindrical glasses.
Sorry?
I've got the cylindrical glasses
Yes.
with some power. A moment I use the meta glasses, in that particular, how do you correct the things? Do you correct or not?
I am cylindrical. I have a lot of axes. My number is very small. I have astigmatism. So I'm wearing my prescription glasses right now. It corrects.
Okay, it overrides on that.
No, you have to get prescription for your glasses. So you can get your Ray-Ban Meta glasses from any store, and then you go to Lens Crafters or any other prescription location, give them your glasses, and they will make your prescription for you, and it works.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
you can try my glasses since you have cylindrical. Yeah.
We'll stop the questions there. You can interact with the speaker later. Let's thank the speaker for this wonderful talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This time later, we will. Our next speaker is Sri Satyayan Gupta, Secretary General IAFI. He's going to talk about innovation of Wi-Fi in the 6 gigahertz band. Welcome, sir.
PPT. Oh, yes, it's there. Is it? Oh, it. Yeah, thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me for getting a slot here in this August panel, most of them international. So this is a great honor. As 15 minutes is given to me, my main theme will be, of course, innovation in Wi-Fi powered by 6 gigahertz spectrum. And though its name is decentralized Wi-Fi, this is a term we have coined in India. This is called decentralized Wi-Fi. Basically, it is a next version of open roaming, and it can make the total your PM money highly decentralized in opposite to centralized, and also it can become more successful as we are still struggling there. And finally, it can result Wi-Fi hotspot becoming what we call a digital public good, or I have called it a physical public good. So we'll see if 15 minutes can reach me there. The starting point is, since morning we have been discussing Wi-Fi enabling ubiquitous last mile connectivity. Actually, this I have taken from ITU, last mile connectivity. They have a best practices guideline of last mile connectivity, and that is where our Indian PM Ani has been actually listed there as one of the solution as best practice. So here most of the things will be known to you as far as Wi-Fi is concerned: ubiquitous, all IP technology, plug and play, low power consumption, low cost, overall infrastructure cost of a Wi-Fi based last mile solution, which is called access network, is just 15% of the licensed network. That means 5G cost versus the Wi-Fi cost to deliver a similar kind of experience. 15% only, 17. And it has a potential, and that is what I want to emphasize here, because I go in the innovation part. Potential to conserve scarce license spectrum, because as you know, spectrum, since morning we are telling it is scarce, which is half true according to me. It is not scarce, as Madam Revati was also mentioning. When they go for auctioning the spectrum, their spectrum is not sold full. That means it is not scarce. That means it has more supply than demand, if you connect both the dots together. And that is in fact true. But it can also help the licensed operator, the service provider, the telco, to make use of Wi-Fi for them to deliver the same services which they can do by the licensed spectrum. So that is what, there are different type of those services. The most famous one, and which is a global success, is called MDO, mobile data offload. Actually, you can offload your last mile of your data connection on Wi-Fi, though the connection is 5G actually. That is what you can do. And as you know, 70% of your data traffic has to touch Wi-Fi. In fact, now it has become 80%.
Without Wi-Fi, it will never reach your customer. Whether you give 5G, 6G, fiber to the home, whatever you give, in the end, it will be passing through Wi-Fi. And you can do it in a more systematic manner by doing what is called mobile data offload. Now, the same service, you can do voice or Wi-Fi also, like 4G service, 5G service. You can do voice or Wi-Fi, actually. You can do fixed mobile convergence, which is called FMC. Frugal 5G, which is the India study, actually. And the UBR, which is the new kid on the block. Unlicensed backhaul radio by Wi-Fi, and most of telcos are using that actually. We were talking about the administrative spectrum allocation for backhaul, and there is a pricing thing, all that. If Wi-Fi is given more spectrum, like what government have already suggested also, so you can do UBR there. And more than UBR, the latest thing is UFWA. We are talking about FWA, that is the only successful commercial use case of 5G, FWA. You can actually strengthen your FWA by using Wi-Fi, actually. The infrastructure cost will become 15% only. Everything else will remain the same. Spectrum charges will become 0. So all these things, I have named them telco surplus. If all these applications are made use of by telco, like Wi-Fi has to give basically surplus. One is to the consumer, other is to the telco, and third is to the country. So that is called a sigma of the economic welfare or economic value total. According to me, the unlicensed spectrum, if you can make use of these services, these applications, which are there, of course in India they have yet to come, you can actually make maximum surplus for telco itself, for the service provider itself, because he saves in the spectrum cost. That itself makes a very big case. So I'll not go in more detail about this. One application, of course, has Meta since morning also, Alan has been telling, and now Mr. Dave. So these AR, VR, but more than AR, VR actually, more than AR, VR, there is a big application which is required, which even 5G struggle to deliver. That is called 4K video. 4K video, and you will see how Wi-Fi can do that. It is nothing but a very, very high definition video. It is 4K is 4000 actually. And then as far as India is concerned, and there are a lot of innovation which we'll be talking in Wi-Fi 6, one standard which is used is Wi-Fi 6E. Of course, everyone knows about that. We will have Wi-Fi 6 in 5G. But for Wi-Fi 6E, which is extended 6E, there you need 6 gigahertz. But that is not the only application. The other standard which is knocking at the door, actually it has already come, that is called Wi-Fi 7. That is where it is also called 802.11.BE. And that is the standard which will solve all the problems. Like one is the security problem someone was talking, quality of service, latency, everything. What 5G can do for you and what 6G is promising to do, Wi-Fi 7 can do actually. If provided, it is enabled, it is powered by enough chunk of spectrum. That is what we will show here. So these are the standards which I am talking. You just see the last line, 11B Wi-Fi 7, which has already come in 2024 or this year. And there is a channel width actually. We were talking in the morning 20 megahertz, 80 megahertz, maximum 160 megahertz. So it is, the game is of the channel width actually, and channel width means more spectrum, more channel width, more spectrum. So all these things what we are talking, 1 gigabit, 10 gigabit, 35 gigabit, you need more and more spectrum and more channel width. And that is what Wi-Fi 7 brings to the table. They have a 320 channel bit also. They have, it is backward compatible also with 60 also, 160 also, 80 also, but 320. And it can promise plus 10 gigabit. In fact, 36 gigabit on your handset, I am talking. So these are there, and main thing, when we talk about 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi, that means Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7, better efficiency, spectral efficiency, because the 7 at least is using what is called 4K QM. You would have not heard about QM, but not 4K QM. 4K QM is 4028 QM. So that you can see how much bits per hertz you can carry there. 4000 QAM. That is what. So better efficiency, reduced congestion, lower latency, even latency it can help. That is called, we will see that actually multi-link operation. Then the band, and it is a fresh band or a uncorrupted band. They call it pristine band, and longer battery life also. So many innovation has happened here when you talk of 6 gigahertz. So these are all these things which are shown about the 6E. 6E is well known in India, everyone, all the friends. But 7, Wi-Fi 7, I wanted to devote more time actually. Wi-Fi 7 takes, actually, it can basically make the Wi-Fi last mile solution with steroid, actually. It will power it so much, Wi-Fi 7. And it makes use of OFDMA and MU-MIMO. MU-MIMO you would have heard. Multiple user, multiple input, multiple output. So these are the efficiency gains actually, and capacity actually, because ultimately you are bound by the Shannon's theorem. The capacity or your bit rate is equivalent to your spectrum, that is the bandwidth, and log into 1 plus signal by noise ratio. That still survives, but here you are pushing more bandwidth. You are also putting more signal strength, that you will see how you can do it actually. With that, lot of efficiency gains happen. That is the real innovation which happens in case of Wi-Fi 6 gigahertz, but I'll go to now 7. Actually 6 features are more or less well known, but 6E also not enough. In India they say ye dil mange more. Whatever you give to your customer, he will always ask more. And that more 6 he is unable to give more. More means you have to go to Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 7 means you have to go to a 320 megahertz channel. And 320 megahertz channel means even if you want to have 2 channel, how much spectrum? 640. That is what I want to bring, that government of India, though we are talking of the lower 6 gigahertz, lower 6 gigahertz is actually 600 megahertz. So government unfortunately have opened up or trying to open up 500 only. They have held back 100 from there. But even that was not enough. If they could give us 640 megahertz, lower half plus 40 megahertz from the upper half, then the magic will happen. Because you will get 2 channels of 320 megahertz. Then you can play with them. Then you can share it with. Then you can give more user experience actually. So that is what I meant by Wi-Fi 7. It is B standard. It can work on all the bands, of course. It is backward compatible. It can work on 2.4, 5, but it needs 320 megahertz channel, which are not available in the lower bands. So you have to go for 6 megahertz. In 6 gigahertz also, if you give me 500 megahertz, I get only 1 channel. In fact, the other balance 180 megahertz will be underutilized, unless you give me 2 channels actually. So it has so many other things which we'll be discussing now, even your QoS, QoE security. Actually, Wi-Fi 7, this is the standard. It says how it works and what is new. That is what I have already told. Greater efficiency because of this 4K QM, super wide channel. This we used to call ultra wide all our channels. This is beyond ultra wide, super wide channel of 320 and multi-link operation. This is the key. Multi-link operation can help you to reduce the latency. It's not just MIMO. MIMO, of course, it helps you to increase the number of bits actually, but multi-link operation does further wonder actually to this. And that is where you can even channel of the lower bands also you can use, and deterministic latency. This is what is the key thing of Wi-Fi 7, 320 megahertz support, and you can have 160 plus 160 also, and this is what 4K QM works actually. It just almost touches the Shannon theorem limit actually by this. Then there is multi-resource units. It is not only multi-user, multi-input, multi-output, multi-resource. They make use of all kind of availability, and that is the real innovation which is happening here in MLO, Wi-Fi 7, QoS actually. It can help you to give better QoS, actually enhanced QoS management, because it is latency is also very low, and enhanced security. Yeah, enhanced security also, multi-link security. That is what I wanted to bring. Actually, whatever you can get security in your 5G, Wi-Fi 7 can actually match it, maybe overdo it. So the question which was asked from Mr. Dave, so the question is not there at all about the security because of this, if you use this, of course. And for outdoor, actually, in India, we call it frugal 5G, limited mobility, large coverage. That is what is required actually, and that is what it fits very well. Actually, 6 gigahertz fits very well there, because what is happening, and that is what I wanted to bring, because one more minute is left. Power level, actually, that is what is another casualty which have happened in India. You can see US and you can see EU. Everywhere there is a possibility to use the standard power. What is the standard power in Wi-Fi? It is 36 dBm, 4 watt actually. In India, they have used either VLI or outdoor VLI, which is some 32, 33 dB, 14 dB. That means, you know how much 14 dB means? It is only 25 milliwatt. What 22 dBm means? Only 250 milliwatt. And we want to cover the India, rural India. We want to make it cheap and all that. So that is what is required. So with that, I think this is my last slide for this. PM Money, actually, because morning also, Alan was also mentioning about PM Money. It's a great thing government have done, but they have stopped it halfway. They have totally decentralized it, totally unregulated it, everything. They have made it free. But unfortunately, they have not helped with the extra spectrum and also the backhaul cost. Backhaul cost, actually, the regulator itself have agreed to double it, actually. Retail, can you believe that a retail backhaul cost is half of the enterprise backhaul cost? If as a PM Money operator, that is PDO, which I am, if I go to an operator, he will charge me double than what he charges his retail customer. That is what the TRI have to solve, and more things. So I think, Professor, sorry, so I'll stop here, but lot of things can be done. Thank you. Okay.
We have time for 2 questions. Jump in. By 15 minutes.
Deepak Maheshwari from. So my question is, like, with less than 4 lakh PM Wani hotspots against a target of 1 crore by 22, how do you call it a success?
It is not a success, Deepak. That is what I told. This is what is required to make it a success. It is all the backhaul cost game, actually. Unfortunately, the backhaul cost for the PM Money operator is double than the retail. Actually, it has to be less than retail, because always backhaul cost should be retail minus, always. Otherwise, there will be a vertical price squeeze. That is what is happening. So what has to be done? If you give me more spectrum, a part of that I'll use for backhaul. I'll go to the nearest point of presence of my provider, telco, so that he charge me less. And from there, I pick it up on my Wi-Fi, 6 gigahertz, and then that backhaul cost can be brought down to the retail cost. Unless backhaul cost is less than the retail cost, nothing will sell. Nothing will sell. That is the main catch here, and that is why we need this.
Thank you. Thank you, Satyen, for giving the details of Wi-Fi 7. You also mentioned about multi-resource possibility. And is it possible to combine the spectrum from 5 gigahertz band with the 6 gigahertz band and create 2 channels of 320 megahertz or wider.
Yes, sir, it can be done, and that is what means by multi-resource. So you can have 160 plus 160, but below 160 you cannot club. So from 5 megahertz, if you get 160, then you take 160 of your 6 gigahertz, that will become equivalent to 320.
My question is slightly different.
Hanji.
You mentioned about 2 channels of 320 megahertz bandwidth.
Are best for us. Yes.
So if you have 500 megahertz in the 6 gigahertz band,
Yeah.
combine it with 140 or 160 megahertz from the 5 gigahertz band, can you achieve 2 channels of 320 megahertz?
No, because both sides, I need 160. I need 320 plus 160. Yes. Yeah, then I can do it. Yes, it is doable. It is doable. 320 or 160 plus 160 of multiple band. Thank you, sir.
So let's thank the speaker. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Monisha Ghosh. She's from University of Notre Dame. She'll be talking about measurements in the 6 gigahertz band.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present some of our work. So this is going to be a little bit different in focus. We have actually done measurements with real networks. So all day we've heard so much about how we can use it for cellular, how we can use it for Wi-Fi, and a lot of, posturing about what this band can be used for. What I'm going to show you is actual measurements that I've taken, my students have taken all over the world, actually. And our conclusion, based on what we've seen, is really, if you look at 6 gigahertz, we think Wi-Fi is the better option. And I hope by the end of the presentation, you'll agree with me. So I just want to say that what I'm about to express today in this presentation are my views based on my research. Not everybody in Notre Dame or Spectrum X may agree with my conclusions here. So a little bit of a recap. A lot of these things have been already discussed many times today. And let's look at what the realities are for both 6 gigahertz and 6G. It has been mentioned a few times that 80% of data originates or terminates indoors. Look at us, we're all sitting indoors here. There is no 5G here. 6G is not going to come in here. There's barely any Wi-Fi. So what are we doing with all of the spectrum that we are allocating for wireless network connectivity when we are not really addressing what the user needs, right? The main problem that nobody seems to want to tackle is that when you're inside, you're facing 20 to 30 dB building loss. And to overcome this building loss from outdoor cellular deployments, you've got to transmit more power. Now, in the climate today, where everybody's talking about energy efficiency, that to me is not an energy efficient way of providing connectivity. It is not green, it is wasteful. You're heating up your building walls unnecessarily by trying to go through them. The other big advantage of doing something like unlicensed at low power indoors is nobody needs to relocate. You can actually share the same spectrum that is being used outdoors. We heard in the morning about how military needs a lot of the spectrum for their applications. Satellites need spectrum, radars need spectrum, and all of those are outdoors. All we humans are sitting indoors requiring connectivity. Why can we not figure out a way to share the spectrum better between outdoor incumbents who are already there and the new users indoors over here? You will actually end up with more bandwidth than you will get with high power exclusive license. You can boost this connectivity by using this extra bandwidth to do neutral hosts, maybe indoors, share bandwidth and infrastructure indoors. There are many, many new ways of doing things which we need to explore rather than just think about unlicensed and licensed as the only solutions. Does that mean that you need no more exclusive high power exclusively licensed spectrum? No, you always will need some. But do we need 400 per carrier? That seems excessive to me. 1600 megahertz of new spectrum, which is locked away for one particular application. I think every regulator in the world needs to really seriously think about whether that is the best way of just locking away that much spectrum. We really need to do a better job of really understanding how much do you need for ubiquity. We are not ubiquitous today, even with the spectrum we have. And the higher you go up in frequency, the less ubiquitous you're going to become. So understanding the physics of propagation, understanding what the needs are something I don't hear enough of. With the 6 gigahertz band, you have a lot of bandwidth, but you have many incumbents, and we've talked about this a lot today. You have poor propagation, you have high building loss. So how do you put together all of these constraints and still get something meaningful out of this band? So I'm going to talk a little bit about what's happening in the US. Since 2020, it's been about 5 years now. It has been fully adopted in the US for unlicensed but shared use. None of the incumbents had to move out of the band, and it's being widely deployed in homes and enterprises. So you can see what happens if you allow innovation to happen. You have 6 gigahertz incumbent links, they're still operating. Within that, point here? Okay, that's true. Within the local ecosystem, you can have indoor Wi-Fi access points. There can be low power indoor without an automatic frequency coordination. You can install Wi-Fi outdoors with higher power or standard power, as was mentioned, 36 dBm with frequency coordination. You can do 5G NR or NRU. There's nothing that stops you from taking a 5G NR or NRU stack and deploying it in this band. Yes, you're not going to get exclusivity, you're not going to get high power, but as I said, if you deploy properly, you don't need those things. And of course, as we heard from Meta, you can, well, I'm sorry, I'm still calling it Google Glass, I should call it Meta Glass, but that's those kind of applications, very low power, no AFC. You can also have standard power deployed indoor, and these are only the applications we know today. The beauty of unlicensed is there is nothing that stops innovation from progressing. It is not locked away by one standard, by one set of operators to deploy. We are also able to exploit the entire 1200 megahertz, which have all these incumbents. You have fixed, satellite uplink, broadcast, you have cable relay services, and by judiciously allocating power, for example, you can do low power indoors at 5 dBm per megahertz across the band. We take the standard power and allocate it to those bands which have the fixed incumbents, and we do VLP at even lower power, minus 5 dBm per megahertz. That's a very low power spectral density, but when you combine it with 320 megahertz, you get 14 dBm of power. So you have a lot of flexibility in allocating spectrum to the use cases you actually need. In the US, AFC and SP deployments started only pretty late in last year. And today they're mostly in enterprise deployments such as stadiums. So this is what we've been doing as my research group in university. We've been taking measurements since day one. University of Michigan was the first big deployment in the US. 16,000 access points got deployed. My students went out and took measurements. Now our university, University of Notre Dame, has a very, very large deployment. Wherever I go, I carry a phone with me and I take measurements in airports, on streets, and I will show you some of the results of those. And all of these measurements are available. I'm happy to share my slides if anybody is interested. We have done a lot of measurements of building entry loss, and I will show you some results of those as well. So the stadium. The stadium, and you see Notre Dame, for those of you who may not know, is a big football school. We have an 80,000 capacity stadium on campus. So we have standard power, 900 access points. They're deployed in the handrails of the seats going up and down, 5 and 6 gigahertz. We also have 3 buildings attached to the stadium. Those have indoor Wi-Fi deployed in there. So we have a very rich ecosystem of Wi-Fi and 6 gigahertz, where you have indoors, we have outdoors. We also have incumbent links, by the way, in the neighborhood, right? So we have the AFC protecting those incumbent links. So this is a wonderful example of how you can maximize the use of spectrum. So these are some results. So these are really results from a few months ago. So my students, they go in during a game, 80,000 people. And you might ask, if people are at a game, why are they using their phones? Well, They're all taking videos, TikTok, uploading, showing all their family and friends what they're doing at the game. So there's a lot of activity on the cellular and Wi-Fi networks. So what you see here, we divided it up into two parts. One is the bowl where the actual stadium is, and the other is the concourse, which is the covered area where people, hang around during the breaks and things. So the purple line is Wi-Fi 6, the red line is Wi-Fi 5, and the other three are three operators that we measured. And I'm showing you downlink, uplink, and idle latency. So all of these, 6 gigahertz is doing exceedingly well. So no matter how much higher power you had in cellular, and this was all C-band cellular as well as low-band cellular, but especially in the uplink, you'll see the Wi-Fi 6 gigahertz gives you much greater performance than any of the carriers. Actually, both Wi-Fi 5 and 6 are doing much better than any of the cellular carriers. So the cellular carriers really fall apart when it comes to uplink transmission. Part of it is just because of the TDD spectrum. There's a very low uplink slots allocated to it, whereas Wi-Fi is totally flexible. Uplink, downlink doesn't matter. It seamlessly adjusts to where the traffic needs are. Look at the latency. Look at the latency of the cellular, and part of it is because you have a low-power handset trying to reach a faraway base station. And by the way, T-Mobile, who's actually one of the better carriers, they have a DAS in the stadium. So even in spite of having a distributed antenna system in the stadium, the Wi-Fi latency, downlink, uplink are all much better. So this is a real-world example. This is not theory. This is not, projecting what might happen. This is what you get when you allocate the entire band to Wi-Fi. And actually, in the concourse, the performance is even much, much better on the uplink. Building entry loss. So we've done a lot of very careful measurements, and we don't have cellular, so I cannot measure cellular outdoor to indoor, but I've measured Wi-Fi indoor to outdoor. So assuming building losses are symmetrical, you're going to see the same kind of performance outdoors. So we have very carefully taken access points, identified them by their BSS ID, and measured them inside the office and just outside. These are typical. It's a building like this, thick walls, lots of floors. And we measure building loss of about 20 to 30 dB. That's 20 to 30 dB of building loss. So imagine if you're trying to cover these users using cellular from an outdoor base station. You're needlessly going to be transmitting 100 times more power, at least, to be able to reach these devices, right? And if you've assigned them for exclusively licensed, you cannot even reuse that band indoors and low power. So I would caution all regulators who are thinking of assigning the 6 gigahertz or the lower 7 gigahertz for exclusive high-powered license, you're locking away a huge amount of bandwidth without really knowing whether that bandwidth is going to work for you in the way you think you are. Whereas with Wi-Fi, we know it's working. So this is the kind of usage we're seeing. As I said, whenever I travel, I take measurements. I was in Venice in summer for a conference. They have Wi-Fi 6C deployed in Venice there, but it's only in the lower 6 gigahertz. So they just deploy 20 megahertz channels. Whereas in Chicago, in Midway, also, you have 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi, but they deploy 40 megahertz channels because you have more bandwidth. So in a dense deployment, like in an airport, you don't necessarily need 320 megahertz channels. You need many, many 40 or 80 megahertz channels. You're not going to get that if you just deploy half of it for Wi-Fi. So what we see is that just having a few more, 4 more 20 megahertz channels and 6 gigahertz is not going to do much for you. And in fact, if you look at the channel utilization of 6 gigahertz in Venice, the red line, it's already much higher than in Chicago because every channel is already getting crowded. So if you want to build for the future, if you want to build for the next 20 years in places like airports, you want the entire band to be available to you. This is, again, examples of other places. This is another stadium. This is a pro stadium in Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz Stadium that my students had gone to for a conference. So they walked around and they took measurements. The entire stadium is 6 gigahertz. Airports, Chicago, New York City, you walk around in New York City, you're going to see 6 gigahertz everywhere. All the stores, all the offices, all the houses already have 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi deployed there inside. By the way, this is, I thought would be interesting. So as I said, I take measurements everywhere. So I'm staying in this little bed and breakfast close by called Lutyens Bungalow. So today morning, I took measurements indoors, the blue things, and outdoors. And even in that little area over there, you'll see in 3.5 gigahertz, there's about 15 dB loss. 15 dB loss just going from here to here. Right? And this is going to get worse. You go to 6 gigahertz, you go to 7 gigahertz, that 15 dB is going to become 25, 30, 35 dBm. So whatever you deploy in IMT in those higher bands, they're going to remain outdoor only small cell deployments. If that's what you want to do, fine. But if you want to do wide area coverage, ubiquitous coverage, 6 gigahertz and above is not the right place for it. Fixed wireless access. Is that a good application for 6 gigahertz? Maybe. This is data, again, we collected from homes in South Bend, where we looked, this is not over 6 gigahertz, this is over the cellular band. Both fiber and the fixed wireless tell you you're going to get 600 megahertz peak downlink throughput. And yes, in the middle of the night or 3 o'clock in the morning, your fixed wireless access will give you that. But in the busy period, you're down to 100 or 200, whereas fiber maintains its throughput. Uplink, huge difference. Fiber uplink is steady, it's symmetric. Uplink on fixed wireless access is below 100 megabits per second. Latency. We've talked a lot about how in the next generation of VR and AR, latency is going to be much, much more important than throughput. Latency of fiber is rock solid. Latency of fixed wireless access is not. And if you go to 6 gigahertz, if you want to have good user experience, you will have to maintain CPEs outside. You cannot, this is with a CPE indoor. So 3.5 gigahertz, you can still get away by telling the customer, take your CPE and put it near a window. 6 gigahertz, even near a window, is not going to really help you. So I think I'll conclude with this slide. I think with 6 gigahertz, when we're thinking about what we should do, we should embrace the band, embrace what it can do for you instead of trying to fight it and trying to make it do something that it's not physically meant to do. The propagation is the propagation. Physics is the same everywhere in the world, doesn't change. India, US, Venice, it's all the same. Building loss changes a little bit with construction, but you're still looking at pretty high building loss. You can coexist better with incumbents if you do low power indoors. And my advice is, I see many, many tests and people saying, oh, 7 gigahertz is going to be the same as 3.5. I've lived through the millimeter wave hype where they tried to tell us that millimeter wave was going to be just fine indoors and outdoors, and it wasn't. 6 gigahertz is not millimeter wave, true, but it shares a lot of the same propagation and characteristics. You can do larger antenna arrays, but it's not really going to give you the coverage you want. I would really encourage people to explore hybrid sharing. So if you really do want to do outdoor IMT in the band, keep it outdoors IMT, reuse the band indoors for Wi-Fi. Otherwise, you're going to be wasting that spectrum. Keep talking about how valuable spectrum is, don't waste it. Learn from the real world experience. There's no need to sit around saying we can do this, we can do that. There is 6 gigahertz deployments in many parts of the world. And the measurements we are doing, we hope, we're happy to share it. We're happy to have people come over and see what it's like on our campus. But let's learn from what's already been deployed in these bands before we make drastic decisions for the future. I have 2 more slides with papers, but that's not necessary to go through. So I'll stop here. Happy to take a few questions.
I think we have time for one question.
One question.
Yeah, thanks for a very great talk and very technical. I was wondering, when we talk about ubiquitous coverage, what about session continuity? I mean, if you have for anything.
Okay.
If you have indoor Wi-Fi,
you have to hand off.
Yeah, and you have to hand off from,
Access point to access point.
so but if we have somebody just coming, as far as he's sitting down, it's okay. It continues the session, he continues the session and takes all the advantages what you have told about. But as soon as he changes the spot, he had to start all over again. You know, this is some.
No, yeah, you mean for what? So in Wi-Fi, again, most Wi-Fi deployments in enterprises, so in a building like this or in a university campus, there is handoff in Wi-Fi that's there, right?
Yeah. I mean, as far as you stay on the same
Same network.
Yes. But what if somebody, for some reason, goes somewhere else? You go to a new office, you have to start a session again, and you lose all those advantages. The big advantage.
That is something the Wi-Fi Alliance is working on, to be able to do authentication on Wi-Fi through cellular credentials. So things like Passport
So
and that. So those are, I think, high level problems that I think you've raised a very valid point from a user perspective. When I don't want to keep associating with every Wi-Fi access point that I go to. When I go to an airport, or go to a mall, or go somewhere else, right? And to have that level of seamless authentication that happens with different Wi-Fi networks can be done. And the solutions exist. It's just, it's not been adopted widely. And that's got nothing to do with spectrum.
I don't know. I mean, yes.
Yeah, there is, I mean, I think, yeah, open roaming and Passpoint, these are all technologies that exist. If they get adopted by both communities widely, I think we can solve that problem.
Yes, we have been discussing about these things for several years.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And there is a hesitancy of each of these standards to adopt something that makes the other standard, get more thing. But that's an institutional problem, not a spectrum problem.
Let's thank the speaker again for the wonderful talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Martha Suez, President, Dynamic Spectrum Alliance. She'll be talking about unlicensed, what is the status of unlicensed spectrum in the international scenario. Floor is all yours.
All right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Yafi for organizing this wonderful conference and for having us here. It's really a pleasure to come. So I'm very lucky because many of the points I wanted to present have been addressed in the morning sessions and earlier today. So I will try to go quickly at the beginning and then spend more time on the international situation. So I will start talking about internet traffic. And unfortunately, I don't have the exact numbers for India, but I will take international numbers and directly from the ITU. And the big conclusion is that fixed broadband remains the primary channel for global internet traffic, especially for high volume data usage. Here, these were numbers published in October this year, again at the ITU. And you can see that the mobile amount of traffic has been growing, but when you compare it to the fixed, you see, I mean, it's very simple and very evident there, that there is a big difference. And then you can see by regions, and still you have the same behavior. I also took the numbers about internet traffic per subscription per month, and I compared the numbers from 2024 versus 2025 in the Asia Pacific. So again, I apologize, I don't have the numbers for India, but we can see the numbers for the Asia Pacific. So in terms of fixed broadband, we used to have 271 gigabytes, and now it's 320. So in only 1 year, we are seeing the big increase. In the case of mobile, there is also an increase from 15 to 17 gigabytes per month. So you can see the big difference. And that's because normally when you have fixed access, you don't have those limitations in terms of the traffic that can be used in the network. The second fact that I would like to highlight is that larger bandwidth channels enable innovative applications and use cases. So if you see from the previous generations of Wi-Fi, in 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, standard was able to support channels of 20 megahertz, 40 megahertz, 80 megahertz, and 160 megahertz. In the 6 gigahertz band with the Wi-Fi 7 standard, it's possible now to support channels of 320 megahertz. And then when you see the distribution of the band, you can see that administrations or countries that decided to open the entire 6 gigahertz band then have 3 non-overlapping channels of 320 megahertz. And that's important, as has been mentioned before, because there are many applications that rely on latency, low latency. In the case of, so I won't spend a lot of time here because you have already heard about those presentations. Enterprises are big users and big, they normally need this high capacity. And we are seeing in countries that open the entire band that there is really this capacity for having larger channel bandwidths, and they can operate at 80 megahertz in dense environments. And here we just saw, probably something important to mention is that when you have license exempt or unlicensed access in the 6 gigahertz band, it's not only about Wi-Fi. There are many proprietary applications for broadband access. And also we have technologies such as Bluetooth or ultra-wideband or different IoT systems that can operate. So that's why clearly unlicensed access or license exempt access is a trigger for innovation. The third fact that I would like to highlight is that there is a mature and a standardized ecosystem in the 6 gigahertz band. And these are not projections. This is something that is really happening in the industry. Most probably, many of the devices that you are using, computers, tablets, smartphones, already have chipsets that could operate in the entire band. Indeed, for the last projections, I don't have the final numbers for this year, but devices that had the 6 gigahertz band with shipments were more than 800 million in the market. So that's huge and that's growing all the time. And as I was saying, it's not only in terms of smartphones, but also computers, tablets, even TVs now are able to support the entire band. And according to the Wi-Fi Alliance projections, by 2028, the Wi-Fi adoption will reach 2.5 billion devices and chipsets. And just probably a clarification here, when I say here, you can see that there are more than 5,000 devices that can operate in the 6 gigahertz band. These are families of devices. Like, for example, the iPhone, 15. So that's one type of device. There are 5,000 types of devices like that. So you can imagine the big scale of availability in the market. And all that while protecting incumbent users. Because as we mentioned before, license exempt access can coexist with incumbents. So that could be fixed satellite service. There could be also some type of microwave links of fixed service, and also some different applications that might be in the band. So now let's go to the international situation very briefly. These graphics are from July. And I would be happy to answer questions. This is my job. I work with regulators from all around the world. So I'm like in constant contact with them about what's going on. You can see here, let me start by India. It's in yellow because we haven't seen, even if we heard this morning about the purpose of the government and the country, there is no final decision yet. So that's why we say it's under consultation. We can see here the different regions where they are. Let me go in different graphics. Let's start by the lower part of the band. So if you see here, this is the status of countries that have adopted or have decisions, regional decisions for using the lower part of the band for unlicensed access. So you can see, I think this is even kind of I would say, and I'm very simplifying this, is kind of not under discussion anymore. It is widely accepted that there was a strong need of additional spectrum for Wi-Fi. Since last time there was a spectrum in the 5 gigahertz band, there was no additional spectrum, and there is no way to continue providing the capacity that users are requesting. So that's for the lower part of the band. Now let's go to the upper part of the band. You can see in region 2, Many countries have already adopted regulations for the entire band for unlicensed access. We have Chile, Mexico, Paraguay that have been like deciding to open only the lower part of the band with no decision about the upper part of the band. Brazil made a decision for the entire band initially, but then they decided to dedicate the upper part of the band for IMT. However, at this point, Anatel, the regulator of Brazil, is still supporting and homologating devices for the entire band. So the market is open and is still used for Wi-Fi. You can see in the case of Europe, we had recently an RSPG recommendation, so the Radio Spectrum Policy Group, and it's targeting a prioritized use of the upper part of the band for IMT. However, there are texts in the recommendation that says that regulators should consider a non-prioritized use of this band for Wi-Fi. And there are also some conditions about the results of WRC 27. Then we have Australia. Australia had a particular approach. They dedicated for license exempt access 500 megahertz plus a channel of 160 megahertz. So their reasoning is that that gives 2 channels of 320 megahertz. And even in the upper part of the band, even if they recognize the importance of those frequencies for IMT, they also keep open the possibility of using it for WAS airline systems. And then we have other countries and discussions that are going on. I'd be happy to provide more details if you want to know. Then all those figures that I was showing were for low power indoors. So that's called LPI. Some countries also decided to open the band for standard power. So that's outdoor applications. We have heard about it. The 2 countries that already have AFC systems that are commercially available are the US and Canada. And there we have different providers, different applications, not in the 1200 megahertz. In the US is 850 megahertz, and in Canada is 950 megahertz. And then we have other countries that have been considering standard power applications. In Europe, there is a group working on that for the lower part of the band. Brazil is also interested in opening the lower part of the band for standard power applications, and we have other administrations working on that. So that's also a very promising application and use case. So for my closing remarks, the 6 gigahertz band is a prime example of success because when you have timely regulations that are there working in parallel with the market, that's when users get the most of a spectrum because they get the benefits of the applications. It has driven a lot of investment from the private sector, and it's also delivering gigabit connectivity and digital inclusion. That's why Wi-Fi stands as a market-leading technology, because you have the 2 things at the same time. And for administrations that decide to wait and see, there is an opportunity cost. Because even if the economic benefit that you're expecting is very high, if you're expecting it in 5, 10 years, when you bring it to present, you are losing an opportunity, and that's the opportunity cost. And my final remark, fiber, Wi-Fi, and non-terrestrial networks will support next generation use cases and shape future spectrum requirements. So thank you for your attention, and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, we have time for a couple of questions. Any questions, please? Vikram?
Thank you very much. I think this has been very interesting. And, part of the discussions in the first session we had, clearly our operators are doing something good by delivering 30 Gbps per connection. The global average is 20. And this is without the nice 6 gigahertz of spectrum, right? I think one of the cases, again, at the cost of repetition, is we must, tabulate the countries which have given out 1200 or the 500 with the optical fiber density. Any talk of Wi-Fi has fiber at the back. In India, let me, again emphasize, and you mentioned the, opportunity cost. So fiber is not going to match the pace of deployment of IMT networks or wireless networks. Yes, the government's doing a lot of right of way. So, we need to match these. So for all our friends as part of the Wi-Fi, let's say deployment, we would be happy if we can work together to bring in investments or enhance the fiber component, because that's a win-win. And let's work towards that and find methods of doing that. Yeah.
Can I?
Please, thank you.
I can start and then, yeah. So it depends on the policy priorities. And I know it changes from one country to the other. But even if we work on wireless world and we like spectrum and that's our priority, fiber should be there. It is needed for any type of future-proof communication network. And it takes time, it takes investment. I have seen the case, and let me bring that example. I have seen the case in Brazil. Brazil is also a big country, in some places very dense, as you could compare with India, and the fiber penetration was very low a few years ago. What happened there is that instead of only having the mobile operators investing in fiber, they had a lot of small internet service providers. And you could talk to anyone from the Brazilian administration, they're very proud of that situation now, because different internet service providers, normally local companies, they had only unlicensed spectrum for last mile connectivity. So they had fixed wireless access using unlicensed spectrum, so normally 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, but that was very limited. So they started to make the investments in fiber. And now, for example, in the case of Brazil, more than 50% of broadband fixed access is provided by those small internet service providers, not by the big MNOs. So I think that's where you have the balance. Who do you want to make the investment? If you rely only on a few stakeholders, it's true, it's very complicated and it might be limited. But if you rely on local companies and if you have a different and innovative models for deployment, then you could see very good results. But I think in the long term, and I think even it's the case for India, that should be part of the policy. You should not say, okay, because we only have wireless access, that's how it is. No, the high-level goal is to have fiber as much as possible, because that will support all the ecosystem, not only Wi-Fi.
Can I just add, following up, what it is, even if you do IMT in 6 gigahertz, you will have to deploy densely. You cannot have the same footprint of base stations that you have now and expect to get the same coverage. So there has to be more infrastructure investment to be made, even if you did IMT. So for example, I came across some data recently. It's called the 5G dashboard, I think. The EU puts it out. South Korea has 670 5G base stations per 100,000 residents. I don't know what the number for India is, but I know in the US that number is 42, right? And South Korea has the best 5G coverage. I mean, if you look at their coverage worldwide. So if you want to do coverage well, you have to be dense. Now, yes, if you go to Wi-Fi, the power is lower, so you have to be a little bit denser, but the cost of the devices is much lower. So it's a trade-off like everything else. And honestly speaking, we keep talking about how valuable spectrum is. The best way to use the spectrum that we have is to make sure we use it when we absolutely have to. When I started my career in wireless, my mentor told me that the best use of wireless is to go as quickly as you can to the nearest wired point. If you're in the middle of nowhere, that nearest wired point is a base station. If you're in a house, that's what's coming out of the wall, not the base station sitting miles away, right? So that mentality has to change. And whether it's Wi-Fi or cellular, it doesn't, it matters, but it really matters as to how you're deploying is a big, big deal. You can make much better use of spectrum by deploying densely.
Thank you. Martha, I think I've already asked you this question in the previous conference where we met. We are talking about deploying Wi-Fi at very high transmit power levels and indoor coverage. And when you want to get a high bit rate, in any case, you have to be close to the access point. I was wondering if there have been any studies or there are any specifications on the EIRP we can accept when we are talking about Wi-Fi, you have a slightly higher power level than 10 dBm because ISM band was limited to 10 dBm. And then you have all these multiple antennas, multiple transmitters. So I don't know what is the EIRP we are talking about. And is there a specification on that?
Yeah, in the US, the rules for EIRP, there is a power spectral density limit, which is for LPI, low power indoor, is 5 dBm per megahertz. And if you use 320 megahertz channels, you can do 30 dBm. So the max is 30 dBm for LPI. For standard power, it's 36 dBm, which is like 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi has the same limits. But what we've seen in many cases is, and most of our measurements have been in enterprise environments, like in a university campus where it's a very dense deployment, you're actually not transmitting that much power because it's very dense.
Yeah, but there is a limit, and I can look at the FCC documents and I can find it. Yeah.
So those are all EIRP limits. So you
Yeah.
can trade off conducted power versus antenna gain.
Okay.
And
Good.
just to
Thank you.
complement, it might change from one country to the other. So these were the rules for the US. Europe had some different considerations, for example, for some particular cases, and because this is license exempt access, so every country has their own way to define it. As industry, what we promote is try to have similar parameters as much as possible, because then we can benefit from economies of scale. And we have been referring, thank you very much for that question, because we refer to VLP, LPI, standard power, but those are the difference between each use case. Thank you, Professor.
So we had a wonderful session. I just want to give you some concluding remarks on this. So we had a wonderful session, great uses of Wi-Fi and the unlicensed spectrum, how unlicensed spectrum promotes innovation. The speakers have highlighted it very well. I have a few views on this. Wi-Fi learned a lot from cellular. Okay, at least from the time 2G has started, 3G has started. Cellular, the normal standard cellular industry has led the technology first, and Wi-Fi adapted it very well, and they've done it an extremely good job. On the other hand, I don't think the same thing can be told about the other side. See, one of the main things that I see in this whole argument is small cells. Effectively, Wi-Fi are small cells. Yes, and that is what gives it capacity. Okay? And whereas if you look at a cellular system, you have one base station for 300 meters, even that's the smallest, and you serve in a single slot, you serve about 12 users or 20 users. There's no way that will be able to compete with a Wi-Fi where in a 300-meter radius, there are like 1,000 homes each with a Wi-Fi thing. I think this is something that cellular guys also have to take it very seriously if they want to compete on this spectrum utilization, that they have to look at, now that given that 6 gigahertz has a huge penetration loss because of the walls and other things, I think it's time that we should see 6 gigahertz cellular Wi-Fi, I don't know what term to call cellular Wi-Fi, to be part of this ecosystem. That way, licensed spectrum can also be used indoors in a much more efficient manner. I think finally, all of us want the spectrum to be utilized very efficient. I think that's the underlying goal. Again, and that is what leads to innovation. I don't think Meta cares whether if it comes from Wi-Fi or cellular or even satellites. I think at the end, it's all about utilization of the spectrum. And as technologists, we should always try to see how to solve this problem of spectrum utilization, whether it be Wi-Fi, unlicensed, licensed. I think this is where regulators also come into picture. I think we should have a clear metric on how the spectrum is getting utilized. Wi-Fi has plus points. For example, as Vinod pointed out, you can't move all around with Wi-Fi. There are issues there, okay? So we have to come up with a clear metric on saying that, okay, you have given 1200 megahertz to someone. Is it good or bad? What is the final metric? What is the score that I get? Okay. So with that, I thank all the speakers for their wonderful presentations. I think Monisha has one comment.
Agree with you, but I just want to point out one thing. I disagree that Wi-Fi learned from cellular because everything that cellular adopted, Wi-Fi adopted
Yes.
first. OFDM, OFDMA, LDPC, even actually MIMO was there in 11.
I think we can debate on that, but
No, I think in general, I feel because the cycle is much quicker in Wi-Fi,
yes.
we're not waiting 10 years to come up with a new system, and the backward compatibility is built in.
And
So
infrastructure.
you don't rip out an entire ecosystem to put in a new one in. The speed of innovation is much quicker. So
I
I
agree.
think, features come, they don't go, then the next one doesn't have them. That innovation cycle is much quicker.
No, what I'm trying to say is that 6G is a chance for the cellular industry to actually look at some of these things carefully. I mean, given that it's just starting up, specifically if you want more spectrum. Thank you. Let's thank the speaker.
Thank you very much, Professor Gandhi. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our distinguished panel for their valuable inputs and the presentations. I request Professor Gandhi to kindly do the honors of presenting a plaque of appreciation to our panel. Firstly, to Mr. Mitesh Dave, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Shri Satyan Gupta. Thank you, sir. We thank Dr. Monisha Ghosh. Thank you, ma'am. We thank Dr. Martha Suarez. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I request Mr. Bhatia to please join us on the stage and present a memento to our session chair, Professor Gandhi. Thank you, sir, for chairing the session so beautifully. I request our session panel to please pose for a group picture. Up next, we have a power-packed last session on Spectrum Roadmap for satellite networks in India, and it is my pleasure to introduce our eminent panel members and invite them to join on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and welcome the session chair, Ms. Revati Manepalli, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. And chairing the session, we have Ms. Revati Manepalli, ma'am. Please join your hands together and welcome her on stage once again. Please welcome our distinguished speakers with a huge round of applause, starting with Mr. Carlos Rio Pedre, Managing Director and Board Member, Satliot. Experienced manager with 20 plus years in telco and IT sectors in top level positions and 10 plus years as a board member in different companies, leading startups and innovative companies in high growth stages. Decisively contribution to the opening of new national and international markets, to successfully closing M&A processes, and to obtain funding both in equity and debt. Welcome, sir. Please welcome Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory, Asia Pacific, Viasat Incorporated. Welcome, Mr. Gomez. He has over 20 years of experience in wireless policy and spectrum regulation. Prior to joining Viasat, Mr. Christian held senior policy and regulatory roles with the ITU Radio Communication Bureau, the mobile industry, and New Zealand spectrum regulator. Welcome you, sir. Please join your hands together and welcome Shri Keyur Gandhi, Director, Space Regulatory, Dhruva Space. Welcome, sir. Shri Gandhi actively engages in legal, regulatory policy and commercialization affairs for the company. He has a proven record of having worked closely on growth and strategy verticals of enterprises in highly regulated ecosystems. A law graduate from NMIMS, Mumbai, he served as the student director of Chancellor's Challenge, an initiative to foster an entrepreneurship ecosystem across India, leading up to building of a Niti Aayog-funded incubation center. Welcome you, sir. Please join your hands together and welcome Mr. Jose Pepe Fuvidal, Satellite Network Coordination Engineer, Amazon Leo. Welcome you, sir. He has been active in speaking on regulatory challenges facing non-geostationary satellite orbit technologies at significant industry forums, emphasizing the role of satellite technology bridging the digital divide. Mr. Pepe holds a professional background in telecommunications and connectivity and contributes to advancing satellite network coordination as part of Amazon's ambitious project, Kuiper. Welcome, everyone. I would now hand over the session to our chair, Ms. Manyapalli, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for that nice introduction. It's the last session. Unfortunately, you have to bear with me. Again, I have come as a fill-in gap. Dr. Jain could not join. And anyhow, the satellite is my passionate. I'm passionate about satellite, my subject. And we have a very nice panel with Mr. Carlos. He's a board member of Satliot. I think his interest is mostly on the MSS IoT. And we have a Christian Gomez. We know him very well. He's a Viasat and regulatory Asia Pacific head. And of course, we have a Keyur Gandhi. He's an Indian startup, Dhruva Space. Is doing wonders in India after this Indian space policy. And we have Mr. Pepe. He's from Amazon Leo. I cannot call Kuiper now anymore. I think it's Amazon and Leo. We all will listen to them. Before that, let me put a context. So as far as I think the topic is the satellite spectrum roadmap for satellite networks in India. You all aware that being a spacefaring nation, we have already satellite operations happening in India since way back 1997 onwards, even prior to that. We had with INSAT, GSAT satellite systems, mostly predominantly communication and broadcasting are in the GSO-based things. We have C-band, KU, KA, and now we are into Q and V bands as well. And including we have our own NAVIC system, that is GNSS, regional navigational satellite systems. And we also have a lot of NGSO satellites doing Earth exploration satellite service, maybe remote sensing, Earth observations. We have a lot of Cartosat, so many satellites. And we have deep space missions as well. Chandrayaan, Mars orbiting missions, Aditya, Lagrange L1 Aditya mission and all. So we have been doing, and when I come to the commercial public usages by the satellite, we are predominantly for the broadcasting. Lower 6 gigahertz band is for the TVRO operations, and VSATs also. Now with the introduction of LEO and MEO satellites, so we are really aiming to bridge the digital divide, connecting the unconnected through this technology. And from the policy point of view, we brought a regulatory certainty by putting satellite spectrum assignment as an administrative method in the Act. So we are in the process of finalizing the spectrum pricing for these assignments along with the associated regulatory conditions. With that context, now I'll open to my panel. the first panelist, Mr. Carlos. Over to you.
Good afternoon, distinguished leaders, colleagues, and guests. It is always a privilege to speak at the 5th India Spectrum Management Conference on how India's evolving spectrum and regulatory framework can unlock the full potential of satellite networks, especially non-GSO constellations, and enable an inclusive, sustainable, and digital future. India's transition toward Viksit Bharat 2047 requires universal, resilient, and technology-neutral connectivity. Satellite systems, both GSO and non-GSO, will extend coverage to underserved regions where digitalization of the economy will be key to succeed with that vision. And satellite IoT will have an absolutely key role in this. If it works, yeah. And this is what Satellite is doing, deploying the first 5G narrowband IoT. A satellite operator provided a standard-based, low-cost, and global connectivity with roaming agreements with local MNOs. And this is why Satellite is now also established in India. This one? Next and previous, okay, thank you. So I was mentioning that this is why Satellite is now also established in India to contribute to that vision. And let me, before jumping into the next slide, I would like to share some exciting news from Satellite, which is historic. For the first time, a standard cellular IoT device has successfully connected to a LEO satellite, performing a complete end-to-end test, including sending and receiving messages, also with the integration of the MNOs and Satellite's core, in this case with Deutsche Telekom. This happened, it was just a few weeks ago in Barcelona. It was really a special moment because Satellite was the satellite operator that contributed most to making a 3GPP NTN standard a reality, which happened, as you know, with the release 17 in 2022. This demonstration a few weeks ago marks a turning point in launching the commercialization phase next year in 2026. So this is already a reality. We are convinced that 5G narrowband IoT has to play a key role in India's connectivity roadmap. 5G narrowband IoT is a 3GPP standard protocol, allowing really low-cost IoT deployments in the whole country, especially in the underserved areas. Only when a technology becomes a standard can be scaled and then can be deployed in a really massive way. Low cost is critical for most of the economic sectors that need to digitize. So Satellite's value proposition in India is based on deploying this standard-based satellite IoT connectivity aligned with India's ecosystem, do it in a wholesale approach, always working closely with local MNOs, as we are doing, allowing massive IoT deployment at minimal costs, and of course, complementing existing government and private sector initiatives. Narrowband IoT is fundamentally different from broadband NGSO systems, and therefore, in our opinion, warrants a distinct, proportionate spectrum framework. For 4 reasons to justify this. First is bandwidth. We are talking about for just 200 kilohertz channels and minimal interference footprint. Second, devices are using very low power levels to optimize battery durations. They are placed everywhere, and then you need to optimize perfectly well this battery. Third, this is not direct-to-consumer broadband service. This is wholesale via MNOs cores for narrowband IoT, for narrowband services. And finally, massive IoT enables millions of low-cost, high-value connections. For all this, we believe that narrowband IoT warrants a proportionate and lighter touch regulatory framework. Well, as we all know, existing MSS service link allocations are becoming congested everywhere and often locked by legacy systems. So despite high demand waiting out there, low data rate MSS systems are often unable to secure spectrum rights, delaying the rollout and the benefits for the countries. Those limitations are what Agenda Item 112 attempts to address by studying 4 bands for new potential low data rate MSS and GSO allocations, as Mr. Mario Manievich highlighted this morning. The progress of this agenda item is good so far, with Satellite doing a lot of contributions here, and we are expecting good outcomes for the next CPM. It is worth noting here that the process for any frequency band to become a standard is always the same, starting first at the ITU, deciding the allocation, and then going to the 3GPP, deciding whether they want to introduce it as a standard or not. Not on the contrary, because sometimes we see other ways around to do this, or at least attempts to do it. To regulate satellite internet services effectively, a light touch multi-tier licensing system would be advisable, especially for small constellations for IoT, because they operate very differently than large broadband constellations. It means to have 3 things. First, tailored landing rights, including low administrative spectrum pricing if possible, eliminating periodic fees that would discourage the deployments. Second, a special consideration for the devices, the IoT devices, that are the same ones that are used for terrestrial. So no need for new certification processes for those devices. The terrestrial devices already registered and certified now are able to connect to NTN due to the standard. And finally, an ideally flexible gateway requirements in those business models that are wholesale, integrating them with the local MNOs cores. I will not dwell on the IoT use cases, which are well known to everyone. Maritime, smart agriculture, livestock, smart utility, metering, asset tracking are just some few examples of how this really affordable technology may contribute to India's goals. To conclude, India stands at the threshold of a new era where terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks converge. Satellite systems, especially LEO constellations, will drive the next wave of rural inclusion, IoT expansion, logistics efficiency, climate monitoring, and disaster readiness. Satellite remains committed to partnering with India to ensure these outcomes are achieved in a sustainable and safe manner. First, with aligning spectrum and licensing with 3GPP standards, proposing a unified licensing pathway integrating landing rights, gateway approvals, spectrum assignment, and service authorization would accelerate global operators' participation and improve India's positioning as a satellite innovation hub. In addition, a distinct, proportionate framework for narrowband IoT would enable India to seamlessly adopt a standardized satellite IoT as part of its broader 5G and 6G ecosystem. Second, of course, working with Indian MNOs to extend nationwide IoT coverage, as we're doing, and finally, supporting India's national digital priorities, of course. Thank you again to the organizers for inviting us to participate here today. It's always a pleasure to be back in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlos. One interesting point in your presentation is you need very less spectrum.
Yes.
Very happy to hear that. Since morning people are talking about 400s, 500s of megahertz. I think you are okay with 1 megahertz of spectrum. And you're also suggesting that the regulatory framework should be a little different from the broadband spectrum. I do agree with that. Probably in our licensing framework, we henceforth will not be calling as a license, it is authorization framework. Your type of services are being fitted into, I think, internet-based services. It's a data services mostly you will be doing it. Come to the spectrum side, probably it is in the MSS band. So as on date, we are envisaging there will be administrative assignment with some AGR-based charging. Probably that is the way TRI has recommended, and government is also thinking of that. What is the percentage, and all will come out after detailed deliberations. With that, thanks. We'll go to the next speaker, Mr. Christian Gomez. Over to you, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here again. The temperature is quite nice. I really enjoy this time of the year. Otherwise, 49 degrees is a bit of a killer. So I don't complain being here, and it's really great to be here to say hello to all of you, my friends, before Christmas. And I'm really appreciative to IAFE and our host as well from the government agencies for bringing us all together here. So what I want to talk about in the next few minutes, in a few slides, is the purpose of a national spectrum strategy. And I think we are all here today in the final session of the day to do a bit of a recap and to perhaps set the tone for the next day, tomorrow, when it comes to spectrum policy. So to me, spectrum policy is a subset of public policy, of course. So it has to take into account the economics and the politics, the technological aspects, and as well the social aspects of the decisions we make when it comes to spectrum. So we have heard different interests from Wi-Fi, from terrestrial, from IoT, and everyone needs something. And the role of the government, and to a level of the ITU as well, and through the governments at the ITU as well, is to ensure, I will pose to you, reliable access to spectrum. I think without reliable access to spectrum, we cannot have a national spectrum strategy. So I think that's what it's all about when it comes to spectrum policy, is the number one priority is that of reliable access. Now, reliable access is at the top of the list of the spectrum policy objectives, but also spectrum policy responds to national interest. So when it comes to our needs for reliable access to spectrum, we must consider the national interest, and this is something that India does very well. India has a cohort of national regulatory agencies dealing with different layers of the onion, and they all come together and then deliberate and gives us as policy direction when it comes to spectrum. And they've done significant developments in the last few years when it comes to pricing, when it comes to allocation, when it comes to opening up to integrate foreign infrastructure into the national infrastructure. All of that responds to national interest. And I will pose to you as well that it makes sense that the national interest of India might not be the same as the national interest of other countries. So spectrum policy is something very unique to each country, and specifically very unique for India with its own unique challenges. So the national interest of India is obviously unique to India. So any proposal that suggests that it's one solution for all countries, I will take such proposals with a grain of salt and really be careful about any approach to spectrum policy that suggests that because it's been done in one country in one way, it can work well with the unique national interest. It just doesn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense. However, it's also important to look at what other countries are doing when it comes to spectrum policy to inform our own national policy. That's okay. So my aim here in my few slides is to perhaps provide a snapshot of the policy developments that are currently informing spectrum decisions around the world. So, number one, we cannot deny that there's been a massive increase when it comes to launches of space objects. This is something that's been recognized by the space agencies of the world, by the European Union, by the UK Space Agency. Pretty much everyone knows that we have a bit of a problem that is fermenting in the space infrastructure side of things. The ITU has created its own division on spectrum space sustainability. They have their own platform for that now, and that is in response to certain trends. So it's important to inform policy by looking at what's the thinking of international organizations like the ITU, but also looking at what the European Commission is doing, for example. So one element that is being highlighted is that access to orbits and access to spectrum might no longer be reliable as it was. So spectrum policy, having objective number one, as we all agree and noted, is about reliable access to spectrum, then this is something we need to look at. So concrete examples, this is all public information. Two LEO players have a combined plan to deploy more than 50,000 satellites in LEO within a layer of 444 kilometers. That's the prime real estate of LEO. So what are the opportunities for new NGSOs in that kind of context? Can another NGSO deploy in that context? What happens with the ITU priority system? One mega constellation is there first and then can make a claim that it needs to be protected from all other LEO constellations. So for companies like Viasat, that we are a multi-orbit company, so we operate in GSO and NGSO, we have a serious concern about the future reliable access to spectrum in NGSO. But also that has an overspilling effect. So when you have a spectrum congestion and orbital congestion, that will significantly increase the risk of interference as well into the GSO. So that's information number one in terms of our national spectrum strategy when it comes to space and claims of a spectrum being made by very large scale constellations across multiple bands. Some of those constellations are even making claims of a spectrum in terrestrial mobile spectrum. So they're loading their payloads with all of the IMT bands, with the expectation that they will have access to all of the terrestrial spectrum in each country. And they have begun applying for licenses in many countries, although there is no policy in many countries to allow satellites to use a terrestrial spectrum. So, and then we have public media informing us about what those companies are telling them. So the indication there is that there is a drive towards consolidation of market and capture of resources. So all the effort that we are making in terms of having a stable space environment where spectrum is reliable becomes a little bit shaky when we think that large-scale networks, because they're integrated, fully vertically integrated in terms of launch capability, can launch at will and quickly deplete the LEO orbits, the real estate, but as well make spectrum claims, expanding their spectrum footprint so much that any newcomer will be probably very hard pushed to be successful. So what's the reaction, international reaction? So this year, we have two main bits of policy work carried out in Europe. So the first one is the Draft European Space Act. So the act acknowledges that there are serious risks when it comes to large-scale deployments of NGSOs. So the act goes to the point to make a deep analysis in terms of what does the risk look like. So the risk profile increases exponentially for constellations bigger than 1,000 satellites. And therefore, the EU Draft Act addresses big constellations of that kind by imposing additional obligations on them. Secondly, the other second policy development is in the UK. So recently, the UK Parliament released a report. Their space committee study what are the present issues for the UK when it comes to their options in the space economy. So the result of the study is that the space economy is there, but it's not for everyone because of the large-scale NGSOs. So the title of the act act now or lose out basically tells us what the UK parliamentary intellectuals are thinking about the issue. So the report highlights that there is a spectrum grabbing situation going on, posed by large NGSOs. And the report acknowledges as well that certain parts of the space industry are being monopolized. So that's the UK parliamentary report. So how do we evaluate those policy developments? We look at the situation at the ITU. What does it translate to in practical terms? So say India might have its own local NGSO ambitions. India has its own satellite manufacturing industry. And there is a trend for satellite systems to go small, to go to small terminals. So this can be done with GSOs, with NGSOs, or even hybrid. But the trend is moving towards small terminals. So when you have a situation of spectrum congestion as well as orbital congestion, interference goes up. Small terminals are more susceptible to interference, especially in GSO. Therefore, if there is, for example, a proposal to the ITU to degrade the link budgets of the GSOs, or the multi-orbit networks, it translates that GSOs cannot offer small terminals like the NGSOs can do. So the NGSOs, by de facto, by proposing a degradation of the GSO link budgets, will be making a claim that they are the only ones allowed to have small terminals in the market, in the supermarket shelves. However, GSO systems, not just from Viasat, but also from India's own GSO systems, ISRO, they serve purposes which are not really, in most cases, purposes designed to serve the needs of those who go and look for equipment in the shelves of supermarkets. So the big LEOs will sell their systems online to anyone who can buy them. Issues are happening in Thailand. I just recently there. Myanmar, Cambodia systems are being bought for purposes which are not always legal. But anyway, they can be bought and they come to the supermarket shelves, they come to the electronic shops. That's okay for products like that to make it to the market. However, what's important here is that you need to have the ability to supply for other type of needs, for the enterprise, for government users, for emergency services, for safety services. Those ones you will not find in the supermarket shelves. So it doesn't make sense that requests from the big LEO mega constellations to change rules in order to have more of those products being sold at scale at the expense of degradation of critical services for government does not make any sense, and it shouldn't happen. So that's a major aspect of spectrum policy here. So the proponents of such changes to ITU rules are basically telling us that the ITU is dealing with old rules that are obsolete, this new technology, and that because they are scaling massively, those rules need to change in order for that scale to happen. But if it happens, it will happen at the expense of all other GSO systems, including ISRO, which are there not to be bought by anyone from the supermarket shelves, but to serve government critical services, as well as industry verticals, which are critical to the economy. So in closing, this is my last slide. The challenge that we have right now in terms of a national spectrum strategy and informing our spectrum policy is that there are a number of requests by the large-scale NGSOs to open more spectrum for NGSO users. But the question here is, if we have so many unresolved policy and technical issues with the large-scale deployments, with the EU and the UK are highlighting, as well as other countries, does it make sense to open new spectrum on top of the unresolved issues? Or does it make more sense to study opening new spectrum and put a pin on large-scale deployments until we can resolve the issues? Otherwise, it will be like adding wood to the fire here. Okay, we push more spectrum out to market. Only 2 companies can use it anyway. They can launch at will. And they're pushing for the degradation of rules that would impact Indian sovereign systems as well as any other country's sovereign system, which are for their own national interest. Would that make sense? Probably not, but I will leave that as an open question, perhaps for intellectual debate. I think everyone is happy about having intellectual debate. So that ends my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian, for that useful insight about the challenges of the large NGSO constellations. And probably ITU has already seized the matter. Way back in the PP 2022 itself, we have a special resolutions for space sustainability. And ITU is doing a fantastic work with the Space Sustainability Forum. There was a 2nd edition happening. And also RA Resolution 74. Then, of course, I just would like to touch upon, you said something, though directly you have not referred to article RR number 4.4. You meant it when you said, probably that has been culminated into agenda item 1.13 now, the thing. So I think we also have to keep in mind that innovation does not wait for your regulations to formulate. People wanted the services. That's why it's happening. Yes, and the competition. And small terminals, yeah, you have a, but I think we can find a technical solution for it. We will see. We'll wait for the results of this coexistence studies happening in the WRC 27. And I'm confident our technical experts will come out with the results we can rely on and take a decision on forward. With that, I'll just move on to the next speaker, Mr. Keyur. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As a background, I'm Keyur. I'm a lawyer by qualification. I currently work with Dhruva Space. We are a startup. We started operationally about 6 years back. That puts me in a very, I don't know, troublesome or unique position. We get to take 5 steps back and see everything from far and one, try to comprehend what's going on, and 2, try to see how do we fit in the best. So I'll tell you why I'm giving this background. When we started Dhruva Space, our first technology demonstration mission was actually 2 half-U satellites, which were meant to give low bitrate connectivity of IoT and secure messaging services, and then to see how we can scale it up from there. And today, when we work on building novel technologies, be it ISL in RF spectrum or on optical bands, we are left juggling with a lot of questions which are both technical, commercial, and also, of course, as a startup, you're always fundraising, looking for new opportunities, looking for new avenues where we try to understand which way is the market moving and what is it that would really help us use the infrastructure and the technical stack that we are building in India to actually help bridge the digital divide, promote digital inclusion, have connectivity expanded to more and more people. Talking of the spectrum map, let me just share a little bit of our thought experiment with you. When we tried our experience for the first time, navigating the radio regulation, the national spectrum allocation plan, or even trying to figure out how to make hardware that works within those boundaries, right? We realized very quickly that any chunk of spectrum that you try to choose is not so easy to access ever. There's a lot of coordination involved, and there is a lot of technical compliance and regulation involved. And mind you, at this point, I was still on space operation and Earth exploration satellite service. Things got a whole lot complicated when we started looking at MSS, FSS, and other services. So today,
while we ultimately took the choice of being a part of a program that allowed us to build an end user terminal that could work on both bands, on satellite spectrum and on 5G bands. That is what gave rise to this perspective that we even share today, or some of these questions which I would like to share here with the audience as some thoughts from the startups who are probably not as knee deep as everyone else in the room into the ecosystem. So the first is, we've seen successes like Starlink, Amazon Leo, which is upcoming, AST Mobile, which has been technically successful, some experiments of optical ISL being adapted. All of these are network layers which are now being used ultimately as a vehicle to provide connectivity. So what we see going forward as one of the biggest challenges and a trend to factor into is use of terrestrial and satellite spectrum, not limited to certain spectrum bands, but in a truly blended fashion happening all over. Why do I say this? I say this because India as a country, yes, we have a very high population density. We have very good rollout of terrestrial networks, but the problem of serving the underserved still continues. And the number of and the amount of onloading onto the network that will happen from other digital services that we rely on, be it for education, be it for medicine, be it for payments, be it for entertainment, and I think OTTs, which is the favorite today for everyone to rely on, these will only keep adding on and on. So when we look at building next generation satellite networks or building hardware for the next generation satellite networks, we definitely do think of transcending boundaries which are there today between terrestrial and satellite spectrum. Indeed, maybe making a network that would mimic a terrestrial network for your cell phone. And let me add to the challenges there, right? While we built the end user terminal that could switch between both the networks, there was another unique problem we realized. We tried exploring if we could make the same terminal work with multiple satellite networks, and no prizes to guess what was the answer when we tried to build that. There are significant limitations which do arise not just from commercial constraint, but also from security conditions and what we refer to as in the broader sense as confidence building measures while you're trying to get a satellite network approved from any administration in the world. There needs to be some more innovation and there needs to be some steps taken in that direction where indeed end user terminals or devices that would support multiple satellite networks can be brought into the picture. And the first step to that always begins with spectrum, because without spectrum available to use in that manner, there cannot be these second, third, and fourth steps taken. Coming to the next part, which is, I think it's been about 2 years. It's been a topic that we've all discussed very fondly, which is how should spectrum be priced? That is cost of the spectrum. Today, we are also looking at optical ISL being one of the pivotal methods in which satellites will communicate with each other. That means when we look at it in terms of network, routing of traffic not based on the typical gateway approach to take it back to the internet backbone, but rather having inter-satellite links with maybe a fewer master gateways which help connect, reducing the cost of infrastructure, you're reducing the cost of spectrum, reducing the difficulty associated with undertaking coordination in these aspects will also be pivotal. Which does indeed scare me with a potential question that is once optical ISL does indeed prove to be commercially deployable for communication satellite networks, I don't know how will the question of bringing parity between cost of providing services for licensed RF spectrum and unlicensed optical spectrum would be dealt with. That is indeed a question that as India, as a country that has so many users, and has such a large population, which we currently serve and we need to continue to serve, we must take the leadership in answering these kind of questions. Last but not the least, there is indeed a problem of LEO or NGSO constellations. I think some of which have been highlighted. Let me come to the other side and highlight what's the problem for us, or rather NGSO operators. When you're trying to introduce connectivity, when you're trying to introduce a solution, there has to be some amount of risk, there has to be some amount of accommodation that has to be built in. When dealing with newer technologies or newer nature of networks, if we continue to peg legacy networks and newer networks in the same fashion, we are setting it up to be an ecosystem where innovation or newer networks are not welcome anymore. Yes, let me clarify. I'm in no way making a case to discriminate positively or discriminate negatively against any of the networks. All that I'm making a case for is, if there are newer networks, if there's innovation happening, yes, it has to happen within certain technical boundaries, certain commercial and security considerations, but it cannot be a level playing field for all. I think these are the 3 or 4 points that I could give from our startup experience or our journey. Perhaps a note of caution, I might learn better as we grow in our journey, and I'd like to close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, KU, for your insights. Yeah, you are basically into space operation and earth exploration services. Fortunately, they are under 9.1 coordination, section 1. So where you subject to not coordination, most of them. Once you are entering into the other field, FSS, MSS, it's a big challenge. You have already acknowledged it. And you also touched upon another important point, what we see, that is standardization. The terminals, user terminals, even across the satellites, you cannot change. You cannot use the same terminal. That is the one. And another point you have touched upon, that optical links. I think your next colleague can touch upon it. I think Amazon is using optical inter-satellite links. I think we can listen to him. Thanks for that. And over to you, Mr. Pepe.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I appreciate so much all the speakers and the India Foundation for the welcoming and the very wholesome event. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you very much for the introduction and the kind words as well to my fellow co-panelists. My name is Jose Vidal, but please call me Pepe. It's a lot easier. Hospitals call me Jose, but no one else. So please refer to me as Pepe. And I'll be bringing to you some of the insights from the NGSO side of the LEO constellations, as well as some of the KA specifically issues that potentially hinder the innovation, but also can help us unblock these very much needed elements of our connectivity roadmap. Thank you. So Amazon LEO, as we've changed names, it's an initiative to bring fast and affordable, reliable broadband to consumers, enterprises, militaries, governments worldwide. Specifically with the terrestrial network struggles that we find that fiber cannot reach everywhere, satellite as I'll touch is an incredible solution that reaches all of those unconnected and rural areas. Our mission is to deliver fast and reliable and very, very effective and cost-effective broadband to unserved and underserved communities around the world, working backwards from the customer. And I say customer because that's one of the Amazon bigger principles, the obsession with giving to the consumer, having that be governments or having that be nationals of that country, what they really care about, that customer reception that is the staple of Amazon. This is a matter in spectrum discussions because satellite systems, especially when you look at long-term thinking, you're looking at investments of 20 and 30 years, like some of my fellow panelists have touched on. Regulatory stability is crucial. So that long-term thinking also applies equally to the spectrum sharing. And GSO systems like ours can only succeed in a stable environment where existing GSO networks are protected and continue to operate reliably. But with this surge of NGSO interest, have it the end-to-end that a lot of people are speaking on, or us as NGSO, you see a lot of concern that brings into the conversation a little bit of worry and fear of how these new players will really take advantage of this interest that the nationals have. So it is in our responsibility to address those concerns from a technical perspective, very much like India is a technically driven country. Specifically, we see that at the ITU, that we focus on the details so that we can really address the issues, not from fear, but from innovation and really a holistic approach on what is it that the problem is being tried to solve. So a little bit more on us. Amazon Leo is a constellation of low Earth orbit satellites made up of 3 constellations of roughly 600 kilometers height and with hundreds of gateways strategically placed globally. We use Ka band for now, but future generations will move to higher frequencies, and I'll touch more on that tomorrow. We have a total of 153 satellites so far only, but tomorrow actually we have another satellite launch of 27 more. And I would say hundreds, no, not hundreds, but a lot more coming the next year so that we can populate a total of 3,230-ish satellites. I'll touch on the differences between the different satellite solutions, but I think we're all very aware. And some of the key differentials of Amazon, I would say, we can touch on this later actually. When we see the Amazon network, think of a regenerative payload and a satellite that can really take on the frequencies that it's taken from the customer and really give it its best purpose using those narrow beams, key and state-of-the-art technology that really has been able to be in the nourishing for several years. We're a little bit, not late necessarily, but we're coming up to a already service offering that other players are there, and we have been able to learn both from their mistakes, their positive solutions, as well as some of the interactions that we can have with the other players on the field. So looking at this architecture perspective, we see that, look from the left, from the left-hand side first, we would have the gateway stations that connect to our users through our satellites. The satellites have a regenerative payload with narrow beams that can really focus where that service can be driven to. And those terminals can either serve the public or the private or also connect to AWS and the cloud. Not focusing so much on us, but rather on what is it to do. We have, yes, serving of 3 terminal sizes. These are antennas that are electronically steered, low cost and simple to deploy, almost a plug and play. These terminals operate over hundreds of megahertz in Ka-band, and you have the specs here. I'm happy to walk through them in detail afterwards if anyone's really interested on our specifics. But what makes Amazon different? The key difference is the scale and the flexibility. High performance, secure by design, is a staple also of Amazon, and enterprise ready. We are backed by the Amazon long-term investment horizon that doesn't take out anyone else out from the field. That really brings in the intention of gathering no simple solution. No single solution has been able to close the digital divide yet. Neither will we, but it's a combination of all the available solutions and cooperating and coexisting amongst each other that will be able to close that digital gap. Connectivity is a key development driver. It contributes or makes up 9 of the 7 sustainable development goals of the UN, and it's strongly linked to GDP, employment, and well-being. You address those, you increase broadband access, say 75% globally, would boost the world's GDP by trillions and create hundreds of millions of jobs. So existing connectivity approaches have not connected these individuals yet, and that's why. Oh, no. Has this been going the entire time? It just clipped in half. Excuse me. I think my slide deck is cut in half. No, it's about half of it. Okay. Can we go back for a second? Perfect. Yeah, that's good. Amazing, thank you. So satellite systems as an overview. I mentioned that connectivity and broadband really contributes to the embetterment of any government's GDP and well-being of their nationals. But satellite specifically offers these unique advantages in connecting the challenging geographies and underserved communities. Satellite systems are ready to provide broadband globally, but not all orbits behave the same. We've heard a little bit about prime real estate. That's not so much the case. I'm happy to walk through, but all orbits really are capable. It's just a matter of latency. The farther up you are, the longer it takes to really reach down. So of course, as you go closer to Earth, the low Earth orbit orbits, the closer to Earth, you will have a much smaller latency. The travel time between Earth and the satellite will be in the order of tenths of milliseconds. Sorry, so 30 to 50, for example. In comparison, LEO operate much closer to Earth, enabling this high throughput and low latency, but also GEO can do that with a global look on the entire globe with less beams or more beams, but a single satellite can serve a larger region, whereas we need more. But as we move forward, and the focus of this really conference is touching on the ITU and what can we do to really enable the innovation that is happening. We've heard some things about terrestrial, but in terms of satellites, many of the fundamental rules, government and GSOs were developed in the 1990s when none of these constellations were really deployed. So today's satellite capabilities, like we've talked about, beamforming, adaptive coding modulation, and dynamic operations simply do not exist at the time these rules were developed. So presenting a need to evolve regulatory frameworks in a way that preserves the protection of incumbent services would be necessary while avoiding unnecessary constraints that innovation needs in order to progress. So I directly go into the GSO and NGSO sharing. At the moment, there exist these rules that were developed in the 1990s. This is governed by Article 22, the radio regulations, and it's not necessarily a increase or a larger degradation, but let's just focus on what it is now, and I'll walk you through some of the elements that make my case a little bit. These limits play a vital role in ensuring that the continued operation and investment of the NGSO networks with certainty are fully protected, and Amazon fully supports that objective. The question before the ITU today is not whether the GSO systems should be protected. That's not in at all a dispute, but whether the protection thresholds remain technically appropriate given the modern satellite capabilities. There are recommendations that state the amount of interference that is to be accepted. That on itself is not addressed to be a change, but rather the methodologies that were used to develop that, the assumptions that were taken into consideration, the algorithms that took into also consideration several aspects. Those things can be discussed. So that is in a way what is happening. The EPFD limits on their own timeline were very controversial when they were developed. There was a political compromise, and there were about 6, 7, 8 solutions that all fit the purpose of protection to GSO. And ultimately, in a dark room at late nights of the WRC, they were decided on almost a horse trading exercise. Which real limit, which curve will we take on? I have a backup slide that later on, maybe if anyone is interested, I could cover, but with the 5 or 6 solutions with France, US, Intelsat, Germany, and the previous WRC that had options of what was happening and what could be picked. Honestly, the combination of the worst and more protective of those curves, which they already protected enough, the GSO as per the GSO standards, was picked. So on themselves, very controversial when they were developed. So what happened in the last previous cycle, some NGSO operators, as we've been highlighted, we advocated for this modernized. And the way that this happened really is in the sense that for almost a decade, no NGSO systems were considered or developed. So no one complained about what the rules were, but in the mid-2010s, the systems came to operation and uncovered some of the issues that came with this. So it's latent that day-to-day satellite technology and GSO satellite design, these limits represent the highest level of constraint that affects these designs artificially, as depicted in, I don't think it's the previous slide, but I have it here. And at WRC 23, we pushed for this, and there was a divided industry. Some operators voiced their concern about the potential interference, about the impact that could have to sovereign rights, and a compromise was reached that we should study this and let Working Party 4A look at it so that they could feed into the information that was gathered from these studies to WRC. And since WRC, NGSO operators, and some reasonable GSO operators have been working constructively to understand the technical derivation of these limits. This collaboration is grounded in the shared objective, where there might have been oversights, as well as some assumptions that were taken in the wrong direction, and seeing the inconsistencies, whether it is possible to define acceptable interference threshold that still protect the GSOs without unnecessarily protecting, constraining the NGSOs. And it's not to jump into a solution, but rather to focus on the technical efforts that were worked, despite the fear, and really focusing on those details. what we see ultimately is that the impact from these studies and the reports that has been gathered from Working Party 4A, that GSO networks can still be protected by leveraging the NGSOs, the increased in capacity that will serve all the nationals from India as well as Asian countries. And these are studies on the economy and the impact that this reforms can have, as well as the impact that it doesn't have on the GSO network. So it is paramount that we focus on what is it really, the situation, not so much on a protectionist state, but rather on a transparent, objective, and technically driven conversation. So just to close up, and I know that I might have been a bit over time, but some common misconceptions that we hear often as NGSO operators. First one is that NGSO overcrowd LEO and block access for others. That we must break out from the concept of one orbit or one orbital slot is meant for one satellite only. That is inherently what NGSO was made to solve: dynamic access to the orbits, dynamic access and coexistence by talking and discussing amongst operators. It is the core at which NGSO is made. We share, we've heard maybe 2 satellite constellations use these orbits. There's Chinese satellite operators, there's European satellite operators, there's many other operators that are intending to access those orbits, and it's not a one gets, one stays, or one person arrives, and that's it for all. It's really not that. On an operational level, the flight dynamics teams talk amongst each other. There's no competitors in that rail because it's at our own interest to ensure that there's no collisions and there's a safe environment, sustainable for the future and years to come. So that's first misconception. Second misconception, NGSO systems evade coordination or ignore ITU limits. Again, not necessarily true. What's really happening is that there's a lot of items that are NGSO related at the ITU, and we're actively working on each of them. I think it's broader than 15 topics, not all WRC related, but rather specific elements of the modeling, updates to the way that we model antenna patterns, as well as the way that we model the systems or the interference through 1503 or the different elements that come into those algorithms. We're very actively working with any and all operators that bring us concerns, and we work thoroughly in addressing those as we progress in the ITU study cycle. We understand that there's things that might be needing a pin to be left at and some items that could wait for later, but there's others that really need to be addressed in a timely manner, and we're conscious of that, and that's reason of why we're working and having these active conversations openly. That on itself would be like a 2-hour presentation. And again, anyone's interested, I'll tell them. Lastly, NGSO operators submit multiple filings to game the system. That's again not true. There's a specific example of what happened with the scaling factor at the last conference. There was a mistake in the equation because no one foresaw that there was going to be satellite filings with more than 1,000 satellites. So the limits to protect terrestrial services were bound with this equation that exponentially and wrongfully computed the amount of satellites that are in visibility for a terrestrial protection. So that is an example of something that was flawed in nature, engineering in nature, that had a lot of political push. And by reform of it, by looking at it, it forced us to have a split into our filings, but that's specifically for terrestrial. No other cases with that, but we often get called out for needing too many satellites or having too many satellites. That's probably a chicken and egg sort of situation if we didn't have the constraining kind of I don't know why it's cut in half. Thank you. So this is one of the constraints that we have. For example, we have this portion of the sky that's directed to the GSO arc. We employ a GSO avoidance. That avoidance angle for us, it's large, given the satellite size, the satellite constellation size. That is a portion of the sky that we're unable to use satellites. That is an artificial constraint that we have in our satellite design that handicaps us from using other satellites. Therefore, you need a lot more given the altitude that you are. The lower you are, the more that you'll need. The higher you are, the less that you need. And this is all artificial constraints that, if taken into the right consideration, can really shape appropriately the capabilities of NGSO. But no one's really trying to erode those. No one's really trying to get rid of them. We're just trying to see what's the best way to really address each of these topics. I have a lot of backup slides, but I think I'm up my time, so I'll just focus on saying thank you to everyone and appreciating the chance of being up here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pepe. It's interesting. I was thinking why it has not at all started, because you were explaining almost about how the Amazon Leo system is working. I was very happy to hear that. And the last slides you have actually taken to us where we are supposed, I was expecting to go. Of course, that Article 22 revision is the one we are emphasizing on that, right? That exclusion arc. Even the
more the existing rules that are developed 25 years ago. We see lots of technologies, have it be terrestrial. We see constant innovation in the regulations. You look at satellite NGSO, where still at that.
To cut short to that, yeah, I got the point. But I think it is not part of any of the agenda item. It's in part of any of the agenda item? Is this?
Perfect question.
If it is so, probably I request you tomorrow, we have a complete these agenda items discussions. If not, yeah, what I feel, it will go as a part of director's report. Is it so? Or where it is going, how it is?
I cannot guess where it might be going. I think that's one way that the conference can speak about it. But the reality is that the WRC 23 mandated 4A to conduct these studies. And the studies need to be developed. And as you previously said, very rightfully, we will look at the solution, have that be a solution that is good or bad for me. The technical solution needs to come from 4A, and then we will see what ITU does with it. Thank you.
It's very interesting. The other side, Mr. Christian is telling, of course, his valid points that already there are a lot of regulations. We have a lot of work need to do before revising the existing regulations. Let us see, Working Party 4A in April, May, a lot of work to do on that. Thank you for your presentation. With that, we can take some questions. How much time we have? Okay. So, yeah.
Can I ask a question? Thank you.
Yes.
Before I ask my question, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Rajesh Mehrotra. I was a part of the ITU coordination group in the ITU's Radio Communication Bureau for quite a few number of years, and had a chance to examine many satellite networks, different frequency bands, including the S-band, L-band, Ka, Ku, and all the bands. EPFD limits were evolved at the time when I was there. And as Pepe mentioned, it's been 25 years or more. Yes, it has, but we tried to do the job based on the information that we had. Nevertheless, I would like to now touch upon the couple of things and then ask a couple of questions. I was very interested in listening to a comment made this morning by Charles Cooper from NTIA, who talked something about the W band, which is planned to be used by some of the satellite large scale or the large constellations from the United States. The frequency band mentioned was 92 gigahertz. Now, the question that I have right now is, would the use of 92 gigahertz band by a very large non-geo constellation ease the situation for other constellations or the new incumbents who might be coming in now or later to join the bandwagon? And here is whether you will be using the EPFD values or you will have to develop those EPFD values to go into the Article 22 for a 92 gigahertz band, quite like the situation that you have in Agenda Item 1.3, where a non-GSO gateway station, which is planning to use the Q and the V band, we are trying to propose whether there should be a metric for degradation of the spectral efficiency or use the EPFD value. There are a lot of discussions going on in Working Party 4A. So this is a question that I would leave with the group. The second point that I have is the question that was raised by the Viasat presentation, basically with regard to the spectrum access, orbit security, and competition. Now here, India has shown its interest very clearly when it supported the view in the WRC 23, where we supported the idea of not making any change to the EPFD values of Article 22, but presenting the views of the technical studies to the WRC 27. Now, are there any, because this is something in response to some of the points that were made by Amazon. This is not really a misconception, because today, based on the fact that even the non-GSO satellite networks are not modeled correctly, the ITU-R recommendation 1503 is still being improved upon, and new concepts are being introduced, and there are next levels of this recommendation that are being introduced.
Sorry to disturb you. Can you say what is the question to the panel here?
Yeah, the panel question is, what would you suggest that should be done with regard to the EPFD values of the Article 22? Is the forum here in agreement with what was discussed in the WRC 23? Can we go along with it? The second question that I have is to Carlos. Carlos talked about the two frequency bands, for the 3GPP, NTN, 5G, narrowband IoT networks. Are you in support of the LDR MSS or the MSS frequency bands? Would you suggest that you use the IMT band or the MSS band? And if so, why? Thank you.
Yeah, first question, who will answer? You will tell?
Thank you, and good to see you again. Really good questions, and thank you for addressing from India's potentially point of view, or maybe your point of view, what are the relevant questions? So directly to answer, I think it was clear what WRC 23 mandated, which is to study it, and we greatly appreciated India's support on that, to support these studies, or at least to accept the compromise of studying it. I think we are at fault when we take premature conclusions on what the limit should be or what the solution should be. I think it's clear what the mandate did, which is study it. And something that I didn't necessarily cover in my presentation, but it was on the text. We faced a lot of opposition that wasn't technical, that was on the scope or the outcome or the title. That on itself is very counterproductive to the mandate of the WRC. So I am in line with the WRC 23 mandate to perform the studies, and I welcome that we take conclusions once those studies have submitted, but not to focus on title, outcome, scope. Thank you.
You would like to follow it, Jen?
Thank you. So I just want to bring the discussion back to spectrum policy. I know many of you in the room do not go to ITU Working Party 4A meetings. They're very technical and the topics are very specific. So it's quite hard to make judgments in terms of what goes on in those discussions outside that. But definitely we can touch on policy aspects. So when it comes to changing any rule, this is not just applicable to the ITU radio regulations. There is a policy analysis that goes with it. Now, it is it has been made clear by the ITU, the BR itself, our colleagues in Geneva, who do the analysis of NGSO systems, that they have issues modeling the large-scale constellations because the tools are not equipped for those volumes. So if the tools that allow us to arrive to an interference profile of a large constellation need to be improved in order for us to get an accurate interference profile. If we are not there, how can we possibly think that two companies can basically force administrations to change the ITU-R radio regulations, which is a treaty document? And I don't believe ITU makes decisions in dark rooms. Director from BR was here earlier. I don't believe that ever has been the case. I think every decision from ITU has been done following debate, intellectual analysis, and compromise. It was not the exception in the 1990s, it's not an exception today. That's how ITU works. So when it comes to a policy change, in this case it's changing the treaty, which governments ratified, and they have ratified every 4 years. Those ratifications are also made on the basis that coordination has occurred across networks successfully. One example is that Starlink has a successful business. And in their license application to the FCC, the license application states that they commit to abide to the Article 22 limits. Successful business is happening. So if we cannot model the interference profile of the large constellations, in one hand, that's unresolved. But on the other hand, we have proposals to change the treaty because there are claims that those limits need to be changed because interference is not as bad. But how do we know that? We don't. So at a very basic policy level, the premise of the proposal fails at the very particular level of the logic of how you achieve change of a treaty level document. So I will leave it there in terms of that response on FSS issues. Thank you.
Thanks for that. We'll move on to the second question. Thanks to Carlos.
Sure, thank you. So yes, very good question also. As I mentioned, Sateliot is strictly focused on working with standard protocols with the 3GPP. So it means that we cannot choose the frequencies or the spectrum where we want to work. We have to work with the spectrum that has been decided by the 3GPP to include in the standard. In this case, in the release 17, as we discussed previously. So it means that it's S-band, so the 2 GHz band, 1980 to 2010 for uplink and 2170 to 20 for downlink. And it is the spectrum and the frequencies that we have to work, that as MSS. Of course, these type of services, IoT services, are considered as MSS, mobile satellite services. So this is the first answer, MSS only, not IMT. The second, so regarding to the agenda item 112, comes when you go to the market. We are also a startup, as my colleague here, and then you discover that when you are trying to get access for just 1 megahertz of a spectrum, because a very smaller spectrum, because the channels are only 200 kilohertz, so expecting to work with up to 5 carriers, you are requesting to have this 1 megahertz. Then you discover that in most part of the world, you have these 30 megahertz of the S-band, or already allocated, or with a lot of players, of course, looking for at least 5 megahertz channels. So what happens with these low data rate services? So this is what agenda item 112 is trying to solve, saying, okay, that's good. Of course, this is 30 megahertz for every type of MSS service that is there. But as Australia or other countries like Europe is now also exploring, to at least have 5 megahertz of those 30 divided in blocks of 1 megahertz for these low data rate services. So this is what this agenda item is trying, is to have more spectrum in MSS, but for LDR applications.
Thanks for that. I think we'll take one more question. Yeah, please.
Yeah, the question is for Mr. Gomez. Just for clarification, when you say for satellites greater than 1,000 constellations greater than 1,000 satellites, the risk increases exponentially. What risk we are talking about? Spectrum congestion, orbital congestion, debris? What is the risk we are talking about?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much for the question. So the risks are not just physical risks, and the EU-APT focuses on space from the point of view of physical objects. It does not replace a spectrum policy which is dictated by the European Commission, and it does not replace the ITU treaty document, the right of regulations. Nevertheless, the European Commission recognizes that spectrum access to reliable access to spectrum is necessary for Europe. Now, the risks are various, and one significant one that comes to mind that the Act talks about systemic risk. So, say one large NGSO constellation is serving multiple countries, and it becomes the only choice, or the only choice of two. So if such constellation is serving critical communications, and it has happened, there's been blackouts on some NGSOs, what happens at the level of systemic risk? So if there is a physical risk, say a collision, last year, there is a public report in the US, more than 100,000 collision avoidance maneuvers were carried out in LEO, only with 8,000 plus satellites. So once the combined plans of achieving 50,000+ satellites is implemented, the risk profile will increase from 100,000 collision avoidance maneuvers to many other 100,000. So that's one significant risk. And that risk is not present in constellation of 100, 200, 300 satellites, as pointed out by the Act. They are more manageable. Their footprint is more manageable. But it that's not the case with the large ones. It begins from 1,000 upwards. So, and just to clarify something along the same lines, which is linked to it. So the risk also comes from the ability for countries to have a level of resiliency. So if we write off resiliency by having multiple networks available, GSO, multi-orbit, small NGSO, locally brew companies, and if you transfer accountability to one or two companies globally, then there is that risk which is of a much bigger nature, which meaning that you have no backup. So if you degrade the link budgets of all your other options, and you are left with basically reliance on one or two companies, and then that's a major risk that the European Union as a market is trying to address. Thank you.
Thank you for that reply. And it's a very interesting and interactive session. Let us give a big round of applause to my esteemed panel. Now we are closing the session.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This was such an amazing panel discussion. And now moving further, I'd request Manipali ma'am to kindly do the honors of presenting a plaque of appreciation to our panel members, starting with Mr. Carlos Rio Pedre. So thank you very much. We thank Mr. Christian Gomez. We thank Shri Keyur Gandhi, sir. And last but not the least, Mr. Jose Pepe, sir. Thank you very much for joining us, sir, and such a wonderful presentation. I request our panel members to kindly remain on the stage. And with this, we come to the end of day one of the 5th India Spectrum Management Conference and Exhibition 2025. And I request Mr. Bhatia to please join us on the stage and conclude the day one of ISMC.
Thank you very much. I think we had a fantastic day, starting today with the opening and following through the terrestrial and the satellite spectrum and the 6 gigahertz and everything. Tomorrow's sessions are going to be much more interesting because tomorrow we'll delve into the WRC. The WRC agenda items and the debates that are going on in terms of preparatory activities, in terms of national preparations. So I request everybody to please join us. We will start at 9:45 sharp. So please try to be there. I know it is winter, but I think it'll be good if we can start on time. And also, there is some display of Shore's equipment outside. So we'll have tea, coffee just now. You can also have a visit to that equipment, or if there's any other display also, maybe you can spend a few minutes with that. With that, I think we are happy to close this session. And I think we're going to have a photo. So maybe we can have a group photo here first, please.
I request everyone to kindly be seated because we would request everyone to please join for a group picture. Then we can all proceed for tea. Because let them finish. Can we request everyone to kindly join for a group picture? Everybody on the floor, please join us. Everyone, looking forward to see you at day 2 of ISMC 2025. Thank you so much. Sharp at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.